Welcome, everybody, to the very first Giant Slayer Fight Night Legends. I am here with... Sorry, I'm hearing myself right now.
It's okay. This is Casanova's first time. It's okay.
Yeah, it's my first time, guys. First time ever doing it. Let's try and run that back. We're good. Starting again. Welcome, everybody, to the very first Fight Night Legends. Got to start it off a little bit scuffed, but here we are. This is sponsored by Juked GG. Find all your esports in one spot over on Juked. You can use the command !legends in the chat to find more information on that. But as always, I am your host, Casanova, and with me, the man, the myth, the beard, the Blevins. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic, Casanova. I have not been more ready for a tournament ever because I actually prepped for this one. And I may be dressed like I'm going to a funeral, but that's because we're going to kill it.
Absolutely, buddy. But, first things first, we do have a little bit of a different format, one that we haven't used before or really seen in too many tournaments. So let's go ahead and break that down for me, Blevins.
Yeah, so this is going to be a double elimination tournament. We've got 8 invited players, and we're going to be talking about them in a little bit. But every match is best of 3, and here's where the difference comes in. Players have brought 2 different decks, no region overlap. Legion overlap? No.
Legion overlap.
Overlap. No region overlap. 2 decks. Best of 3. You have to win with both decks. Straight up, no bans. We're going straight. We're going straight forward. Now, there's a little rule you can see at the bottom. If there is a bracket reset in the finals, there's a 3rd unrestricted deck that can come out. But that's a corner case, and we'll talk more about that if it comes up. The players tonight are playing for a $200 prize pool, with first place getting that sweet Benjamin, $100. Second place getting 50, third 35, and fourth $15 for your time here. Double elim. Some of the best players in the world are playing with us tonight, Casa. Let's talk about those.
Yeah, and like you said, these players will be playing for that $200 prize pool, but let's go ahead and see which players are going to be playing for said prize pool. That's going to be a bunch of powerhouses from a bunch of different tournaments that we've seen. Freshlobster, iannogueira, Nolagold, Presto, Hyped, Sudrakon, Cephalopod, and the one, the only, the Winding God. We have more than 5 Duels of Runeterra championships in this lobby, more than 3 Jamfest titles in this lobby, an obscene amount of top 8s from these players. I am so excited to jump into this. And for our first match, I believe we're going to be jumping into Nolagold versus Presto. Yeah. This is a match I'm very excited for. I mean, as you can see on our screen, we got Presto from the UK. He's been a very, very strong player. He plays in that practice group with Freshlobster and G'day Maverick. He mentioned his favorite archetype was as Karma. And guess what? One of the decks that Presto brought today was in fact that Ezreal Karma list.
Surprise. Yes, the combo master himself. I've personally been slain by Presto in an actual LOR tournament, so I can speak personally to how strong he is in this event. Has been one of the most prolific players and one of the strongest groups in Legends of Runeterra. We can take a look at his Ezreal Karma list here. Pretty standard. I mean, Ezreal Karma has been a powerhouse since really the beginning of Legends of Runeterra, and it has only gotten stronger over time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's incredibly powerful. And, as much as we love Presto, as strong of a player he is, across the pond, we've got his opponent here, Nolagold. Now, Nolagold has been a powerhouse in North America. He has yet to find his first place victory in a tournament, but plenty of runner-ups and plenty of top 8 performances, especially, we see the favorite archetype, Draven's biggest fan, Nolagold memeing because he's been bringing that Kickaxe deck that he's gotten so known for. So exciting to see Nolagold. But before this even started, before the brackets were out, before the players knew who they'd be facing, Nolagold took to Twitter to talk a little bit of trash with Presto, actually. I think we even might have that tweet available to pull up here.
Yeah, but in classic Jody Keith fashion.
Yeah, so we see this from Presto. It says waiting on patch notes. And in the replies, I believe Nolagold said something along the lines of, you can only dodge the IQ players until the finals. And well, Presto didn't dodge the IQ players whatsoever. He's going up against Nolagold first round. Nola's going to have his shot to take down Presto. So I honestly, I mean, I can't wait for this. I think Nolagold brought a deck that all of the IQ members brought, I believe. This was actually the burn list. It's actually a Bilgewater Noxus burn. So it actually does not have that P and Z that we're so used to in a burn deck.
Yeah, this was a deck that I actually played a bunch on stream last night, and it kind of caught me off guard because I thought it was either going to be, it's traditionally P and Z Noxus burn or Noxus elusives, and this is neither of those. We're running Misfortune, Gangplank, a bunch, Zap Sprayfin, a bunch of the keg cards, and this I came out to a pretty good start. I started off 9-0 on stream actually with this deck, and it is very strong. It works a lot like your traditional burn deck. You're going to be trying to accumulate as much damage as fast as possible. It's got the 1-2 combo Imperial Demolitionist and Crimson Disciple that we see in so many decks these days. And you know what? At the end of the day, you can just cast Decimates and Noxian Fervors and go upstairs with the NA aggro brain activating, Casa.
Absolutely. Super excited to get some NA aggro brain. But of course, it's tragic because this is a burn deck without the blessing of the Boom Crew.
True. There is no Boom Crew blessing, unfortunately.
No Boom Crew blessing.
No blessing. But it looks like there's a little bit of a warm-up going on between Presto and Fresh Lobster here as they're getting ready for the game. Let's go ahead and just take a look at this real quick. It does seem that they're just warming up the Ezreal and the other deck that we didn't actually talk about yet for Presto, which is going to be his Anivia, Zombie Anivia. It's actually Braum and Anivia. Both he and Lobster brought it, but we'll see if they get into game soon enough. Here's that actual deck list. So let's take a look at this, right? So Braum and Anivia both received buffs. So Braum was changed from 3 mana to 4, but he gained a little bit of his level up in the buff. He now, when he takes damage for the first time after being played, he'll summon a Mighty Poro, that 3/3 overwhelm. That can basically turns Braum into a 4 mana, 4/8 worth of stats, which is a lot better than he used to be. Especially considering he gets an attack as his challenger, which can help him actually deal with some threats, especially elusive, such as Greenglade Duo, which is going to be quite, we would expect to be quite popular with the prevalence of that aggro elusive burn.
Yeah, I mean, the deck we just looked at has a number of 1 health units. It's going upstairs a lot. It's trying to be as aggressive as possible. Braum puts a huge wall in front of a lot of those threats. It can trade. It doesn't even trade. It just eats all of those 1 health threats. It makes a Mighty Poro, which can trade with a lot of different threats, pretty much the entire suite of units for that Noxus Bilgewater deck. And he's just such a good roadblock. And as we can see in this deck, it is stacked with late game threats, life gain, and removal. So Presto, you can tell, thought that the field was going to be bringing an aggro deck, because this deck, it is nothing but anti-aggro all the way down.
Absolutely. And so many cards that have been changed over the last few patches were included in that deck, right? So we just saw the Anivia, which just received that buff, making it come down earlier, helps it deal with aggro. So it can be used as a removal tool for soft units when they only have 1 toughness, as well as being able to create multiples of them using that cloning mechanic, as we like to call it, with, rekindlers on top of having chronicler, and I believe there were miscalls as well. But on top of that, Kindly Tavern Keeper received the buff. I believe it was the previous patch, not the one that we're currently on.
Yep. It did. It is now a 3/3, and let me tell you, having played that deck, the Bilgewater deck yesterday, I lost to my opponent just having 3 Kindly Tavern Keepers. It's just it does so much work against that deck.
Yeah, it is very, very powerful. I am excited to see how it plays out. Of course, there are no bans, and we did see when we were looking through some of the lineups that there's a fair bit of aggressive decks being brought. Like we mentioned, all the IQ players did bring 4LW's burn list. 4LW, another Brazilian player, not here tonight at Fight Night, but he did hit Master very early on, may have been the first North American Master. I'm not confident in saying that one, but he was one of the first that did reach Master in NA after the reset, and he did so using this list. He practices a lot with the IQ guys, and they decided, hey, this list is nutty. Let's bring this to Fight Night. And so I'm excited to see how it performs against kind of the other practice pocket of Presto Lobster, who have brought kind of an anti-aggro lineup a little bit.
Yeah, it really does feel like it's almost like which one of these is rock and which one of these is paper. We're not sure. I think in general, the aggro deck is going to be your level 1 after a new patch, which happened literally 2 days ago. So there has not been a ton of time. That is of note here. There's not been a ton of time to innovate and test out these decks. These players played a lot over the last 2 days, but there's literally only 40 something hours between the release of the patch and this tournament. So they have scrounged together what they could, and they've put forth some really great lists here. After a patch, you're normally going to see level 1 is I'm going to play an aggro deck because you know what? These control type lists, they don't know what they're necessarily going to go against. So the control decks have to guess at what they need to beat. The aggro deck, we're putting forth a strategy. We're going to kill you in 5 or 6 turns. Can you stop that? So we're going to see here, and this is going to be a great tournament to see, hey, which players guessed correctly in terms of what they need to play against, and which players just brought the aggressive, proactive strategy, and were they able to seal the deal.
Yeah, and we're going to go ahead and jump into our first matchup of the day. This is going to be Presto versus Nolagold, and Presto going to be queuing up that Ezreal Karma straight away. That was that featured archetype that he did like to play. He is going up against Nolagold playing War Mother's Control. So this is a great matchup for Presto. He's in a very good spot just out of the gates.
Yeah, we talked about the aggro versus anti-aggro deck. Well, this is a super late control deck versus a control/combo deck. And we haven't actually seen War Mother's Call at high level play in quite some time. So it's really interesting to see it come back, and how effective can this Tryndamere Anivia War Mother's Call deck be against the mainstay of Karma Ezreal.
Yeah, and especially with the Anivia changes, we were wondering in what capacity we'd see this champion return to competitive play, and War Mother's was not the direction that I expected. Now, we do see Nolagold has taken it here. I do think that War Mother's is still a little bit too slow. I think the fact that Ezreal Karma and Heimerdinger decks, Weimer, are still very good, I think hurts this archetype quite a bit.
Sure.
But Nola still felt like he was in a position where it felt good enough to bring. So I'm excited to see if it really pays off for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think the line of thought here is we can see right now there's a Static Shock in Presto's hand. And, well, as I say that, Nola plays a 1 health unit. But there's really you're not going to get the same amount of value out of a card like Static Shock against a War Mother's Call deck that you normally would. It's just going to be, it's kind of all right. I mean, even this exchange here was just mediocre. So a lot of these cards that are in Presto's deck are heavily oriented towards aggro and mid-range decks, and Nolagold is absolutely not that. He is the controlliest of control decks. So it's going to be really interesting to see if how far out did Nolagold have to go? Did he go too far with the War Mother's Call, or was it just enough to actually be able to counter this Karma Ezreal deck?
Yeah, I mean, historically, this is like one of the most unfavored matchups in the entire game, actually, is the Karma Ezreal versus the War Mothers. Sure. For those unfamiliar, the reason we're going at this so hard is because, I mean, this is like one of the very few like 20%ers in the game. Most of the time, we don't go below like a 35% when evaluating a matchup. But this is one of those rare occasions where, I mean, we would almost want to say it's unwinnable, but if Nolagold can get the Tryndameres down early and Presto doesn't have the answers, Nola can start to get out plenty of damage. The problem is, of course, that we're looking at Presto's hand right now, and we can see two concussive, Yeah, concussive palms, 2 concussive palms, and a Will of Ionia. So he's got ways to stall out a Tryndamere for at least 3 turns while he sets up for an Ezreal to finish the game. He's got the Karma in hand already, Chump Wump to create some shrooms. He's really sitting pretty. He's got a great hand to deal with whatever Nolagold can throw at him. And so Nola, he's in a position where he doesn't really want to develop units and allow Presto to start stacking up that Ezreal. But also, that's kind of his only win condition, is to start developing units.
Yeah, he absolutely has to. I think there's 2 routes here. Nola needs to either get this Anivia online, start chipping away, keep the board clear, and then resolve a War Mother's Call. There's a 1 of deny in Presto's deck. So if Nolagold can dodge that deny and get the War Mother's Call down and also survive, which this is a tall order for sure. Like, also needs to not have Ezreal be leveled up and like there's a lot of things going against Nolagold here. But if he can get a War Mother's Call down early and get that online and overwhelm the board, because there's really no good ways to deal with a large board from Presto. He either needs to win or needs to deal with the threats individually. So I think, if a War Mother's Call can come down early, then maybe Nolagold has a shot, but it's not happening right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for Presto, he definitely wouldn't deal with a wide board from War Mothers very well. The units are just too large. Like, there wouldn't be a way for him to break through. But the problem is the Ezreal Karma, because there's so many units being played, Presto's going to be able to level his Ezreal. And then, we will probably see that 20-0, that just finishing off the game. Once it gets to that point, it doesn't matter if Nolagold has healing if he dies from 20 at burst speed.
Yeah, that's the cherry on top for this deck, is that there's Karma Ezreal, the combination of those 2 cards is still it's still there, right? Like there's on the other side, Nola does have the Vengeances, can potentially throw a wrench in that plan. It's just not. I'm trying to draw some sort of hope for this matchup, but I do agree with you overall. It's not a good one for Nola here.
It's definitely, it's very hard, right? This normally we could find that like, oh, well, they have this out and they have this out, but that is the nature of this matchup. And that's why I'm happy to drive the point home in this case that, hey, this is kind of unwinnable. Like, there is small areas, like you said, if he can go wide very early and start to put pressure out, and maybe Presto doesn't have the perfect answers in hand, then sure, Nola has an opportunity to win. That's that 20% margin that we talk about, but 20% margin is not really where you want to be in a card game. You're looking to be in that 50-50 area or better. Even if you're at a 40% win rate, you at least know what your outs are that you can play towards. But when you're in a matchup like this one, it becomes very difficult for Nola, and he's kind of at the point where he's just trying to fish for a Tryndamere on board, and he's going to realize very quickly, once these concussive palms come down, that he doesn't really have a shot.
Yeah, there's just an answer to everything that Nolagold can play right now for Presto. The good thing for Nola is that there's no Ezreal yet. So until that Ezreal comes out, it's actually, there's still a sliver of hope. They could be the bottom 3 cards in the deck.
I was gonna say, Blevins, if the literal bottom 3 cards of Presto's deck are his 3 Ezreals, then there is a non-0% chance of Nolagold winning. But I still think that Presto would be favored. That's how bad this is, right? Like, that's the position Nola's in, that, it feels really rough. This is an offensive turn, so Presto can really look to do whatever he wants. Actually, looking at this, he doesn't have amazing plays on this turn necessarily. It is a kind of a weak turn in general. He doesn't really want to develop the Karma because he can't protect it, and Nola has sat on 5 mana. Presto's probably considering Grasp of the Undying as being a very punishing play, and so he's probably determining whether or not it's worth the risk, and there's the pass, which I fully expected.
Yeah, and I mean, from Nolagold's perspective, you got to be at least pretty happy with that pass there. Like, you just ate it, basically Presto's entire turn. You get to develop. Obviously, we see here the leveled up Karma can come down. We're going to start seeing multiple concussive palms. Like, Presto has a lot, but it's the little things that Nolagold has to capitalize on to be able to even be in this game at all.
Yeah, now, I mean, turn 10, Karma can come down even in the event that there is removal. I think Presto, with a second Karma in hand, with a bunch of spells available for play, is pretty happy. Are you calculating lethal right now?
Yeah, I sure am.
I think that it might be.
3, 6, plus 4 is 10, plus 4 is 14. Has lethal. Now, he can go for it. Well, he's got 7. He's got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If everything gets doubled up, he could go for lethal right now.
Right. If he just the get excited and then the 2 mystics. You're right.
Right. Yep. He has the ability to go for it. Presto, I think, smartly is going to play a little more conservatively.
You know what I think he'll do? If his Karma lives this turn, he'll go for it next turn because he can fill the stack.
Oh, good point. That is a good point. Yes, you can. Oh, okay. So he actually. Okay, so notably. Well, I do too. I kind of like the palm on the 3/7, as weird as that sounds. You're not going to get bursted down. There's no atrocity. There's no direct damage at all in the deck. So if you're at 1, you might, like, if you're at 20 versus you're at 1, it doesn't matter. There's no way to go over the top. And the life gain for Nolagold is actually relevant.
Yeah. You know what? I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right. I think I would have liked that as well. Just because of the fact that there's no atrocity, I think that is a better line. And now, what you talked about on the previous turn, the fact that he had lethal range, guess what? He doesn't have it anymore. He has 14 with the mana that he has.
Well, he has another get excited, so he can. Right. Well, he could have, but now, yeah, with the Karma down, I mean, it's the 20% is maybe going up to 25, maybe 30. Like, it's slowly. If we were looking at this in chess, the advantage bar is still very heavily in Presto's favor, but it's maybe slowly going back up towards Nolagold.
Yeah, for sure. I think if he draws Ezreal, Presto's still just probably gonna win. But
yes,
maybe we're in that zone where the bottom 3 card Ezreal leads to a Nolagold win. But yet again, we've got another concussive palm. At this point, I expect Presto probably stops Tryndamere once again. It seems like he doesn't care about the life gain. He's just waiting for Ezreal to try and finish the game.
Right. At this point, if you commit to stopping the Tryndamere once, you might as well go for it every time. Because now the difference between 15 and 18 is probably not relevant. But I mean, what a way to start off a fight night, the very first game of the very first Fight Night Legends, if Nolagold wins the 20%er.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. That would be a crazy way to kick things off. And Nola does have some decent healing. I will say that it feels like 9 points of healing versus Ezreal Karma doesn't actually feel like it matters. I don't know how you feel about that. I wonder if it'll come into play here. I guess it matters if the Ezreal doesn't get drawn. Will of Ionia is a good pickup.
Okay, it looks like Presto's is going for it now. Yeah. Okay. Is it 100% full? Like, is it actually...
so you can cast... Nola can cast 1 spell.
Well, no, because he can cast 2... He can cast the 2 catalysts.
Right. He can cast
a catalyst and then also a grasp, right?
Does that make him live, though?
I don't know. That's NA caster math. I'm not doing it.
That's 20 damage. He can't live. He actually can't live.
All right.
Yeah. Oh my. I mean, this is disgusting. Yeah. This is everything.
Who needs Ezreal?
For Presto. Yeah. Who needs it?
This is one of the few times where it is actually checkmate. Like, there's literally nothing that Nolagold can do here that changes this outcome.
That's just 20 damage to his face.
Unreactable.
He can't overheal.
And overheal.
Yeah. There's actually nothing he can do.
Insane. Well, I mean, there was a reason we called it at a 20% for Nola. Looking at it, didn't see a single Ezreal. Maybe it's actually lower than 20%.
Yeah. I mean, it's not good. It really isn't. It is very much not good matchup. Yeah,
Nola saw the line, but it just doesn't matter.
There is 20 damage in Karma spells to the face for Presto to take a 1-0 lead over Nola. All right. Well, what a way to kick off our very first Fight Night Legends. Then with Karma doing 100-0 without Ezreal on board. How about that? How about that?
Well,
Blevins?
I will say, for those of us who may be in the, Karma Ezreal's a deck, and maybe Karma and Ezreal themselves aren't too. I think they're in a good spot. I think that game is not really a good demonstration of that point. So, oh boy, that was a crazy one, but we're already in it. We're jumping right back into it. Nolagold running it back, and Presto with his Freljord Shadow Isles deck now.
Yeah, so this is going to be the Bronivia, is what I've heard it called.
Okay. That name could use a punch up, but okay.
I agree with you. I don't love it, but that's what I've been told is Bronivia. I kind of hate it, actually.
All I'll say is that it is a name. I know what deck you're talking about when you say it. It can use a punch up.
Yeah, for sure. But of course, this is going to be that kind of cloning package available for the Anivia to try and make more of them. It's not as into the cloning as I had initially anticipated. It is just a single Chronicler of Ruin and then Rekindlers, so it doesn't really have the full cloning. It's not the full zombie Anivia build. But it is running Braum, Anivia, Kindly Tavern Keeper, running cards that receive changes. And I'm interested to see how this plays out. I feel like this can't be favored against War Mothers, though. I feel like it's a deck that will have some better matchups than War Mothers, but War Mothers goes a little bit slower, and therefore it will win. In the hierarchy of how card games work, you either want to go a little bit slower or a lot faster, and that's kind of where the zone we're in is that War Mothers goes a little bit slower.
Yeah, it's. Nolagold's deck definitely has more late game. It's got the Avarosian Hearthguards, which is going to make a lot of the same cards that are shared across both decks are just going to be stronger in Nolagold's deck. We're already seeing the first Hearthguard come out, and then when the War Mother's Call comes down, I mean, what does Presto really have? He's got 2 Ruinations, which obviously are work across both sides, so he's going to be killing his own stuff as well. I'm interested to see how this one plays out, because I'm thinking I agree with you, Casa, that Nola should have the advantage overall. But it's kind of a mirror match. It's like a foggy mirror match. Like you look into the mirror and you can kind of see yourself, but it's not exactly the same.
Yeah, for sure. I do feel it is similar to a mirror match. It's just Nola's got the War Mothers. He's got the trump cards for it. He's got definite improvements.
Yeah, it's like a mid-range deck versus a control deck. I think that's and generally speaking, when the mid-range deck is more on the control side, the control deck proper is going to be favored there.
Yeah, and I mean, to start this off, though, Presto does have a good lead on board. He has set up some very strong moves. He's got this Braum on board. He used the Fury of the North to get a value trade. He's got some things going for him. But I do look at Nola's hand, and I feel like, each play from here on out is going to be very powerful. I mean, that's a 4/8 Soul Gorger. That's very strong. He's got some removal spells. He's got Anivias on deck. He has the War Mothers ready to go for next turn if he's not in danger. So things are looking up for Nola, even though Presto does have a little bit of game. He's got that Ruination. He's got his own Anivia. Maybe he can figure something out.
Yeah, I just think card for card, Nola's going to be better throughout the rest of the game. It's just going to be because there's a lot of overlap, and then the differences in cards are, there's Brahms on the side of Presto, and cards like the Box, which are just not going to be great against Nolagold's deck. I mean, Braum is fine. He's got his Mighty Poro, but look what it does here. It just makes a 3/3 that isn't really doing much.
Yeah, it is. It looks like Presto's list is very anti-aggro. So going up against War Mother's control is kind of the opposite of what this deck was designed to beat. And, we're going to see that War Mother's Call be played down by Nolagold, that 12 mana spell, and he's going against Freljord SI. There's no way to stop this. There's no way to punish it.
Yep.
Nola, if he can stabilize his HP for just 1 second here, which going into turn 10, the Enlightened turn with double Anivia on board, seems pretty feasible for him to do. I think Nola's in a very good spot.
Yeah, I mean, this grasp, I mean, I guess it sets up the box to kill one of the Anivias here, to kill the one Anivia, but he's still going to have a leveled up second one.
Right, and I think removing one is huge, though. This is very relevant. However, I wonder how relevant, because Presto has to push 9 damage, and there's very likely heal from Nolagold. No, we know he does have 4 points of heal, specifically.
Yep, very likely heal, and also, remember, every single turn, we're getting something new out. It's either going to be, I mean, the Tryndamirs are going to be coming. There's another Anivia in the deck. Weirding Stones is really the only miss, but even the Weirding Stones are pumped up at this point from the Hearth Guards.
That's true. I mean, as much as a 1/4 isn't great. Actually, no, that's the second Hearth Guard. So, yeah, I mean, it's definitely quite terrifying when the Weirding Stones come out and they're actually contesting your board. It's
they're
definitely not where you want to be. Yeah.
Of course, that Mighty Poro is not long for this world with the Anivia, but Presto actually going to be able to deal with the Anivia this turn with the box here, or a Vengeance. Would imagine it's going to be the box.
Yeah, I mean, that's great. So that'll be 2 Anivias down. There are, I believe, no Rekindlers. Yeah, because that wouldn't make sense in War Mothers. So he's only got 1 Anivia to deal with. I mean, that's pretty good. I don't know if Presto can still reach a win condition. He's got to take heart for his Braum. Maybe leveled Braum's a win con as well in this scenario.
Possible. I mean, it's not bad. That's for sure. I mean, the Ruinations and all the removal spells we've been talking about are still there and are still going to take out Braum rather easily. But and you know, just a 5/9 Soul Gorger there, just to say, yeah, I'm not dying anytime soon. But can start chipping away. This Braum is going to level soon.
Yeah, so Braum going to take a little bit more. The damage from Anivia, of course, going to allow Braum to clear away the Soul Gorger. Big healing for Nola. So as I said, you know, he has to deal 9 more damage. Well, let's make that 11. Let's make that 16. Let's make that, 20, 30 more damage that he's going to have to deal throughout the game.
Right.
It does make it a lot harder. And this Avalanche is going to deal with the Anivia. So Presto does have Rekindlers to bring Anivias back, but he definitely is going to have to be a little bit concerned the more and more he loses. And Nola even has the opportunity, if he wants, to deal with this Braum using Avalanche and Withering Wail.
Yeah. I'm wondering, what are the chances that Presto wins off of Nola decking? Like, just actually War Mothers calls every single threat out of his deck and just runs out of cards.
That
right
Kindling
now,
Tavern Keeper off the top. Did you see that, Blevins?
Wow.
The Sentry pulled it and it let him save Braum. So now Nola just made 2 Poros. He didn't actually remove the Braum. Wait, Navy, you might be right. You might be onto something with the decking out, though.
Well, because interestingly, the Tryndamere, as we know, when it dies the first time, it flips instead of dying, right? The thing is that further future Tryndameres come in flipped. So these Ruinations are actually going to be super good. Nolagold all of a sudden has to actually put on a real clock here, or else Presto is just going to be able to get more. Every turn that goes by, Presto is getting more and more value out of these Ruinations.
Okay, so Presto does commit this Rekindler. I expect Ruination from Nola. His Tryndamere stays on board. It levels the Trynd, but this is probably the most value Ruination you'll get this game.
Yeah, and he can clear the Anivia with the Avalanche as well.
Ooh, that's really bad for Presto. That might swing it, because now all the momentum that Presto had is completely flipped around and Nola can start to rebuild the board. But I mean, maybe there's a world where Presto with 2 Ruinations can find something here. I'm curious what the card count of Nola's deck is right now. I don't think he's getting that low. I don't think that condition is quite online.
No, I'm just thinking out here. I mean, a Ruination probably has to come out here, right? Yeah, the first Ruination. And then, so Nola can play. I'm interested to see, is Nola, it looks like he's going to slam the Anivia here. Anivia is going to come out. Whatever gets pulled from the War Mother's Call this turn is going to come in for an open attack. And then now there's not actually a way for Presto to deal with this Anivia, because he's not going to be able to cast any two of his spells that kill the Anivia, right?
Yeah,
He doesn't have 14 mana for 2 Vengeances. He can't go Vengeance and Ruination. This Anivia looks like it's going to stick.
Yeah, it should stick the rest of the game. And we just saw Nolagold, hover over his deck. He was like, I wonder about that win condition. And he's got 16 cards left. There's no way we're hitting that.
Nope.
It looks like Nola should be able to seal this up and send us to game 3. But we were talking about earlier how Presto's deck is very anti-aggro. And I know, I don't like to get ahead of ourselves too much, but it does look like this is going to be wrapped up. And Nolagold's other deck is an aggro list.
Mm-hmm.
So suddenly, Presto's got potentially the answers for this series. He's got a very good lineup against Nola.
Yeah, he definitely does. That first game was absolutely huge. And I'm wondering if Nola it's kind of crazy to think that if Nola would have queued up in a different order, this game might have been different, or this match might have been different. But we're not, we don't want to count our chickens before they hatch for sure. But it is certainly interesting how these decks lined up.
All right, so there's the grasp, removes the next Anivia from Presto, so he's just not allowed to have anything stick on board. Presto has the Vengeance to deal with the Tryndamere, but of course we will see the rest of the units swing in, and I think they will be able to have enough. 13 mana, that's only a 1 Vengeance.
Yeah, this should be game, yep.
That's going to do it.
Nolagold takes game number 2, and we will move into the decider, which is going to be, of course, that deck we just saw from Presto, the Braum Anivia. I'm not buying.
You're not going to say Brenivia?
It's not good enough. We can do better as a community to come up with a better name than that. Versus the deck that we previewed at the top, the MF Gangplank Noxus Bilgewater deck. And I will agree with you, Casa. I do think Presto is probably favored right now.
Yeah.
I say probably because these types of decks, as we both know, Casa, can beat anything with the right draw.
Absolutely. And that's what I'm excited to see. I think the box is actually a really insane deck. I think that it's very, very good against these types of lists. It importantly hits Demolitionist and Crimson Disciple. I think that's huge.
Absolutely.
So I think box is great. We see Presto doesn't have it, but he has a Kindly Tavern Keeper. Another great card when dealing with aggressive lists. He's going to have healing. 3/3 body is great. And when we're looking at Nola's hand, this is jank. This is not good. He wants a lot of early creatures, some early aggression. And he had to play a Demolitionist with no target. So he's definitely on the back foot to start things off.
This was certainly not one of those, this draw beats literally anything type of draws. This is going to be, he's going to have to play a fair game, which I think favors Presto for the most part here. But actually debating whether he wants to attack with the Misfortune or not, maybe says, Fury of the North kind of kills me here.
Yeah, you probably have to risk it if you're Nola in this matchup. But that Fury is there, like you mentioned, and this is devastating for Nolagold. I mean, this is really, really tough to start things off. He's only dealt 3 damage by turn 4. He's lost his Misfortune. He has some okay plays. He's got a little bit of game right now. He's got a little game for sure, because against Presto's list, this Make It Rain probably doesn't get better. So you go for the Make It Rain, you trigger the Plunder, you get this Jagged Butcher down. There's a little bit of game here for Nolagold, and he's going into a Gangplank turn, so we'll see what he can figure out from here. I probably like the Vile Feast. Actually, this might be a box turn.
It's gotta be. It's not going to be a box turn now. Okay, so all of a sudden, yes, Nola is in an all right spot. Again, he really has to shift gears now. It is not, I'm going to try to win as fast as possible. It's, how can I get the maximum amount of value out of my cards? How can I utilize these Gangplanks? Am I going to be able to actually overcome Presto here? Because the longer the game goes on, the worse it's going to be for Nolagold. Every single card that Presto's drawing is either gaining him life, it's a big threat, or it's a removal spell. And all 3 of those things are going to be good against Nolagold.
Yeah, I mean, Nola's on like a Gangplank turn, but does that even feel good? Like, he's considering the Zap Sprayfin and the Precious Pet instead. That's very weak to the box, which he's probably considering, okay, it's a 2 of, that might be there. Gangplank... Does Gangplank even feel amazing on this turn? Like, how do you feel about slamming your Gangplank here?
Oh man, it's all right. I mean, I think you want to bait out. You probably want to bait out any removal spell from Presto first. I guess. I mean, the Gangplank doesn't even feel that great anyway. It's all right now that you've drawn the Fervor because you can at least get some value off of the barrel. But I think we're likely going to want to save the Gangplanks for either post Ruination turn, when we think that Presto's hand is weak, when we can actually get value off of the keg. He doesn't necessarily want to run out the Gangplanks early because he's just going to get devastated if they die.
Yeah, I mean, he's got Disciple here, which can deal damage in response to an Anivia attack, but Presto doesn't even have to swing if he doesn't want to. It's not necessarily good. Yeah, he's just... I mean, Presto's he's going to be in love with that pass button right now. He's just going to keep hitting it.
Yeah, Nola is in a very, very tough spot here.
Yeah, if Presto just sits here, wow, even just going to go for the Fervor just to get the tick for Gangplank.
Yeah,
so Gangplank's level up is you need to deal damage on 5 different rounds, and Nola realizing, okay, well, I got to get my GP to the level up if I'm going to have a chance at this one. So he goes for it. Zap going to be able to finish that level up.
Yeah, the leveled up GP is going to act actually quite a bit like an Anivia, ironically enough.
Right.
And I mean, a level up GP is actually pretty good against Presto's board right now. I don't know why what that precious pet's doing. I guess it's on chump block duty here, but it's going to either give the box more value or give the Anivia attack more value. I think Nola is just trying to bait out, hey, how can I get Presto to Ruination his own board?
Yeah, and we just see Sentry going forward, so Presto fishing for a draw. Nola doesn't look like he'll bite. I think he probably just lets that through. There's not much of a reason. He could decide that the pet isn't worth keeping, which is reasonable as well. But it does let Presto draw a card.
It does let Presto draw a card, but the pet dying does 2 things. First, it gets some amount of value out of the pet. And also, well, before he played Misfortune, if he did want to commit the Gangplank, it would actually open up space to play the Gangplank as well as create the barrel. So it's actually relevant that he had the space there. But Nola is just trying to, hey, man, play the stinking Ruination, dude. I need you to play that so that I can actually start playing my Gangplanks.
Yeah, and there's more draws here. I'm curious, Presto probably boxes the MF. I don't think he lets that stay on board. And the boxes don't really get better necessarily.
Yeah, I think because he has so much other removal, he can take the 1-for-1 on the Misfortune. Like, it's certainly fine. I'm Nola, man. He is in a really tough spot now. He doesn't have to worry about Ruination this turn, so he's debating: do I want to play the Gangplank now, maybe have it get Vengeanced, and then open attack, or but he's missing out on a barrel? I don't know. He's missing out on 2 barrels because his board is full. Yeah, because the barrel that he creates on play is gone, and then at the beginning of turn, he's missing another barrel.
Yeah, I mean, it does look like this will be the box taking down the Misfortune, so the barrel will get to spawn, but he will be missing a barrel, like you mentioned. This is 1 fewer than he should have been at. Presto still has this Ruination, and if this ever comes out... Wait, Parlay here?
I almost like the Parlay. I mean, it's hard for me to like that because we know there's the Glimpse Beyond as well. But, I mean, this open attack is actually going to be kind of scary, or at least theoretically would be scary if he didn't have so many removal spells in hand already. But Nola basically has to say, hey, I'm not beating a certain number of removal spells. I'm just going to play as though he doesn't have them. So.
Yeah, and he's going to go in for the swing. So this is where GP acts as an Anivia. We're going to see the barrel come out here. Does extra damage because, of course, there is the barrel on the bench, but there is going to be that grasp to answer the Gangplank, and there's also a Withering Wail for more healing down the line. likely won't come out here. It could. Oh, wait, no, not enough mana. He's only on 9. So yeah, it will just be the grasp to deal with GP, but that's probably plenty for Presto to stabilize this.
Yeah, that attack traded off almost all of the board and did a whopping 1 damage. Maybe 2. Yeah, it's just, now the Anivia's leveled up, the Braum is in play. There's 1 card, or going to be 2 cards in hand for Nola. Every card that he draws is going to be super lackluster. He might as well block the Anivia there. The zap is going to die anyway. Board's going away. A Mighty Poros being generated. I think this one, Casa, is as close to wrapped up as we can possibly predict.
Yeah, this is the thing. Aggro versus, we kind of called this mid-range, but it's almost just anti-aggro, more so than it is a mid-range deck. It has so many different answers. I think when I look at the field and I see the fact that there are a fair bit of aggro lists, I think Presto is going to be feeling really good about this deck selection. Yep.
Yeah, it definitely feels like a really good meta call, and
there it is. There's nothing left for him to do. That's going to be the game, and the very first set of Fight Night Legends going over to Presto. Yep. He's going to be moving on to top 4 winners side. We do still, of course, this is double elimination, so Nolagold is not out. He still has the losers bracket to try and make a run through. So excited to see how he continues to do. The War Mothers was interesting. We saw it take a game. It found a win, and so far. The burn list, it's hard to evaluate. That was a very anti-aggro deck. That is a matchup that is going to be very hard for that list to win. But from what I've seen overall with that deck list, I do think it's quite powerful. So I am excited to see how it continues to work in the future.
Yeah, I think that if we can go deep into the deck selection analysis, but at the end of the day, I think Nola put up a good fight in a couple of matchups that were quite bad. And ironically, if it would have been switched up, if the deck choices would have been switched up by the players, I think it may have gone the other way potentially. So very interesting. This is the first time we've really seen this format. The first time that we've had the 2 deck selection. So it's new for everyone here. So I don't blame anyone for anything. The individual play in the games, I think, was fantastic by both players. Both players played to their outs. And we ended up seeing Presto, despite the trash talk from Nolagold on Twitter, take this very first set of Fight Night Legends.
Yeah, and we are going to head to a very short break here, guys. We do actually need to restart the stream to just sort out a few technical issues, but please don't go anywhere. We will be back very shortly with more Fight Night Legends. Welcome back, guys. Sorry for the delay, but we are jumping right back in with another round 1 match. This is going to be Iannogueira from IQ versus freshlobster. Now, Ian's got a very big attack here, running his aggro Bannerman list. This is going to be a Lucian Zed variation. We've seen the Brazilian players love this version of the deck, especially Sudrakon, but we see Iannogueira bringing it this time around, and Lobster playing what we just saw, the deck that Blevins will absolutely never call Brenivia. We're going to see it once again here from Fresh Lobster. Lobster and Presto, historically practice partners, good friends, and tournament dominators. Yeah. Bringing pretty much the same lineup this time around.
Yeah, and theoretically, we saw the list really sort of go exactly as planned against Nolagold in his aggressive deck. Now, Iannogueira's Zed Lucian more aggressive deck is a little bit different. It works a little bit differently in terms of its style of aggression, but it should theoretically be good for Fresh Lobster. But as we can see, a very, very thick board on the side of Iannogueira here after a couple of Bannermans and some other buffs to both Lucian and Senna.
Yeah, and it looks like this was a Rangers Resolve turn, all of these units having tough, so this is pretty brutal for Lobster right now. He's not being able to remove anything off the board. He's losing most of his board himself, dropping down to 10 HP, and when I'm looking through what he's got in hand, this Vengeance is quite nice, but the fact that it's Lucian and Senna on the board does mean that one of them's getting buffed up, and Anivia, I don't know if that's enough to really deal with this entire board.
No, both the Senna and Lucian are going to survive the Anivia attack. It's notably not going to be a leveled up Anivia, so it'll kill 2 units on the attack. But I guess he could. No, he can't. He can't even use Braum pull to kill anything here. I guess he could if he used the.
He has the take heart, right?
Yeah, it's tough.
He's got to take heart this turn. That's how I see this right now. I'm pretty sure he has to take heart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the good thing about this position is while it does seem dire, at any point if Fresh Lobster can resolve a ruination, it's going to be really good for him. The problem is that his window for being able to do that is kind of this turn. And this
it's probably why he saved mana too, actually. Instead of going for the take heart, he was probably hoping for a ruination, playing to his outs. He's like, that's how I have to win. And I can see why you're gasping now.
Yeah, it
as
is.
I have just noticed. Yep. Relentless Pursuit. It's Lucian's Relentless Pursuit. We'll note. So if this Lucian does die, that's no longer going to be a possibility. But if that does get cast, I think Lobster is in a world of hurt from this board, especially now that there's the big Cytheria the Bold on board, going to be granting Fearsome to all of these targets alongside the +1/+1. So it's looking pretty tough, pretty dire. Anivia going to help a little bit. Well, let's see. So the Anivia is going to deal some good damage, right? If Lobster decides to resolve maybe a Withering Wail off the bat and remove the Lucian, he might be in an okay spot. But if the Relentless Pursuit comes down, right now, Lobster will respond with Withering Wail. I'm quite sure.
Yeah, this is the thinnest of margins right now. And it is, of course, game 3, as you can see on the screen here. Man, there's just got to be 1,000 things going through Lobster's head. And I know Lobster, one of the best players in the world. Recently, I believe, was the first player to hit Master on EU.
I believe Lobster did get the first EU. I think that one was confirmed, that he was the first EU Master.
Yeah. First EU Master in the new patch, which again was 2 days ago. So just one of the most prolific tournament players that we've seen, period. So I know from a fact from casting Fresh Lobster for so many weeks and months now, every card in Ian Nogueira's deck is going through his mind and how he can play best around those.
Yeah, and to start things out, we're going to have no play from Ian. Just going to go for the stopping of the damage with a unit that was already going to die. I'm curious, he probably just sets up second Cytheria. Actually, he still has to be worried about Ruination.
Yeah, he can't really... I mean, because he didn't cast the Relentless Pursuit in combat, he now has to kind of worry. He can't really safely go another unit into Relentless Pursuit unless Fresh Lobster goes below 9 mana. Okay.
Oh, wow.
The Vengeance coming out is definitely good from Fresh Lobster, but we can see another Cytheria and a Relentless Pursuit played.
Yeah.
If that does happen.
We know that Vengeance is actually a very bad play, right?
Mm-hmm.
So because it would allow Ian to just basically play out his hand in Relentless Pursuit. Mm-hmm. And yes, Lobster would still be able to use the box and try and respond a little bit, but I think that would be... I wonder what Lobster's considering right now. He's probably considering exactly like Relentless Pursuit Cytheria, but it feels like the odds of that being the hand are actually quite low. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Lobster go for something like the Vengeance. It's very interesting. It's a tough spot. It's a very tough spot for Lobster.
Well, we came into the game in sort of the middle of it, so we don't know if there's been other Relentless Pursuits played. I would say probably not, and I'm looking at Ian Nogueira's deck. There are actually 3 raw Relentless Pursuits, plus at least one other Lucian, so it's actually kind of... It's not unlikely that he's on a Relentless Pursuit here, so I'm imagining Lobster figured that... Oh, maybe wasn't figuring the second Lucian based on his reaction.
I think it was probably the Cytheria that he was very much not expecting that or hoping that it wouldn't be there, right? Mm-hmm. And instead it is. And I think the reaction, like you said, is a big reaction. I think that's because I think he's like, this guy has Relentless Pursuit. Like,
Right.
it's very likely that one of these cards is Relentless Pursuit. And we know that it, of course, is very much so. But I think Lobster has the read, and he's going to see these come down. I mean, Chef's into Relentless Pursuit. This is devastating for Lobster, especially because it will be followed up by another attack from Ian,
Right.
even if Lobster can survive the first one.
Yeah, and that's in and of itself is going to be a tall order. And as we see, the only thing Lobster can do here is just block. No reaction, obviously, at 1 mana. No spells in hand that he can cast. And luckily, you know, the take heart allows Braum to be able to block, which is good. But even still, a lot of damage coming through here for Ian Nogueira.
Yeah, I mean, this is a huge board. I'm trying to look at the blocks here. I think Lobster can live this turn, but I think he's kind of doomed, actually, going into the following open attack. I'm trying to find the route in which he survives, right? And I'm not seeing it.
Well, he has to block. If he blocks Cythria, blocks... Let's say he blocks the biggest things.
He has to block
blocks
Senna.
the first 3. Yeah. He takes 7, goes to 3. If he does that, he doesn't get a Mighty Pearl from Braum. So maybe he can block the 3/4 with Braum and then block 13. He would take.
No, that's
can't
10.
Do that. That does 10. So he has to block.
I think
the 3
he.
biggest.
Yeah, I actually think I think he loses. I think that this is the open attack. Actually, that just the next swing from Ian is actually unbeatable. I don't think that Lobster has a draw even if he could pick the hand that he wanted.
Right.
I actually don't know if he could survive.
He basically has to hope that. Oh,
It's solution level up as well. Like
the
it's
raw Lucian level up. Wow. He basically has to hope that that Ian Nogueira casts another spell so that he can get value off of the Withering Wail, but it's just not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, and even the War Chefs onto the Cythria, yeah, that's just going to do it. And Ian's going to move on to face Presto in the next round in that top 4 bracket. But I believe on the other side, some more results. We'll go ahead and get the bracket when we can, but some other results that have come in. Winding God takes down Cephalopod 2-1. Hyped takes down Sudrakon 2-0. So the next round, I believe we're going to jump over to Hyped versus Winding God when we come back. But how do you feel about this first round of games? It's been super exciting.
Yeah, super exciting. I mean, we saw there was only 1-2-0 and we caught it. It was off camera. It was Hyped versus Sudrakon here. The Cephalopod Winding God match was 2-1. We saw both of the other 2-1. So super close. And when we come back, we're going to have Hyped, who's one of the just a huge name in CCGs and in esports in general for Team Liquid, going against arguably the best player, if not the most prolific tournament player that we've seen in the NA region, Winding God. It's going to be a crazy one coming up.
Yeah, we've got a crazy match coming up and the crazy rest of the tournament. So please don't go anywhere, but we will be right back with round 2 after a very short break. Welcome back to GiantSlayerTV's Fight Night Legends. We've been having an amazing time here casting the first couple of games of the tournament so far. We saw Presto taking down Nolagold. We saw Ian Nogueira taking down Fresh Lobster. But on this upcoming game, we're going to be checking in with one of my personal favorite players, one of the best players in North America, Winding God. I am very, very excited to see him. It's going to be Winding God versus Hyped. And not to, I hyped up Winding God, but not to undersell Hyped whatsoever. Yeah. Hyped has been a multi-game powerhouse over multiple genres as well. So really excited to see him here today taking on Winding God. Can he dethrone the monster that is Winding God? I mean, that's going to be the question. I mean, what do you think, Blevins? Do you think Hype's got a good shot to take it to Winding God here?
So here's the thing about Winding God. Winding God, generally, if he's making it to a day 2 or a top cut, as we call them, he's, I think, heavily favored to take down the event. And we've seen Winding God maybe peter out in the early rounds of tournaments before. But here's the thing about this format, Casa. They all automatically got invited into top 8. So we've yet to see if that can stop Winding God. But yes, Winding God, has really, over the course of the weeks and months that we've been casting him, really sort of changed how the game is played and the strategy that goes into it and just the incremental advantages. And it's going to be a crazy match. I don't know if we've ever seen this matchup before, Hyped versus Winding God. I don't think I've ever casted. I don't know if you've caught it in pool play before, Casa.
You know, it's not one that I recall. I feel as though it's likely that this showdown has happened, but I'm not sure that there's been one where it's like in a top cut and it's really hyped up. Mm-hmm. So I'm not entirely sure exactly how this is gonna go down, but let's go ahead and just, you know, check out. Let's check out those player cards. You know, we had those amazing player cards made. Let's go ahead and check out the one for Hyped here. You know, Hyped coming in, one of our North American representatives from the United States. We have people from a bunch of different countries coming in, and Hyped, of course, another player who has been extremely strong on the PNZ Ionia list. If we look at the Mobalytics leaderboards and the brackets the leaderboards for that, we know that Hyped actually is one of the most prolific on that region combination, and that's due to Ezreal Karma and Vimer, which Hyped has brought today. One of two players who brought Vimer, and I wonder if you can guess who the other player that brought Vimer is, Blevins.
Well, I don't need to guess because I can look at the deck lists. It is, in fact, Winding God, who is known for just, you know what? I'm just going to play the best decks. He's not necessarily a deck innovator, but he plays the decks so well. And as you can see here, favorite archetype is mid-range. I mean, all these players just absolutely dominated the Masters ladder. But we're taking a look here. This is that Vimer deck that we just alluded to. Pretty standard, nothing too crazy if you're familiar with the list, but it's a very strong deck that uses Vi in the mid game. A lot of these elusive units to get chip damage in, Claws of the Dragon to gum up the board, and then the flurry of spells that are good on their own. But you know what, Casanova? They're even better when they're making the little mechs that Heimerdinger spawns out as well.
Yeah, interestingly, this is going to be Winding God's version of Vimer that we have up on screen for you. Hype's version is barely different. Just the quick notes on that. It's going to be +1 Spirit's Refuge, -2 Static Shock. And I believe those are all the changes that I'm seeing here. Oh, +1 Thermogenic Beam for Hype. There it is. Okay. So those are the changes between the two. Extremely similar. So I am excited to see how that plays out between the two competitors. I think they are both incredibly strong players. And Winding God, you know, notably 4 DOR finals in a row. He won 3 of them. He won 3 in a row. Absolutely insane player. He is so incredibly consistent. I've talked about the anecdote of Winding God on the ladder in the past, where you would see the Chinese characters, you would see the Ash Noxus deck queued up, which coincidentally happens to be the second deck that Winding God has brought.
Yep.
And you would know that you were in for trouble.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's a deck that we've seen him just pilot to absolute perfection multiple times across multiple weeks. But you mentioned him being insane. You want to know something else that's insane, Casanova?
What's insane?
Juked.gg, who's sponsoring a Fight Night Legends for Legends of Runeterra tonight. You can use the !legend command to get more information there on Juked. You can actually also, if you like, I mean, we're going to be casting this match, but if you wanted to see another player, or if you have a favorite player that you want to check out, you can look at all of the player perspectives over at Juked, as well as our cast there as well. So !legends in chat, and you can check them out.
Absolutely. And we absolutely debated our production there, as we mentioned the Ash Nox deck, and then just completely segued away from it. But let's go ahead and get that back up on the screen for a second. Let's just take a look at it and break it down.
Hey, there's one thing I can do. It is promote the sponsors of the stream, but I can also talk about Ash Noxus as well.
Yeah, and Ash Nox, this is a deck that we've seen a lot from Winding God. And funny enough, when I saw this submitted, I got a little concerned once again, because the last time that we saw Winding God actually get knocked out in top 16, which was after his 4 in a row run, It was because he brought Reckless Treferian in an Ash Nox deck, and it very much underperformed. Now, the idea of Reckless Treferian is that it is another card that you can play proactively that will enable your Assessor to draw more cards. So theoretically in the deck, it does feel like it could have a place. We did just see in the time that it was run, it felt very underwhelming. It felt like it was one of the catalysts in Winding God actually getting knocked out. It does help enable these reckonings, helps enable the Assessor. I guess problematically, it's something that gets drawn off your Babbling Bjerg, which can deny a Hearthguard or an Ash draw.
True.
But I don't know if I'm a fan of the deck, and I'm interested to see if once again it will cause problems for Winding God.
Yeah, there's two schools of thought when it comes to this deck and bringing it to a tournament like this. The first is, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? We've seen Winding God have such success with this deck over the weeks. Just bring it. But the other school of thought is, we've got a brand new meta. There's got to be something. There's got to be some changes that are warranted for this deck, right? So we're gonna see, which of these schools of thought actually ends up victorious here once we get into this match, which should be coming up rather soon.
Yeah, and while we're waiting for this, why don't we go ahead and talk about Hype's second deck as well?
Yeah.
This is another one that was very much based on balance changes from the most recent patch.
Yep.
We actually are going to see Nox Allegiance. It's going to be that Basilisk Rider, which did receive a 1 toughness buff, alongside Darius, whose level up form did get a 1 toughness buff as well. But the way we've been seeing this Allegiance is actually with 3x Harrowing, which also received a buff in this patch, going from 10 mana to 9. The idea being, you get these big overwhelm units on board, you swing in, you get your opponent very low, and they die. And then once they've died, you play that Harrowing, and you finish off the game with a huge board of overwhelm units.
Yeah, it's like all of the units are doing some amount of damage, right? You've got the early game curve, which is pretty standard. You've got the 1-2 combo, the Imperial Demolitionist and Crimson Disciple, and then everything else is, for lack of a better term, just a different form of decimate, right? Like Kato is giving stuff overwhelm. Darius is a big decimate, and also second Darius is literally decimate. You've got actual decimate in here, and you don't care if the units die. The Iron Ballista also doing the same a decimate impression. You don't care if they die because of those Harrowings, which is going to bring back a bunch more decimates. It's the Draven Darius Decimate Destruction deck. There we go. I just came up. It's the quad.
That's the new name.
D. That's
Quadruple
the new name.
D is the new name of the deck.
I came up with that on the spot, and it's still better than Bronivia. Just putting it out there. That name's garbage. The more I think about it, the worse that name is. The Quad D Destruction is certainly interesting because it's a deck that, like you said, it got a 1 health buff here, a 1 health buff there, a 1 mana buff on another card, and nothing else was changed. These cards all existed in basically the same form right before this, and this deck just didn't exist, or at least it didn't exist at high level play. And we're seeing Hyped bring it here. So I'm very interested to see how this deck plays out.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Hyped with the 2-0 in the first round. We didn't get to see how that happened, but that does mean that this deck did not drop any games. Does mean that it did win the very first time that it was played. And just looking at it, it does seem like a very powerful list. Hyped someone, however, I hasn't really been known to bring aggro. This is kind of out of character for Hyped. Of course, the Weimer makes perfect sense. That's very on brand with how Hyped likes to play that PNZ Ionia. I would never expect him to bring not a PNZ Ionia list. I pretty much expect that to be there every time when I think about Hyped. But this time around, running a Nox Shadow Isles aggressive list, I think it's very cool to see him kind of, I don't know if it's quite stepping out of his comfort zone, but more just stepping into a different zone of play for tournament, because I'm sure he's played plenty of aggro lists on ladder, but this is a little bit different. We haven't seen him. We never would have expected to see Hyped with like a burn deck going into a tournament.
Well, when we looked at Hype's player card, it said his favorite genre is combo, right? So, Ionia PNZ is very much suited for combo. And if you really are creative with how you think about it, this is kind of a combo deck. The combo just happens to be a lot of big overwhelm units and damage to your opponent's face. That's kind of like a combo deck in a sense. You're just assembling these pieces. It's just all the pieces do the same exact thing. And then you play Harrowing, which is your combo card. And I mean, maybe I'm stretching here. But I do think that this is an interesting deck because it does feel very, very aggressive, but it's not in the same way that the Iannogueira Lucian deck was aggressive, and it's not in the same way that the Nolagold Noxus Bilgewater deck was aggressive either. There's 3 different decks which would all maybe be classified as aggressive, but they all end up playing out very differently, which is extremely interesting, and I think just speaks to the complexity and the just the, I don't know, greatness of Legends of Runeterra. Maybe we're biased as we're casting an event for it, but
you know who this deck reminds me of, and for newer players this might be a bit of a deep cut because he hasn't been super active streaming or anything like that. This deck reminds me a lot of Earlmeister and his Sporksman, and just playing a bunch of big units and sending them in without much regard for what's going on the rest of the board, because he'll slowly just overwhelm you. And I think that this deck very much feels like something that Earl would have made or would have brought to a tournament. So this is very, very cool to see. For me, as someone who played a ton in open beta where Earl was definitely playing a lot more, and you queue up and you'd see his name and he's like, okay, well, I got to get ready for a flood of units coming at my face. So it's always fun to see some of these kind of the spirit of his play is in this deck. And definitely Hype's going to be bringing some Smorksmen to the table to slam onto the board this time around, going up against Whining God. When we look at who might be favored, I mean, just based on lineup, where would you place this? Seeing as how they do both have Vimer, that is just going to be set in stone. They're both going to have that one. What do you feel about the rest of this lineup? That's going to be that Ash Nox versus this Darius Draven.
Yeah, I'm just not. I don't know what that matchup looks like. I mean, here's the thing: the Ash Noxus deck is very. It kind of feels the same, right? Like you're playing a lot of giant units, but you're playing a lot of giant units to start. But the difference is the Ash Noxus deck is not overwhelming you in damage over time like the other deck is. It's building up a big board, controlling the board, and then winning in one strike with Ash. So it'll be very interesting to see how that matchup plays out, but we might not even see it as this we are going to see the mono or the Noxus Allegiance deck come out, but it's going up against Winding God's Vimer.
Yeah, so this has to be Hyped favored, right? So this is like a very aggressive list going against Vimer, who can struggle in the early game. We do see a Thermal Beam, so that's a great pickup for Winding God. That's actually huge for him to have early on here. He does have a Mystic Shot, Static Shock, so he's got some ways to answer, and we're going to see that Thermal Beam snap off on one drop. Yeah.
Yeah, snap it off on the one drop. What's notable is that the Basilisk Rider actually dodges a lot of the removal that Winding God can throw out here.
Yeah. Interestingly, so I was talking with Sho, another really great tournament and ladder player, about the Basilisk Rider change. And he was saying that one of the things that it does for Nox is it actually gives a target that people need to hold Thermo Beam for. And that means that your one drops can be safer. And in this scenario, we see that Winding God says, screw it, I'm going to still use this Thermo Beam. But it does mean that if Hyped gets these Riders down, they're actually going to do very well against Winding God's deck, because he won't have that Thermo Beam to deal with it. So this is a 6-4. Now, Winding God, he's got double Mystic, but I mean, that's not amazing. That doesn't feel great. He might want to just trade off this Solitary Monk and go for the Static Shock onto the 2/1s. Yeah,
it's precarious. I mean, the next few turns are going to be very, very precarious. Actually, the Transfusion could absolutely blow this out too. If that happens, if he goes for the double Mystic Shot, that could be insane for Hyped here, because not only does the Transfusion save the Basilisk Rider, but will also push 2 more damage because of Overwhelm.
Yeah, that would be very, very scary for Winding God, I feel. And this Transfusion's still going to look pretty good here, just to keep the Legion Saboteur alive and allow that extra damage to be pushed. But of course, I prefer this line that Winding God took. He can even go for this Mystic Shot to answer it. So this is all looking pretty great for Winding God. He definitely had the right read here, made probably the best line, and is going to be able to keep himself a little bit healthier. But still, this Basilisk Rider, like we talked, it's overwhelmed. Like, it's still pushing 3. He's down to 12. There's double D in the hand. 2 Darius is down for the dunks, and they're about to hit the board and do a lot of damage. But the Basilisk Rider's just got to push him into that line of fire under the 10 HP threshold for the Darius, and he doesn't even need the Basilisk Rider anymore to get him there. He can just decimate this turn for the double Darius to come down to dunk the rest of the damage onto Winding God.
There wasn't enough D's in that sentence. Enough. You're gonna have to work on that.
Do I need to try again on that one, or how?
No, you got to do it naturally. You'll get your chance, but I mean the stick in the spokes of this bike for hyped. I'm going deep here. Is that Will of Ionia, because Darius, yes, can do a ton of damage, but doesn't do that much damage if he gets Sir William of Ionia back to hand.
Yeah, I mean, Sir William of Ionia is the only knight that can defend against the hand of Noxus. He does send Darius back to hand, stops that 6 mana swing from Hyped, and it does make the Decimate feel quite a bit worse for Hyped on this turn if he considers Sir William. But I still personally think that this is the best line. As an aggro player myself, I do feel that the Decimate is kind of your best line if you're Hyped, and still going for the Darius, the level Darius on the board, it's going to get hurt quite a bit by this Will of Ionia. Like, this sucks for Hype. This is really, really rough spot. Yeah. But I feel it's his best line.
Yeah, notably, so that is going to happen. He doesn't really have another play, right? So I want to take a look at last turn. We know, because of how Winding God plays, if Hyped would have passed there and waited for the Vi to attack, there's a really, really good chance that Winding God just says, yeah, I'm not attacking. I'm going to eat your turn. Yeah. I think that happens almost every single time there. Notably here,
I think it's game, right? Open attack plus the Flash of Brilliance, open attack with the Twin Disciplines buffing the attack. That should just be...
Oh yeah, no interaction. Okay, well, my analysis for Hyped is going to have a really good next turn is going to be moot, because Vi is just going to end it.
Yeah, so Hype didn't quite have enough steam. I mean, realistically, he just lost to the single card Will of Ionia here, because if he was able to stick that Darius, it would trade off with the Vi, and then he just plays like another Darius, and then plays Harrowing, and then ends the game. So Will of Ionia being picked up by Winding God was a huge factor in how this game panned out. And I do think that this hurts Hype's chances quite a bit in this series. Not being able to find the win with the aggro list is now going to put it in what maybe would be a worse matchup than the Vimer deck. But I still feel like it does have some game against Ash Nox, and Hype's going to go ahead and lead with his own Vimer to start things off. Anyway, he's got a Flash of Brilliance for the turn 5, so might look good if he can find Heimer.
Yeah, I mean, Vimer has got game against a lot of stuff. I mean, like you mentioned, I think that was the best shot. I think Hype had the best matchup he could have asked for. It's just Winding God had a lot of early removal for the early threats, and then the Will of Ionia for that Darius really just cut him off at the knees, unfortunately. But I think, this is going to answer the question. Is this Ash Noxus deck actually legit? Is it still good? There's basically no changes made after the patch. Is it still good enough to contend with some of the newer decks as well as the mainstay of Vimer? So, well, we'll have to see. Yeah,
what I will say is I actually do think that oh wow, I'm forgetting a card name. Oh no, the Reckless Trifarian. The Reckless Trifarian. I've got it. We found it. No worries, chat. Everything's okay, guys. The Reckless Trifarian is actually quite good in this matchup. This is one of the matchups where this card does have a ton of game, because it's going up against a deck that is constantly on the defensive. So the fact that it can't block doesn't matter. You just have a big unit for 3. It feels very, very good for Winding God. And he picks one up early. These Glory Seekers are great because Hyped isn't running Static Shocks. So the 5-1 stat line is just as good as a 5-2 stat line.
Yeah, Glory Seeker is surprisingly good against a Vimer deck because of the way that Hype built it. I mean, I don't hate the call to not have Static Shocks. I think it's maybe not the best card right now, or it's debatable because there's a lot of Noxus variations in the meta right now. But yeah, the Reckless Trifarian, very good here. The Glory Seeker also very, very strong here. And Hype has a couple of options here, but none of them feel really great.
Yeah, I mean, this block is like you said, it just doesn't feel good, right? I mean, he can go for like a Twin Disciplines to help the block be a little bit better, but I mean, it's definitely brutal in this scenario, and he's probably considering just taking the 5, and he's kind of praying for a Heimer draw on the next 2 turns because he's got the double flash. Like, he's got great plays if he can find Heimerdinger, but he's just not there yet. And it's going to be tough as Winding God continues to flood the board with Hyped not really having any answers.
Yeah, and Hyped having to play just paying the full price for Claws of the Dragon is it's just unacceptable. I would rather lose, I think, than pay 2 mana for my Claws of the Dragon. I just, it's just not a thing I'm in the market for. But with that said, Hype comes in with his Claw that's already in play. It's going to eat up an Omen Hawk, which is not the most relevant, but it's something. And even though we talked about Hype being pretty far behind, he's still at a kind of healthy life total. The problem is that the size of Winding God's board makes that kind of healthy life total 0 very quickly.
Yeah, I will say that if Hyped does find this Heimerdinger, he's actually still in a great spot. He has the Will of Ionia to stall out for an additional turn here, and he's on double flash. The second this Heimer comes down, the game is completely flipped on its head, and suddenly Hyped has a huge advantage. So I certainly would not be counting Hyped out in this scenario. He wants to get that Claw out. I think this is a reasonable play because he's not on the Heimer yet, and he still has great game for a Heimerdinger because he's got Flash of Brilliance and Twin Disciplines. Vi, this is good too. Like, we take this, right? Like, this is, second best to getting a Heimerdinger off the top here would probably be this Vi.
Yeah, and it's certainly going to be survive and also protect the Vi now. Going to slowly hope to chip away at Winding God's board, but as we see in Winding God's hand, that Ash can come out with the harsh winds at pretty much any point in the game and just end it on the spot. So even with the Vi, I think Hype really, really crossing his fingers for a Heimer sooner rather than later.
I am actually pretty curious about how Hyped feels about specifically the Static Shock cut, just because of how many instances in this one game it's been like, wow,
like
Static Shock would have been so good. Like, so insanely good. But also at the same time, there's probably a million matches that he'll have where the Static Shocks might have been dead cards or not great in general. Right. So I wonder how much you can even think about that when you're playing a match like this. Probably not much. It's probably not something you can really consider.
Hyped is a very disciplined player, and I think that he probably doesn't factor that in too much, or at least he shouldn't. And I think he knows that. So the Ritual of Renewal getting played, gonna reset the life total quite a bit for Hype. So that was actually a very relevant draw. He gets a Thermo Beam as well, which can help. Could actually kill the Reckless Trifarian now if he wanted to.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think that might be a reasonable play. I'm curious what he wants to hold the beam for if he doesn't use it now, because it really will be a plan. I'm sure if Hype doesn't play it now, he has an exact card in mind that he wants to be holding this for.
Right. Yeah, because it gets very clunky at this point in the game, because he has to, you can't open with it or else your whole turn gets wiped, and then you will, in a lot of cases, just lose if that happens. And then it's like, well, I want to play my Vi first and then mix in the Thermo Beam. It has to be the last thing you play each turn for it to get the most value, and that's just not a spot that Hype is in right now in this game. So I really like the 1 mana Thermo Beam there.
Yeah, I agree. I think I'm a fan of that line. I think that there's probably the consideration for that thermo beam was like, okay, we're going into turn 6. That's like Sejuani turn, and I'll have 6 mana for this to come down, so that could be quite good. But also, it's a defensive turn for Winding God, so he'll probably hold on to his Sejuani and develop other units, and then play the Sejuani on the next turn. So you go down this whole rabbit hole of like, well, can I keep holding on to this, or do I need to just use it now? And he decides to just use it now. So I think that's completely reasonable. He's going to go for the Vi, not going to be able to utilize the challenge on this turn, but the Sejuani comes down to answer it. So now Hyped is kind of in a spot where he can start to try and play defense with this Vi.
Yeah, he can try to play defense with the Vi, but it's only able to block 1 unit. It also now no longer survives a 5 health unit. So that Vi and the Enraged Yeti are going to be able to get in with impunity right now. So I'm wondering if the Spirit's Refuge might come out. That could be huge, although you don't probably wants to wait another turn so that he'll actually gain a bigger amount of health. There's a lot of options for Hyped here.
Yeah, decides to go for the pass. It looks like most of his plays are reactive, so this makes sense. He's just kind of waiting to see.
Yeah, and he's hovering over Flash of Brilliance, perhaps just what am I going to get? How can I, I want more information. I need some more ammo right now because as it stands, I can protect this Vi relatively well, and I can maybe deal with one other unit, but it is just
okay.
It's clunky.
So that pull is like great, but also I don't know if you can ever play it.
He's very far from home. Progress Day is like a couple weeks out for Hyped, and his rent is due tomorrow. So I don't know if he's gonna make it to Progress Day. Winding God is collecting today.
Are you saying he needs a Progress Day loan? He's gonna need one.
He needs a Progress Day loan, and he needed it yesterday. Yeah, it does look very tough in this spot specifically for Hyped. I'm trying to find the exact kind of line again where it feels good for Hyped in this scenario. I do feel like it really looks like it's going to be a Spirit's Refuge plus another pump card, potentially to just try and clear away this Sejuani. The big problem is that there's 6 mana for Winding God, and we know that this Harsh Winds is just on deck. So realistically, Hyped has some answers here that he can start to play, but the second he plays them, he's just going to get hit with that Harsh Winds, and it's going to be a bit of a blowout. Yeah, there's... Okay,
this doesn't get you blown out.
This doesn't get blown out, but it's also, like, not great. And honestly, Winding God can just say, okay, you could... Yeah, he didn't even... I don't even think he needed to cast Harsh Winds there. The Harsh Winds is just a huge tempo swing for Winding God here. So going to get a bunch of damage in, nothing lost on his board. And the just survival Will of Ionia is really where you want to be if you are... if you're Winding God here. Hyped definitely on the back foot quite a bit here. Grasping at straws with the Deep Meditation.
Okay, so Deep Med does get a decent pickup for the Mystic Shot, can remove the Glory Seeker. I'm actually curious on that last turn, what did you think of Ash? Did you think that instead of the Harsh Winds, just developing Ash and trying to set up for a future turn was good? Or maybe because it's going into Hype's attacking turn, it felt a lot worse because maybe the Vi just deals with the Ash?
Vi deals with Ash. Hyped had a lot of mana, and we can see multiple get excited, so I'm imagining... Winding God is also considering that. The Ash, unfortunately, when it's not buffed, it's just too much of a liability unless you have it either very guaranteed that it's not going to die, or if it doesn't matter if it dies. And there, it would have just been... I think it would have turned a very tempo positive turn for Winding God into a just kind of a medium turn, which is Winding God's he's not in the business of medium turns. He's in the business of winning turns. And
yeah, this is I I mean, this is looking really good for Winding God. He has an open line to just play this Ashe. No mana for Hyped, so no worry of getting taken out by a Gotcha or a Get Excited. And we know Hyped's got 2 Get Excited. It looks like this is going to be, oh, wow, Sejuani going to come down once again. The Will of Ionia has stalled it out a little bit, but even though Hyped had the potential for the big lifesteal on this turn with the Spirit's Refuge to try and bring him back, it's just not going to be the case. There's too many phrases. The Vulnerable going to pull him to his side. Does Hyped have a spot where he can get back in? Maybe the, let's see, Get Excited onto Ashe right now is kind of the only way. No, it looks like
I think Hyped found the correct line.
Yeah, he found the line. He found the escape button and he found the surrender. He realized that there wasn't a way back in. Just he realized it quicker than I did, that there was 0 ways for him to survive there. And that's going to be Winding God taking it 2-0 over Hyped. I mean, that was impressive from Winding God. It did feel like Hyped, couldn't quite find the draws that he needed. But end of the day, I mean, Winding God just really well done. And he's going to move on to that winner's final.
Mm-hmm. Hey, well, our question was answered. Do you need to fix a deck that has proven success when there's a new patch? Answer, no. It's still just fine. You're still doing, I mean, very straightforward deck that Ashe Noxus. It's just very good mid-range deck. Plays a lot of very strong threats and just it out-tempos you. It doesn't do anything too fancy. It's like, hey, I'm just going to play 3 mana 5 power. I'm going to play 2 mana 5 power. I'm going to buff my units. I'm going to get some really good trades with Harsh Winds and took it down. It was just the whole game after like the second or third turn just felt like Hyped was on the back foot the entire time. And that's the way that you can beat those Vimer decks. If Vimer gets ahead of you on board, then you're struggling. You feel like, their foot is on your neck. But when it's the other way around, the Vimer deck doesn't really have a lot of good ways to come back.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to see kind of the continuation of this fight, the continuation of Winding God's journey through this bracket, playing some of these older decks in just a moment, because he will be moving on to the winner's final, playing the winner of Presto versus Ian And we'll be back with more matches following a quick 5-minute break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon with more Fight Night Legends. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends. We're jumping right back in with a game going on in the losers bracket. We have Fresh Lobster versus Nolagold. This is another War Mothers versus Ezreal Karma matchup. One of those matchups that we were saying early on is one of those 20%ers, but I did catch a little bit of this while we were on break, and Nolagold did get that War Mother's call down very early in this. He just kind of YOLO'd it, and he got that thing down, and he's been putting a ton of pressure on Lobster, who has not found an Ezreal. So this might be in that 20% category that we talked about earlier. It's just going to depend how close Lobster is to this level up, and if he can get the Karma Ez down on board.
Hey, wait, this is what we called. This was the line for Nolagold to actually be able to find the win, and it's looking like it could possibly happen. We're looking. Fresh Lobster's at a relatively low life total. The board is going to be filled up every turn, and we look at Lobster's hand. There's Get Excited, Will of Ionias, which are great in theory, and 3 whole Karmas as well. Great in theory, but they're 1-for-1 removal at best, and that's in the best case scenario, as we see. 5 health, 6 health, 8 health. They're not actually even 1-for-1 removals. They're actually just not removal spells at all anymore. Lobster is going to have to try to get that Exodia, that checkmate like Presto did, and just cast a bunch of Get Exciteds and Mystic Shots uninteractable against Nolagold. And I don't know. It's gonna be very, very close as to whether or not he can do it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. He's 1 card away, right? He just needs that Mystic Shot, and then he needs to establish a Karma on the board, and he's got it. So we'll see if he can find that pickup. I mean, this series is 1-1. This is match point between the two of them. This is tournament point for these two players. A lot of tournaments, we wouldn't be, we would feel like tournament point between Lobster and Nolagold. This is insane. This is like, I can't believe that one of them is going out here. But because of how stacked this roster is for this tournament, it's like, yeah, Fresh Lobster and Nolagold is packing it up after this game, and that's going to happen.
In the losers bracket, no less.
In the losers bracket, and we've got a ton more amazing matchups and players left. But Lobster, he's going to have to just establish a Karma, and he's going to have to hope that he can find the rest of the damage that he needs.
Mm-hmm. I mean, as we can see here, the Karma's not going to die this turn. So if he can draw a Mystic Shot, I think that's actually just game, or even another Get Excited. Right? 3/6 does. No, I don't think the Static Shock does it, right? That's only 2 damage.
Is that a mana issue? Oh no, it's 2 damage. No, because it's exactly 20 with the double Mystic.
Right. So it needs to be Mystic Shot or better. Yeah, so Mystic Shot or Get Excited here would actually do it. Again,
find it with these Karma spells too.
He could. The problem is that it actually it would potentially fill his hand up too much.
Mushroom?
Oh,
do you mushroom this turn?
Oh, you could. Well, the mushrooms don't really do anything, right? Because as we can see, Nolagold has healing that he can do. So it just needs to be the 20 all in one turn. Healing is irrelevant for Nolagold, and in the same vein, dealing incremental damage is also useless.
Okay, well, there's a mushroom.
There it is.
Huge mushroom off the top. So, okay, so we do know Lobster can deal lethal damage theoretically on this turn, right? If there's no healing. Mm-hmm. We also know that there is healing. Is there a way for Lobster to completely fill the stack, however, so that Nolagold cannot play healing? No, because he has Catalyst. Okay, so next place we go from here is, can Lobster just draw into what he needs with potentially the Static Shock?
Yeah, that has to be the line here. The other thing is we can see there is a way for Nolagold to answer this Karma with Grasp plus Vile Feast, but there's 2 more Karmas in hand for Lobster. So the good thing is that this is Lobster's attacking turn, so he doesn't actually need to kill Nolagold on this turn if he can end the turn with a Karma in play.
Right. That is the key here, is getting that Karma in play, having it stick to the board. And Nola is probably considering removal of this Karma right now. Looks like that is going to be both cards hovered over, and the stack is too full for Lobster to go for any kind of all-in here. Also, he only has 16, so he couldn't do it anyway.
Yeah, not enough, because the last 2 points of damage are going to go. The last 2 points of damage that the Static Shocks are dealing are going to go after the healing anyhow. So doesn't have the ability to do that. Here's the thing. He kind of has to just let this happen and play Karma, and then because there's no way he's surviving the open attack, right? Like that's just a 0%.
He has 2 draws, and so if he finds Ezreal, he's on 9 mana, so he can play Ezreal Karma. Is he on 10 cards? Or does he draw? Okay, he draws this. So he doesn't draw the Ezreal. Wow. Yeah,
we've seen this matchup twice and seen 0 Ezreals in both of them so far.
Yeah, I can't believe this. Like we've almost hit our 20% zone twice now, where there's no Ezreal draws. And that makes it a lot harder for this Ezreal Karma deck. But generally, I mean, it's not hard to find one Ezreal. You draw so many cards when you play this deck.
Yeah, and I think here, Fresh Lobster's just on the I play Karma, I bank 3 mana, and I roll the dice. I've drawn a bunch of cards already. Well, let's see. He needs 3, 6, 7, 8. He needs 10 mana to cast the combo. 11 if he does 3 Get Exciteds. And he'll have 12 available. I wonder if he's hedging to potentially just block this turn. That's a possibility. Gotcha doesn't do it. Block.
Yeah. Can he survive?
7. He can block the first 3 and he'll take 2 down to 4. I don't think so. He might be able to survive with. Okay, the Concussive Palm might change things.
Right. Concussive Palm can stop one of these attackers, right? So it gives Guaranteed taking 2 from Anivia. Concussive Palm can stop 6. Will can stop another. He has to stop 3 attackers right now. So he'll have to use Gotcha, Concussive Palm, and Will of Ionia, but he can live.
But does Gotcha... Oh, because of Karma, obviously.
Right. Of course, the Karma doubling it. And then Concussive Palm. I mean, this is living.
Survives. That's huge. And
he just needs more draws. Like, he's almost there. Like, there's no way.
Wow.
I say to actively cast a Cursed Lobster, there's no way he doesn't draw into either the Burn or the Ezreal.
Well, you never know. So we do see Nolagold does have the answer for this Karma because the Grasp will kill it after the Anivia wind, right? But we see another Karma in hand for Fresh Lobster. So he's going to be in the same spot. He actually has a lot of extra draws here. This turn bought him a ton of time.
Yeah, I mean, it really did. He's got a lot of things to work with at this point. It looks like his Karma will get taken down by the Grasp. He's going to have to deal 20 damage once again. But he's got another Karma to play. He's still got some game here. He's still got some things to do. Oh, man.
Right.
You know what's really interesting here, though, is Nolagold has this Ruination. So if on this next turn, Lobster develops Karma and Ezreal, they would just get ruinated.
You're right. You're absolutely correct. And that's not going to do it. That does nothing. If Fresh Lobster plays Karma, which he has to, right, to try to win, Nolagold can just say, yeah, I don't really need this board, do I? And can Ruination, and then there's 0 Karmas left. There's 0 Karmas left in the deck. How is he ever going to deal 20 without Karma or Ezreal? Even the raw Ezreal isn't even that good without the Karma.
9 puff caps could add 10 more. Don't think that's getting you there.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I think he's trying to calc out like, hey, can I make Nola draw 4 puff caps? There's the Ezreal.
There's Ezreal, but now not enough mana to play the Karma and the Ezreal.
It's too late. It's just 1 card too late.
Do you? Oh, man, which does? Yeah, I mean, Karma's going to do just a ton more, right? But it's still not even enough. Do you? I mean, I guess attack with Shadow Assassin and put into 18. I mean, we know that the incremental damage doesn't matter because there's 6 healing in Nolagold's hand. I feel like he has to just play Karma, hope that the Ruination doesn't come down, and then hope for the burn spell. It's got to be, right? What else is there? Ezreal to play your own, to just generate a Mystic Shot, maybe, and then hope for no open attack. Can he survive? There's no way he survives, right?
Yeah, because Anivia already does 2, so just anything has to get through. I think. Wow, even an emote from Nolagold, the thinking emote, the Quinn Think.
I love that emote, by the way.
Nolagold's realizing that, hey, maybe Lobster, not being able to find an Ezreal might not be able to find the win.
I will say, though, if I'm playing against Fresh Lobster, even if I can prove it to myself that I have this in the bag, I'm still shaking because you always somehow think that your opponent's going to have it. And especially a player like Fresh Lobster, you just assume they're going to have it, right? Even if I can't think of what it is, I still assume they have it. So 5, 10, 14 damage, 16 if he plays the puff cap is what he can scrounge together. That's not 20, Casa.
Yeah, it's not there. It's not 20. And he needs the full 20.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, Lobster's deciding on like the attack here, trying to figure out what he can find. He does have the single Mystic Shot left in the deck. We can see him looking through his tracker right now.
I mean, if he attacks, He can do 2-4. He can actually, the incremental damage could actually matter if he attacks here, because he can do 2-4, and then another 4 would be 8, put him to 12. Nola only gains 6. Interesting. I wonder, is Lobster just saying, okay, I'm going to try to... I mean, he's just dead, right?
Yeah, I guess he was going to try and live, but he can't get there unless I'm just grossly miscalculating this, but I'm pretty sure that he just doesn't get there.
And this isn't lethal, right? Was he just...
No, it's off. Think that's it. Yeah. That's just going to do it. He doesn't... I don't think that these spells can actually keep him alive without the karma on board. And
no, I mean, there's no answer to the Trinity.
Nola's in the 20% zone. He found it.
Wow. Insane.
Yeah, and the Shen emote coming down from Nolagold, I think he realizes that there's probably not a combination of cards that Lobster could be sitting on to save him. And Nola's going to stay in. Lobster going to be knocked out of Fight Night Legends early. 0-2.
That is insane. But I mean, when we look at the just the cast that we invited to this tournament, cast, I mean, anyone getting knocked out 0-2, obviously you're upset, but man, is this tournament stacked.
Yeah, I believe there is a total of 7 tournament wins between the two players that went 0-2. So really, he's going out in good company, and there's some incredible players showing just the quality of players that we have this week for Fight Night. I mean, you know, like you said, anybody could have gone out. It doesn't actually change too much. It's definitely really good to see. But I was just getting word that we're actually going to go straight into the winners finals match. We're going to go ahead and check in and see who this is going to be. If you take a look at the bracket, you would have seen that it is Presto versus Winding God. Presto from the UK, Winding God from China, going up against each other here in the winners bracket final. Right. This is a match. This is a very exciting match.
Yeah, I mean, we saw both of these players just play just absolutely pristine in the matches that we've seen already. We just saw Winding God come off of a 2-0 versus Hyped after a 2-1 versus Cephalopod before, and we of course watched Presto in the opening match take out Nolagold, who we just saw win, and then beat iannogueira, who we saw the tail end of his match. So, man, I mean, every single match in this tournament is like one that we would be, you know, smacking our lips like, ooh, we get to see a crazy good, a crazy hype matchup. But every single match in this event so far, and just every match possible, is a slobber knocker, as they say.
Yeah. I will say, Presto. I talked to Presto a little bit before the tournament, and you know, when everything was leading up, we were sending out light invites to players, and he was asking me who was in there, and when I told him that Winding God was playing, he was so excited. He wanted a shot to play against Winding God. I believe he's played against Winding God one time previously in bracket, and he said he felt like it was one of the hardest matchups he's ever had to play. He feels like Winding God pushes him to the limit, and we get to see it once again. I mean, Presto, Winding God, both going to be firing on all cylinders here. I'm really, really excited for this winners final. Let's talk about the decks really briefly before we get into this, Blevins.
Yeah.
Who do you think would have an edge? I mean, we've got Ezreal Karma against Vimer, and we've got the Brunivia versus the Ash Nox on the other side from Winding God with the Sejuanis. I'm curious. It's hard for me to predict the exact lineups of the Brahmanivia list because it does seem very anti-aggro. And of course, we see Winding God with no aggro list. So it does feel like this may be kind of the crux in the matchup where Winding God may find an edge.
I agree entirely. I think that the Anivia Braum, let's do it. I'll do it alphabetically just so that the Brahmanivia can't come out. And the Anivia Braum deck is just like, again, you're 100% right. It's very, very anti-aggro. Like, hey, you're playing an aggressive strategy? Not today. But Winding God playing 2 mid-range decks. I think that What is kind of interesting is that the card, the box, is actually pretty effective against a lot of what the Ash Sejuani deck is doing. It kills Ash, it kills Trapper, it kills Glory Seeker, it kills all of the small threats. It kills Babbling Bjerg, if that's irrelevant. It kills Assessor. It actually kills almost every unit in that deck, but it doesn't kill Sejuani. It doesn't kill Hearthguard. And once a Hearthguard comes out, it stops to kill those cards. So I think if that matchup is one that we're presented with, the box could be a key card, but it very quickly becomes a very bad card.
Yeah. It's the box. Roddy Rich, able to pick up all those minions.
Like, what in the world is going on?
Yeah. It's hip hop Blevins, you know, you're a little bit old for that now as an esports boomer.
Yep.
Yeah.
Full boomer.
We got the box coming out for Presto. Gonna see if he can use that. Like you said, it does line up very well into a lot of the units. So that will be a key card. It is a 2-of, and I think Presto's likely to recognize that when he looks at the lineups and considers that, okay, maybe the box is going to be something that he might keep in his opener in a situation, because it does feel like it lines up well into the cards from Winding God. But in general, you know, Presto has been someone, you know, more similar to Cephalopod as far as tournament success, where he is constantly in the top 8, but has not found as many total victories. However, we did see Presto take the Runeterra for Change Invitational, which did have a great lineup as well. He was able to find a victory there. He's seen a lot of success in European DORs as well as Jamfests. Not quite finding as many wins, but still, you know, he's always at the top of the table. Very, very strong player. On the flip side, Winding God, we've been preaching this story all day. 4 finals in a row for DOR. That's unprecedented. 3 wins in a row during that. He is an incredible player. I am always so excited to see Winding God, except for when I'm playing ladder. Then I hate seeing Winding God and I want him to go away. But he is brilliant. He makes plays that make me think, like, why in the world did he do that? And then 2 turns down the line, I'm like, that is why in the world Winding God has decided this. He's always a few moves ahead, constantly pushing the envelope of what you can do in Runeterra, and he's extremely explosive and exciting to watch.
I will say this. There is one thing that Presto has that Winding God doesn't have, and that's the win against me in tournament. The one tournament I played in, I ended up playing against Presto, and he got the W. Winding God, I have never lost to Winding God, is something that I can say with a straight face, and it is actually true. Can't say that against Presto.
Yeah, and clearly these are the main parameters that we should be judging players' skill off of.
Just saying.
Is who can beat Blevins in tournament play.
Well, it's not who can, it's who has beaten, because I know for a fact literally all of them can. But it's who has beat me. That's the real question.
Oh, man. All right. So we will be getting into this match shortly as soon as it begins, but I just have to reiterate how awesome it has been to have everyone here for this tournament. The stacked lineup we were able to get, all the hype that's been built up. I'm hoping that, you know, we're able to deliver, because we're so excited to be launching Fight Night Legends and so excited to have this week in and week out. And just as a reminder for this people just joining us, the format for Fight Night Legends, of course, is going to be that 2-deck no ban. And of course, you know, the prizing coming in, $200 a prize pool every week. We'll be having this. First place walks home with $100, second place 50, third place 35, and fourth place $15. But also the 2 finalists, the top 2 players, will be invited back to the next week of Fight Night. So they'll be able to continue their reign of terror, continue to have the bragging rights, the king of the hill here at Fight Night Legends. So they'll be able to continue to build that legacy. So it's not only for this cash prize, but also the honor and glory of staying at the top and continuing to show dominance in the North American scene. Of course, we invite players from other countries, but this is a North American tournament in definition.
Yeah, it mostly because of the time that the tournament is being played and the server that we're playing on. But anyone can play. If you've got an NA account and you are fine being up at this time of day or night or whatever it is where you are, they can play. So notably, because of the top 2 getting invited back here, Casa, this Presto versus Winding God match is a win and in for next week at least. Absolute least. And a guaranteed at least $50 in their pocket. So is going to be a crazy one. Of course, we are going to be watching the winners finals coming up, Presto versus Winding God. But if you want to see the matches that are going on in the losers bracket, you can use !Legends and go to juke.gg, who is the sponsor of Fight Night Legends. You can check them out and watch all of the players' perspectives, any of the players' perspectives that you want, or you can stay here with us. We're going to be following the winners side here. But if you have a favorite player, if you want to see, hey, can Nolagold make it out from the bottom and take it out? Do you want to see Cephalopod? We haven't actually seen Cephalopod yet. You can check him out over at juke.gg with the command !Legends in the chat.
Absolutely. Juked is amazing. Please go check them out. It's been awesome working with them for this event, but should have this game coming up very, very soon. I believe that the round is starting to begin. We do have Presto and Winding God going to be what is coming up here shortly. Again, when we look at these deck lists, I think that it is very likely that we will see Winding God win. But again, we did just see War Mother's Call take down an Ez Karma. So realistically, it comes down to the fact of these players are going to play spectacularly, and some of it's going to come down to the draw. Some of it's going to come down to the reads and the bluffs and the outplays. And at the end of the day, the matchup tables aren't going to be as huge of a difference as they may seem.
Well, when we are going to jump right in here, but again, like you said, there are going to be I don't think there's going to be a large number of times for a player to gain advantage, but when they do, even the smallest amount of advantage can be the game entirely here, as we start off with the Vimer versus the Anivia Braum deck on the Presto side. What
about the Bald Bird?
Bald Bird. That is significantly better than the other name.
This is a pretty decent hand. Well, okay, I say pretty decent. It's a pretty good hand for Winding God. He does have the Heimer and the Flash. He actually has 3 Heimer and the Flash, which is quite, maybe you don't want all 3, but it is great to have 1. It is great to even have 2, and Presto hasn't had any proactive plays going into turn 3, so we're just going to see 1 slam down for Winding God. Going to be able to set up these elusives very, very soon with the Flash Brilliance.
Ooh, and notably not even going for it. I kind of like that. Doesn't actually have a way to protect the Heimerdinger there, so doesn't need to. Oh, and also would have maybe not had hand size to actually get an elusive there. So yeah, just waiting. Really no rush for Winding God here, as we see, the very first play of the game for Presto was a Braum on turn 5.
Yeah, I mean, for Winding God, unfortunately, he can't play this progress day because feasibly it would be a reasonable play on this turn to just get a T-Hex out. But he definitely can't get there. He doesn't have the hand space to establish enough units played. Actually, he's played 1 spell. So how does this work? He's got Claws. So if he draws 3, he gets 2 out of his hand. He won't be able to make the Dinosaur. That's going to be
this is the DJ Khaled meme. The what is it? Crushed by success or blind? What? I don't remember what it actually is, but like he has too much. He has too much of a good thing here.
Yeah, I mean, yes, very, very much so. He just has too many cards right now. He doesn't have a great way to get through this. So just going to go for the Vi. He may consider even playing another spell to get the Claws out of hand so that he can start to develop these progress days. But yeah, Presto.
Suffering from success is what the meme I was looking for there.
There you go. You found it. I think Presto's going to be in a pretty tough spot. And even, last turn we saw, you were talking about how he did not play the bot on the same turn that he played Heimerdinger. I'm curious if he's playing around the box. Was there 4 mana over on Presto?
Oh, I bet you there was. Because there was pretty much nothing played from Presto out before that. So yeah, no, 100% playing around the box, which is that's just something I would never think about. I can't even talk right now at how big brain that is. It's like, oh yeah, the box. I mean, the card that I was literally talking about before, I wouldn't think about because I have played against it so few times. And it's just not top of mind at all. And Winding God's like, yeah, I don't need him to get my car or my Heimer and a bot here if he has the box.
Yeah, I think it's due to the fact that Box is just a rare card that we don't see a lot of play from it. So a lot of players will just not play around it because they're not used to it. But Winding God, of course, it seemed like he just casually played around it too. It didn't even feel like he took up that much time, like considering like, oh, do I want to play this bot here? It's just like, no, I can pass. Everything's going to be okay. And yeah,
I mean,
works out perfectly.
It's maybe only a 4.5 head because players do have access to deck lists, so it's not like it's closed deck lists. They know Winding God knows that the box is in Presto's deck, so it's reasonable to play around it. I just wasn't thinking of it because I'm a 2.5 head. But a big attack coming in here and a big whale coming in, and then even bigger deny.
Yeah, gonna be stopped immediately by Winding God. So this Withering Whale would have been massive. This is very necessary for Presto to come back in the game, trying to get rid of the bots. Whale being one of the best cards in this matchup. And also, subsequently of that, one of the best cards to deny for Winding God. He gets the Vi level up on top, clears the Braum. Things are looking up. Things are looking great for Winding God. And guess what? He's got two more of the big brain boys in the back here in the hand, ready to get slammed down onto the board, setting up for more bots to be built.
Yeah, but that's that. Well, I guess the attack from Anivia does deal with the bots very well. That is for sure. But needs to. Oh, I was gonna say needs to. The bots need to get cleared first before the Heimerdingers even need to come out. Because right now, that's not really happening.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Presto, I think maybe needed to open attack with the Anivia just to get that wave on the board to clear away the bots. I know he wanted to establish this Braum, but I think at this point he does need to ensure that the bots die, but maybe he's hedging and saying, hey, if I don't play another unit here, even if I clear these bots, I'm just going to lose, so I need to develop. I can't play around Will of Ionia. Looks like Presto ends up getting punished for it, though.
Yeah, I'm wondering what does the Braum even do there? I mean, if the Anivia, like best case scenario, doesn't have Will of Ionia, what is the Braum even doing?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the bots are already getting cleared away. You clear away the claws.
Yeah.
It's not really that impactful in general. Maybe you could utilize the Braum as like a chump attacker to make it so the Vi can't threaten to remove your Anivia with any kind of removal spell after the fact. I'm not entirely sure, actually. I don't know, because that doesn't necessarily feel too strong either, but you definitely wanted that wave from the Anivia. So a little bit of healing here for Presto, though. He does have Kindly Tavern Keeper. Maybe he can start to come back, but he doesn't currently have a way to remove this Vi. Not even Fury of the North does it.
No. The Fury of the North does a little bit, kind of. What is the Fury of the North doing?
Actually, it doesn't do anything, does it?
Sets up the
next turn. Leveled Anivia.
Yeah, leveled Anivia will kill the Vi, which makes sense.
Oh, it's gonna get denied though, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it does, right?
It probably has to, because it also kills all the bots, and with the it also kills the bots. I'm wondering if there's a way that the deny gets forced on the Anivia attack, and then is there ever a chance to play a Ruination? I just don't
no,
think so.
It'd have to be like a new Withering Whale getting picked up, right? But even then, the Vi will be alive, and it should get her strike in. I believe leveled up Vi doesn't have to survive on her strike. I think she just has to strike, and it does the damage.
Has to strike on attack.
Yeah, so that's it. I mean, as long as she survives this turn, she should be able to swing in. I mean, there's a freeze picked up, Harsh Winds. Maybe that can do it, but...
Well, also... Winding God now is just like, yeah, go ahead and clear my board. I don't care. It is just going to be able to refill quite a bit. But again, we see the deny there. I'm wondering, it's got to happen, right? It's just too much value.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's a great deny. I just don't know. Yeah, I don't know if there's a reason to not go for it, I guess, is really my question here. It doesn't seem like there's going to be a better deny because he doesn't have to play around Ruination since he's open attacking anyways. Yep. It seems very reasonable to go for this. He can still play T-Hex to refill after these clears come out, these trades come out on board. It looks very good for Winding God in this situation. I think he's got it just about wrapped up on his open attack. We do see that Harsh Winds. Maybe there's a way that Presto can stay alive another turn, but it is looking very tough.
Yeah, I think if he accidentally plays the 4/3 and bounces his entire board to his hand, then maybe Presto's got a chance. But just hitting the end turn button was good enough.
Yeah, okay, so wow, there's the Ruination, but might be too little too late. I mean, we do see the Harsh Winds is huge here. It is very clutch.
Yeah, I mean, the Harsh Winds
on Vi and an elusive so that the Vi doesn't get the strike in.
Yep. Goes to 1, but we see get excited.
Yeah. It's just gonna be too much. Winding God's got Twin Disciplines, he's got Get Excited, he has plenty of ways to win this. He's got all the answers that he possibly could need, and Winding God gonna walk away with game number 1 of the winners finals.
Ooh.
Winner here guarantees $50 in a spot in the next Fight Night Legends.
Yep. Which is huge. I mean, you start building up these Fight Night Legends and you are the legend of Fight Night. I mean, that's why we named it this, right? I mean, maybe also because we're playing Legends of Runeterra. I don't know. I wasn't in on that meeting, but it just like a dominant game, really. I mean, we talked about like we're not really necessarily sure how this matchup plays out, but Weimer just absolutely dominated that game. Again, it feels like Winding God's opponents are on the back foot the entire time. And it's not even through like a big flashy play. Presto is playing fantastically. It's just little bits of incremental advantage over the course of turns just end up overwhelming a player like Presto.
Yeah, I mean, that hand was great from Winding God. We talked about how Weimer is a very high rolly deck. If you get your Heimerdinger and you get that Flash of Brilliance, the win rate of the deck skyrockets an insane amount. So it does make sense that Winding God was able to find that win. And now Presto, he's going to go for his as Karma against the Ash Noxus list, and I do think that this is favored towards Ezreal Karma. I think he's got a great hand too. He's got his Ezreal a little bit earlier than he'd love to see it, but it's not terrible to have just in the back foot instead of seeing it in your bottom 3 cards like we've seen from Presto and Lobster later on. And he has Thermo Beams, which are excellent removal tools in dealing with a lot of the units from the Ash Nox list.
True. They absolutely are, and we see the early Palm here actually able to just stop the attack entirely. Of course, a Yeti comes out, and that is going to be a pretty annoying threat to deal with for Presto, but he can work some blocks here and there and use a removal spell. But again, it doesn't look like a big thing, but this Yeti is going to cost Presto another 2 cards to kill, and all of a sudden 4 or 5 turns down the line, when Winding God has 3 cards in hand and Presto's down to his last card, or is very far behind on board, we're gonna be wondering why. And it's something small like this Yeti.
Yeah, I mean, the Yeti pushing a lot of damage already.
Yeah.
1/4 of the HP on a swing, and Gotcha, actually a great pickup for Presto. That's going to allow him to deal with at least the Trapper, but this is another Yeti pickup for Winding God, and he's got the Assessor in tow, so he's going to be able to draw a lot of cards here. This is definitely looking quite good for Winding God, actually, in this scenario, especially because he was holding on to that Culling Strike. He's still going to be able to answer Ezreal if Presto decides he wants to try and generate value.
Yep. Yeah, there's just so much going on for Winding God here, and really hasn't played that many spells. Like, he's just played these trackers or trappers.
Yeah, I mean, 3 of them already to start things out. Yeti is very difficult to remove for the Ezreal list. 5 HP is quite powerful. And now this is going to be 3 draws for Winding God. He's going to be pulling into everything he needs. Presto with the Braum wave, realizing he is not in a good spot with triple Yeti on the board. This is one of those scenarios where even though this is favored for Ez Karma, this gets very tough. And he didn't even know, but he kind of knew with that Braum wave. He kind of knew what was coming.
Oh, man.
Very, very tough.
It feels bad, though, because he had to play the Omen Hawk after he already drew all the Yetis. This is classic Winding God. I mean, we've seen this so often where it's just, you know what? Why not just play the 5/5s and draw 3/4 cards off of Assessor? It's the classic. You don't win a bunch of tournaments without being able to put yourself in a position to have. Sometimes you just get draws like this and you just win. It's crazy.
Yeah, it does happen. You know, this is more playing like an aggro deck than a mid-range deck at this point. Right. Just generating Yetis, and Presto down to 7 HP against a full board. I don't know if he can find a way through this. He's in the desperation zone to play Ezreal, and Winding God just has the Culling Strike. He kept one, drew another one, and he's been sitting on it, knowing that value Ezreals are a great way for Ez Karma to win against Winding God's list, and he gets to just deal with it easily with this Culling Strike.
Yeah, and the rummage, just to, you know, maybe there's something here, but we talked about this in the matches earlier. Like, Ezreal Karma does not have a good way to deal with a wide board, and Winding God is at the point where he's literally replacing units on his board.
Yeah.
One unit dealt with, but guess what? There's another buffed up unit on the board, and I think with Will of Ionia and Get Excited might be able to put something together here.
Can he? I don't
gain
know.
2 potentially from the Dragonling.
Like, even if he lives this turn, does he win the game? I guess he goes into his Karma turn. Maybe Karma.
Oh God, no. But absolutely not. But maybe there's hope for surviving this turn. 4, 8, 11.
Maybe there's a world that comes back with the Karma turn.
Will of Ionia to make it 11, and then Get Excited to make it 7. I don't think so, Casa. Oh, but he's going to gain 2 from the Dragonling. Okay. So I think he's just barely alive. But also, Winding God could use the Harsh Winds on the Dragonling to prevent the life gain. And I believe that will be game. I think it's just game anyway. No. Maybe? I don't know. Oh, boy.
It's not looking good, Blevins. It's not looking good at all for Presto.
Really not.
I think, interestingly, it'll be funny if it does come down to that Harsh Winds on the Dragonling, but I don't know if we even get to that point at this moment here for Presto.
Yeah,
it's looking pretty brutal.
I think. Okay, Rummage gives an opening potentially.
Another Will.
Second Will.
No, he still takes
That's
7.
Relevant. He's okay, but he gets to move.
Wait, does he actually die to the Harsh Winds? He does.
Oh, he died to the Harsh Winds the whole time.
Yeah,
that was never not the case. But
well, I wasn't sure if he died without the Harsh Winds, but now he does die to the Harsh Winds. And yeah, Presto going down 2-0 to Winding God, gonna be waiting in that losers bracket final for another shot to take down Winding God. So we will see. You know, it's not a surprise for me to say Winding God advancing to the grand final.
No, I mean, we talked about it before, Casa. Winding God, when he makes a top cut, I can't remember a time that he didn't make the finals.
The last one, but other than that, it's been a while.
Oh, right, the top. Okay, he made top 4 the last one. He doesn't. Yeah. He doesn't always make. He doesn't always win, or doesn't always make top cut. But when he does, he makes a deep run. But
he wins a high percentage of them, which is crazy. But wow, we jump into this, and Hyped is just getting run down by this burn deck that we talked about. This is Hyped versus Nolagold. You know how we mentioned this burn list that a lot of the Brazilian players, but all the IQ players have been bringing.
Yes.
And Nola just stampedes over Hyped. Basically, we were talking about, okay, well, we're going to jump over to Hyped because his game just started. Well, guess what? His game just ended. And that's going to be the series tied up 1-1, Nola versus Hyped.
Yeah, now we're going to see the exact opposite deck, the War Mother's Call. Nola really was like, you know what? Why play something in the middle? Let's take the most aggressive deck and the least aggressive deck and hope that my opponents can't beat one of them.
Okay, so this is a pretty aggressive start for Hyped. He's got the Solitary Monk for 3. He can bank on 4, and then he's got Heimer on 5. He's got some defense to play with the Twin Disciplines as well. So he's got a pretty decent setup to start this out. This could be some big aggression from the Vimer just running down the War Mother's deck before it gets any footing.
Yeah, it is going to be very close here. I mean, of course, Nolagold has pretty much nothing but removal spells in his deck. So if he can get some value off of those, he might be in a good spot here. He is going to have an answer to the Solitary Monk next turn with the Grasp, but it's going to be a little slow. And of course, no matter how many patches we have, we're going to be seeing those golden gloves from Vi.
Yeah. That's a bug that will never be fixed. She's ready to throw hands and will remain ready to throw hands for the duration of the game until she gets played from hand. So Hyped definitely going to be staring at some fists.
Please play it.
Yeah, he might not even play it. It might be a Heimer turn.
He's not going to play it. He's just going to stare directly in the camera and rope every turn, just to like, Blevins, screw you.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. If I was Hyped, I think I would be doing that in this scenario.
Honestly, so would I.
Yeah, it is a high return for sure, though. You just look to protect it, play. Oh, they're both ready to throw hands. Both
How can you beat 4 hands. It's like Shiva from Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, so the high return comes down. This is weak to Vengeance, but it's very good against Grasp because he has the Twin Disciplines. So he'll be able to set up for a bot. And the reason you like to play Heimer before Vi when you can is because your Heimer will generate the bots, which will help pump up your Vi's attack very quickly.
Oh yeah.
So in moments where it feels okay for you to play the Heimer over the Vi, it is generally better to do so that you can buff up your Vi to 10 attack before playing her, and you only need the 1 attack to level her up.
Yeah, I mean, as the Heimer is there in the background, going to be generating a huge board, also just clocking in for 6, and Nola has 3 grasps, but can only play 1 this turn. Do you grasp the Monk? Are you using a grasp on a Heimer? I mean, we can see the grasp is not going to get through even, regardless because of the Twin Disciplines.
Yeah, grasp. I just love the fists are so distracting. Actually, I don't know why. I don't know if I'm just struggling to pay attention, but I just keep looking at them. They're just shiny. They're on my screen. I don't know, Blevins. I'm struggling.
Oh, I closed my eyes 5 minutes ago, and I've been playing by sound only. I've been casting by sound only. It's a skill that I've developed for this exact scenario.
Yeah, I've been watching a fair bit of chess, so we might need some blind LOR in the future as well, where you just play.
Swim did that on stream once.
Oh, for the
cosplayed as Lee Sin.
That's right. That's right. That's good content. That's some good content right there. But this is going to be Hyped going ahead with the Spirit's Refuge, going to try and deny the lifesteal.
Yeah,
strong. Soul Gorger, quite powerful play here. There is potentially a line from Nolagold to go ahead and go for the Grasp in order to still remove the elusive and gain 3 life. Instead, it looks like potentially going for the Heimer, and this is going to get turned around quickly with the Twin Disciplines generating another Floor Be Gone.
Yep. I'm wondering, I mean, we're slowly losing the opportunity for Ruination to be played, right? I guess the Heimer going down is good for sure, but there's still a very big board here. Floor Be Gone is going to add another 3 elusive, which is going to be 6, 7, 8, 9 elusive coming in on open attack if Hype wants.
Considering Vi, there's no Ruination threat. It's 8 mana.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I don't know if I mind the Vi. I think it's reasonable.
It is reasonable. There is the sort of baby ruination in Avalanche that would likely come down if Vi comes out.
Fair, yeah. Maybe that's a consideration for hyped here.
Almost as much. And it doesn't kill the Vi and doesn't kill the Solitary Monk, but does wipe out a good amount of the rest of the board.
Yeah, it's got to be Avalanche, right? Like, this seems probably better than the Vengeance on Vi.
It certainly prevents a lot more damage. It's not going to come out.
Okay, so this is Vengeance. This is like clearly Vengeance will be played, right?
It's got to be. 9 elusive coming in. Going to gain 2 of it back. And any spell going.
Blevins, how does Grasp look? Grasp on Solitary Monk. You heal 3, deny 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a decent value play for sure. I
don't
hate it.
And then you play Weirding Stones. Actually, no, you can skip Weirding Stones and go for War Mothers. Maybe you can never play War Mothers, though, because Deny is a threat.
Yeah, Deny is a threat, although I don't remember how many Denies Hyped is running. I can check that real quick. But yeah, I mean, War Mothers is certainly here's the thing about War Mothers is that yes, it can get denied, but on the other hand, like, you have a very small window for it to actually be relevant. So if you don't cast it now, you're basically saying I'm never going to cast it. And it looks like there are 2 denies in Hype's deck. So does need to be a consideration for Nola for sure.
Did we see one this game? A deny? I don't think so, right? No denies.
I don't think so either.
Okay, so you still got 2.
Yeah, this is, man, there's a lot of options here. And could even theoretically use the harsh winds to prevent the level up, but is just going to go for the Vengeance onto the Vi. Takes 9, goes down to 7.
Okay, so after all that we got there to the Vengeance, I still kind of liked that Avalanche line you were talking about, but I guess that does forfeit the level up onto the Vi, and Nola was not ready to accept that.
Yeah, a leveled up Vi is certainly going to be tough to deal with, and it's, I mean, is it though? You still have the Vengeance a turn later. I don't know. We don't need to dwell too much on it because it didn't happen. So here again, Hyped very aggressively using the Spirit's Refuges to prevent the life gain from Nolagold, and it's a super heads up play.
Yeah, I mean, Hyped has him on the ropes. He's just got to finish. He's got to put the final nail in the coffin, and stopping lifesteal is a great way to do that, especially considering the amount of elusive threat that he has on the board. Nola's got to deal with these elusives. He cannot allow these to remain on board.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is he can get rid of 2 of them. The Avalanche play is still there. So that is good. He also has Grasp or the Solitary Monk. So there's some plays. Still definitely plays from Nolagold here.
Yeah, there's the Avalanche. This tracks. This makes sense. We expected to see Avalanche. I mean, we expected it last turn, but it has to come down to deal with the elusives. Mm-hmm. And now, I mean, it does leave the Solitary Monk on board for Hyped. He still has this available to threaten a ton of damage. It threatens lethal range. Now, of course, we know, War Mothers has quite a bit of healing, so Hyped is looking at like, well, I can do 7 damage. He's never thinking that I'm going to win on this next turn.
Right.
It does still, it is a threat. He forces plays from Nolagold. He's forcing things to happen because of the fact that he is threatening 7 damage. And so we may see Hyped heal up his Solitary Monk by playing a new one. The other alternative line is potentially the Vi. I'm curious, which one do you like? I mean, it's a 10-4 Vi. Like, that's generally quite good to play on the board. There's not a threat of removal on this turn.
Yeah. I was just going to say I like the Vi a little bit better because it essentially gives it puts 2 threats onto the board. Now into the open attack. Now Hyped is going to have the claws, which I think probably would have elicited a block, but he's not even going to play it. So no open attack potential for Hyped here. It's going to play out another Solitary Monk. And now Nolagold has maybe his head came up above water for a second to take another breath, but he's still drowning a bit, I think.
Yeah, Hyped. Oh man. Hype still gets to put the pressure on, but Nola definitely survives this turn. Like, he's got great plays. Like, he has Harsh Winds, which is probably just going to shut down anything that Hype does on this specific turn. And then he gets to develop Sentry, which is pretty weak, but maybe it can help him draw into something. Vengeance is online to kill the Vi, but no, because the open attack comes out, it's just going to be Vengeance on Solitary Monk. And the Vi is a little bit more open to come down for Hyped.
Yeah, I really like the way that this ended up playing out for Hyped, because if Nolagold said, I'll take 4, go down to 6, we see there's 2 Get Exciteds in hand. So while I don't think Hyped would necessarily go for the win, he has the ability, if Nolagold dropped down too low in mana, to go for it.
Yeah, and well, Nola's going to go ahead and go for the War Mother's Call, start generating a bunch of units on board, but Hyped picking up this Heimer is huge. Like, this is the best draw that Hyped could have gotten because he can start to generate these bots. But on the other side, Nolagold picked up that Withering Wail. So there's some gain here for Nola. There's some ways back in.
So I believe this will actually level up the Vi here. I think it just needs to strike to level up. It just won't deal damage. Unless I'm wrong. Nope.
No. I think you are right.
It does level up the Vi. Which, I mean, Nola was pretty much forced to do this because he just needs more cards. He needs life. He needs the life gain. Hyped is going to be able to generate. He could generate up to 2 Floor Begons, but again, we see the Withering Wail in hand. We also see the sort of, hey, I've got a one last fog if I need it. For the Magic players out there, one last fog and Harsh Winds to if things go wrong, he can still, make the Vi have 0 attack, Frostbite a couple of Floor Begons as well. So Nola is really low. It's such a close game here, but may be able to turn this around. I think there's at least a threat of turning it around for Nola.
Yeah, throwing away the will. This is Hyped going for the all-in. He's going to be able to have the deep med on next turn to help him refill a little bit. And if he can just find any damage, if the Vi gets in, if the elusives get in, he's got so many different ways to end the game. Nola, on the other hand, he doesn't have enough mana.
Nope.
He's only going to be 10.
But the Withering Wail does... the Withering Wail would actually... put him high enough, but just has 2. Oh man. Oh no, but
the Ruination was picked up. If Hyped doesn't play around this Ruination.
Oh, if he Ruinations? But no, he can't Ruination. Because he'll play 2 more. He would just play 2 more bots.
You're right. You're absolutely right. He can't. So... Yeah, because this is Hyped is. I meant in the event that he played out the bots, but also even in that case, he would play 1 bot, Ruination would come out because Nola wouldn't risk him playing 2, and then another bot in Mystic, so it would have been GG. Regardless, I think Hype just has it. I think he's in a spot. I don't know if Nola can actually survive due to this double Mystic. I think there's a way for Nola to survive the attacks here, but because he's going to take a little bit of damage, I don't think he survives double Mystic.
Or the Dragon's Breath, or is that? What's that card? Dragon Kick, Dragon's Breath. What is it called?
Dragon's Rage.
Dragon's Rage. Oh, got there in 20 minutes. Yeah. Oh man, if he killed Nolagold with the namesake Kickaxe deck card, that would be insane. And actually, he could right now theoretically. He's going to 1. He could. He could use the
With
Dragon's
Heimer?
Rage
With
on
Heimer,
Heimer.
that would be the way to do it. That'd
That
be the
would be.
Oh man, please.
That
No,
I would have
okay.
declared. I would have declared hype the fight night legend if that happened, just on the spot.
Yeah, I mean, it does look like it would have been a very troll thing to do on this turn to try and go
So
for
good.
the Dragon's Rage. on the
Just go
Heimer.
for it. I would have gone for it.
Oh, man.
Of course, I probably wouldn't have made it this far, but hyped ends up taking it by the skin of his teeth in that match, game 3 against Nolagold.
God. Hyped takes down Nolagold, and that was the last remaining member of Team IQ eliminated from
Wow.
Fight Night Legends. It looks like maybe the burn deck just couldn't quite do enough because they all brought pretty similar lineups, and it just maybe not finding enough footing on this specific patch yet. But I would not be surprised to see some IQ players come back and pop off in DOR this weekend, or come back on Fight Night Legends later on and have great performances. These are incredible players. Really well done from them, and glad that they came out to play in this event. But hyped, moving on. Team Liquid's hyped, moving on to face Cephalopod in the losers semis.
Yeah, I mean it's going to be crazy. I mean, this is going to be the first match we've seen from Cephalopod. So it'll be great to see him. Has been scrounging through the losers bracket and hyped as well. I mean, it's going to be a really good match for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Cephalopod's strength of schedule has been quite terrifying. I mean, everyone's has, considering how good the lineup is, but Cephalopod had to face Winding God in round 1, and Cephalopod is the only person to hand Winding God a game loss. He beat him 1 game. This is a 2-1, and then Cephalopod has been on a tear through the losers bracket, 2-0ing Sudrakon, 2-0ing iannogueira, and now he's going up against Hyped. I got a chance to take a look at Cephalopod's decks really early on, and he's brought some spice, some flavor and spice, as there are some war chefs included in his scout deck. He's brought scouts, MF Quinn. On top of scouts, seeing a buff because of Petty Officer being included in this deck as well. Petty Officer, I think one of the more substantial buffs in the most recent patch. Very, very strong card now. But on top of scouts, he's also running Braum Swain.
Okay.
So it's the Swain Sedge kind of mid-rangey kind of deck, but no Sedge. Instead, Braum, to get a little bit more of this early game stuff going on, help you get to that Swain Leviathan. Because at the end of the day, as good as Sedge is in the win condition for this deck, sometimes it was overkill. Like once you get the Swain and the Leviathan on board, you're gonna win, right? So Braum maybe helps bridge a way for Cephalopod to get there. This is something that needs proof of concept, right? Like it needs, and this is a great way for proof of concept, because you're going up against the ideas, going up against Sejuani, one of the best champions in the game, being cut and replaced by Braum. So this is very cool to see. 3x copies of Culling Strike. I believe this is in anticipation for Heimerdinger decks. Maybe that's why he was able to find a win versus Winding God as well. Maybe he took down the Heimer list. So going up against Hyped, those Culling Strikes are going to come in handy. Those are going to be great. And we'll see if he can find the win.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is definitely going to be. It's definitely going to be. I think an improvement. As weird as that says, to put Braum in over Sejuani, because this deck never had an issue really closing out the game. Once you have your Leviathan or your Swain or both or Sejuani in that mix, it doesn't really matter which one you have. It's you have Swain or you have Sejuani and they're leveled up, and you have any other of the cards in your deck, you're going to be fine. So you don't actually need to run effectively 6 Swains. So take those Swains out, put Braum in. It makes it so that you're more easily able to actually get to the point where Swain is leveled up and can then close out the game.
Yeah, I believe we are looking at that matchup in just a moment. It should be coming up with Cephalopod versus Hyped. Just trying to get word here. Yeah, it looks like we're going to go to a short break and then jump over to that matchup. So please don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the losers bracket semifinals, losers bracket semis in just a moment. All right, we are back with the losers bracket semifinals, Cephalopod versus Hyped. Gonna be kicking this off. This is gonna be Cephalopod queuing up scouts going up against what was it that you were calling this deck, Blevins? Yeah,
the Darius Draven. I forget what the other two Ds.
Oh no, you forgot already.
Darius Draven double damage devastation deck. There we go. Oh wait, that was an extra one. Crap. Darius Draven devastation deck. There it is. There's 4.
All right, there we go. And
4Ds. It's called 4D. What the 4Ds are is irrelevant.
4D. All right, got it.
Darius Draven double dunk destruction deck. Okay, that's actually way more than 4, but I love it.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely taking a lot of the Ds that I was saying earlier on, but you know, this is still, we see Cephalopod playing down. He's on turn 5. He's got the Quinn ready to go, so he's going to start leading towards that level up. Hyped does have a couple of lines here. He's got a lot of units available. He also has the 2 spell mana for this transfusion, so he might be able to find some good trades as Cephalopod doesn't have any mana for tricks. We saw on the previous turn Concerted Strike, very interesting card to see in scouts. I know you've played a lot of scouts. Have you played a version running Concerted Strike before?
Not really, because the deck really wants to win with unit combat. You don't, if you're in a position where you have to be reactive, you're not necessarily going to be in a good spot. That said, it's a strong card for sure. It's a removal spell, but there's not really a ton of value generated from it. Like it's just a 5 mana removal spell that sometimes gets countered if they have like a Will of Ionia or a removal spell of their own. So I don't love it, but if you're going to run a removal spell, it's going to be better than say a single combat in a deck like this, because there's no Garen to really get any value out of it.
Right. Actually, it does make a lot of sense, doesn't it? Because of the fact that even though it's all unit combat, right? So having these different units that are getting good trades is always good. Concerted Strike doesn't make you lose your unit like single combat does. And also, Scouts likes to flood the board. They like to go wide with some smaller stuff.
Yep.
So in that case, Concerted Strike makes a lot more sense because the small stuff with the single combat isn't really that great for removal.
Oh, yeah. It's definitely not single combat. I think the question is, do you want Concerted Strike or do you want no removal?
Right. Totally fair. Like, that is a fair other side to it.
Mm-hmm. But I don't mind the Concerted Strikes. It is a bit of a hedge, and you tend to hedge in a scenario where you're not 100% sure what the meta is going to look like, which is exactly where we are, as we're at the very first event of the brand new patch. So I don't hate it at all, and it seems like it's a pretty fine option here, especially in this matchup.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Ceph, he doesn't have a great way to deal with his Basilisk Rider yet. He will be able to deal with it on the next turn, but he is going to take a bit of damage, and that's pretty terrifying going against the big D. The Darius coming down with the dog. So you got to be a little bit careful of your HP value. Dipping below 10 can put you in lethal range very quickly.
Yep. And crazy how much worse Basilisk Rider looks here if it was before the nerf.
Yeah,
would actually be able to trade right now. But I can't. Just survives here. So crazy how much just a 1 health buff changes the card immensely.
Yeah, and honestly, Mono Nox or Nox Allegiance is something I've wanted to play for a long time. I'm probably going to test around with this Basilisk Rider list a ton in the future. I think the card is super cool, but the problem was it was always way too weak to play, so it made Nox Allegiance not a thing. Yep. And now 4 HP being the break point that it is, that we've seen in the past, with the Chump Bump being nerfed from 4 to 3, with the Abomination being nerfed from 4 to 3, being such an important health change, we see that now Basilisk Rider is actually a very good aggressive unit to play on curve on turn 4.
Yeah, it's super strong actually. It is it's crazy how good that is. And I'm actually this Nox Allegiance deck might actually be the deck I've been dreaming for, because Iron Ballista is a card that I thought was going to be a little bit better than it ended up being when it was first revealed in Rising Tides. I've been a huge Darius fan for a long time. I love myself some Draven when I can find him in a good deck. This is pretty much the epitome of what I want to be playing. So I may or may not have already suited this one up, and going to be playing it on ladder after the event.
Yeah. Okay, so Petty Officer instead of the Chef's Hired Gun. I was actually expecting Chef's Hired Gun here from Cephalopod, so this is pretty interesting for me to see. I think getting another 3-attack unit established was maybe the goal from Ceph. So overall, I'm trying to figure out exactly the full reasoning, because it's definitely a Genevieve turn on the following attack for Ceph here. It's like guaranteed a Genevieve turn, right? Like there's absolutely no way it's not.
I mean, this is the Genevieve turn that I'm sure Ceph was dreaming about the night before the event. Like, if I can just get these Genevieve turns, I might actually win this event.
Oh, man. Wait, this hand's so interesting. You see this, Blevins? Double Transfusion.
Ooh.
Furor. Or Fervor.
Yeah.
Fervor for Crimson Disciple.
Yeah. Yeah, Genevieve coming out. I mean, you can double transfuse to... And I mean, you really don't need to do that much more, right? You can double transfuse, and that's going to do 4 damage. That's going to do half of Ceph's health just by casting the spells, not to mention all of the other benefits of that, right? But
yeah, it's really close to a lethal here. So you would transfusion... Oh wait, not quite.
Oh, right, because
yeah,
you can't.
I'm trying to find the way to buff the disciple and then fervor it to deal 5. You can't quite get there. If she was on the 2/3 stat line, we could get there where we could deal 7 damage with the disciple this turn. But yeah, it's not gonna quite be there. So if Cephalopod can clear this board cleanly on this turn, he's got a pretty good shot in this game.
Yeah, I mean, he's actually... Okay, if the first comes out, gonna keep the ballista alive. Okay. The problem is that... Yeah, guess what? Genevieve gets to attack again next turn. Or not even next turn. Right now. Genevieve gets to attack again right now.
Okay, so trying to protect this ballista very heavily. Oh, well... This is guaranteeing that one of the overwhelm units does live.
Okay. I don't hate it.
Which Ceph still... Oh, no, it doesn't. No, there's vulnerable. Okay, so Ceph has...
Oh. Yeah, that is very interesting. Although, yeah, because Genevieve just pulls...
Yeah, Genevieve pulls the 8/4, and then, honestly, you just use Pet to clear away the...
Right.
And you have a really big attack with this.
Yeah.
Hype's actually in trouble. So 6 damage is not incredibly hard for Hype to find. But right now, Ceph actually can't answer Darius from 6 health. If Darius comes off the top, that's going to be lethal.
Not.
Remember, this 1/1 is going away. It's Genevieve.
Oh, you're right. You're 100% correct. I'm like, where's the... I don't see a 1/1. +1/+1 bonus. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Okay, so Ceph... Wait, Blevins, I'm confused. This is to play around Darius, right? But why not send in some of the other attackers?
You're playing around Darius, but what if your opponent just doesn't have Darius and they just have the stuff that's on board right now?
Oh, man.
Harrowing. Oh, boy.
I pulls the Harrowing off the top, and it's going to pull back, what is it, 2 Basilisk Riders? How many?
There is at least one.
A lot of damage coming here. I think this is probably game 3 health is not a lot. But it depends on how Ceph can line up against the overwhelm units and how many there are. Oh, wow, there was 2 Grenadiers. 2 Grenadiers, that's it. Oh, you can see it. Oh no, you see Ceph laughing. He knows.
Oh boy. Yeah, that wasn't close. Well, turns out Harrowing, yeah, you don't really need to, you know what? You don't really need to do a lot of math when you just need to count to 9 and play Harrowing with that deck. This deck is speaking to me on so many levels. It's got all the cards I want to play, and also I can just play Harrowing and not do the math anymore. This deck was made for me.
Yeah, especially with the buff coming into Harrowing, taking 1 mana off of it, allowing it to come down a little bit earlier, especially when you are playing a deck that likes to develop minions almost every turn. Does let you kind of curve into that a little bit easier. You can basically play units on turns, 1 through 5, 1 through 6, and then, bank a couple mana on one of the next turns, and you've got a Harrowing. You've got a turn 6, turn 7, turn 8 Harrowing. Any of those turns, it can come down depending on what you've played. So very, very powerful to have that card available to these more aggressive decks. As much as it used to be a finisher, more so for controlling decks that had a couple good threats. It works well in aggro. I think I like it a lot as an aggro card.
Yeah, I mean it's just like a super decimate. When you break it down into every single card in the deck is a decimate or a fraction of a decimate. It also, I'm like seeing the calculus in front of Zach Galifianakis' face is happening for me right now, where I'm just seeing everything in terms of decimates, and then the matrix is coming in front of me. So it's absolutely I love it. And Harrowing's just like multiple other decimates. But enough about that deck. Hyped did already win with it. Seth going to be running the Scouts back against the Vimer of Hyped.
Yeah, this is definitely a matchup that Scouts can have a good time in, provided that Cephalopod has a good curve. He has to throw everything away, which is a little bit spooky, but he does find a 1-drop, and Rally is a reasonably good card as long as Seth keeps curving into some strong units.
Yeah, I mean, this is we've talked about this in the past for different matchups, but this is very much a timing attack that needs to happen. Can Seth put enough pressure on at the right point in the game and stay ahead of the Vimer deck, or is the Vimer deck going to be able to get ahead and just control the board the rest of the game? Oh
my god, look at this hand from Hyped, man. It's so good. He's got double claws, double thermo. He's got a great way to deal with Scouts, and Seth just doesn't have a lot going for him. No 2-drop. He does get Misfortune with a Scout to follow up, but this is turn 3 MF into a Thermo Beam. At least, luckily for Seth, extremely lucky for Seth, he has a response if this Thermo Beam comes down. He's got this Radiant Strike to defend.
Yeah. The thing is like, does Hyped even need to cast the Thermo Beam? Like, what is this? Misfortune's not doing anything right now.
Yeah, he could wait.
Literally can't even attack.
He totally can wait
for it to attack. Yeah, if I'm Hyped, I don't even think you need to play the Thermo Beam. You can for sure, but you're not in a rush to. And he's just gonna play the Shadow Assassin.
Yeah, he can even, like, he knows that there are these 1-mana spells in Cephalopod's deck. So he may consider, like, okay, so there's 2 Rangers Resolve, 1 Radiant Strike. Let's wait until my Thermo Beam is 4 mana and deals 4 damage, and then play it on Misfortune, because she's still a card that you generally want to be getting rid of when dealing with the Scouts list. She's very powerful, but being able to ensure that she gets removed is quite good.
She's definitely very powerful in the Scouts deck, but the problem is that she's not that powerful when there's no follow-up, and she's 1 attack behind. She already didn't attack the first turn we played her. So really, she's going to look a lot like a 3-mana 3/3 in a lot of the cases here. And yeah, Hyped, like you said, Casa, playing perfectly around the Radiant Strike, which Seth did happen to have.
Yeah, and now we just go to Quinn on turn 5. There's just not been a lot of good things happening for Seth. Gets responded with Vi, and he doesn't have a good answer until he can play Concerted Strike. So maybe he can play Concerted Strike next turn, deal with this Vi. But man, it's not looking amazing.
He could theoretically attack with Grizzled Ranger here, and if Vi blocks, just let that happen, then attack with the... No, it's never going to happen. You can't even like trick Hyped into blocking. Like, it just doesn't... That being said, I kind of liked the Grizzled Ranger attack there, but I guess you don't need to. Yeah, and Vi going to be pulling Quinn here. We could see a concerted strike or a riposte to try to save it. Right now, it's just so clunky for Ceph here. I wonder, I might have almost considered taking the pass there, even though, yes, you're the aggressor and you absolutely don't want to take a pass there. I feel like going back to your attack turn is going to be fine a lot of the time. I don't know. It's not a great spot for Ceph, that's for sure.
Yeah, this is definitely a struggle. I'm trying to see what lines potentially he has. There's definitely the thought where you want to be using this concerted strike to remove Vi, but Ceph knows that any kind of removal or Will of Ionia or deny, there's so many different cards that Hype can have to answer it.
Mm-hmm.
Potentially, Cephalopod just goes for something like the riposte instead.
I feel like you have to. It's not really getting any additional value. Like you I guess theoretically want to play it on your attacking turn, but it's not going to be doing damage in this matchup. Will of Ionia or even Get Excited would kill the MF here. I guess the good thing is that it's really just a tempo Will of Ionia, which isn't yeah, it basically traded Will of Ionia for riposte, which is, from Ceph's perspective, like, you don't really want to go down in tempo there, but it's not like a huge blowout or anything. Let's see the MF replayed here. I'm wondering, there's not even like a play of Valor plus Radiant Strike doesn't even do anything against Vi. It's just not great. Not a great spot for Ceph. Wondering what he can do to actually push through and maybe get a little bit of advantage.
Yeah, I mean, Ceph definitely wants to be looking into a concerted strike to try and turn this game around. Like, that is the big play that's going to help him try to start bringing things back. Because the removal of the Vi is incredibly important for him at this point, because he does have these scouts. So Cephalopod's attacks that he represents right now with this board are actually very powerful, so long as there aren't a lot of blockers. Vi is walling him right now, and that's the big problem, because there's so much damage that Cephalopod can do. He's got a rally, he's got an insane amount of threat here, and he just can't get it through. He just can't push the damage.
Yeah, I wonder, I don't know how much I like the Barrier of the Misfortune. Maybe it's fine. I wonder if I would have wanted to do it on Quinn potentially, or even on the Valor, to be completely honest. Because you can Valor, the first attack of Valor can kill the 3/2, and then the second can pull the Vi.
Yeah, that could have been
a good amount of damage. I don't know. It's none of the plays looked super great for Cephalopod here.
Yeah, he's probably determining what kind of attacks can he make here. Is anything that good? Because this Vi is definitely difficult to deal with. He could look to pull the Vi to his side, go in with Quinn and Grizzled Ranger, and then on his next attack, of course, swing in with the Misfortune as well.
Yeah, I feel like the solo attack, I feel like that makes the least amount of sense to me. Because I guess if you maybe is just wants the claws to block the Grizzled Ranger instead. I don't know. I'm not sure what the line is here for Cephalopod, but none of them look great. Because now the Vi is actually threatened by a lot, which is good.
Right. Yeah, you go in with all the 3 attack creatures and you challenge the 3/2, and then you're just like, okay, maybe Vi dies. I don't know. It seems very hard here. It seems very, very
damage, and I guess that's fine.
If Seth can level these champions, though, he can still win. Like, these champ levels are huge.
Casanova, but let's be honest here. That's not going to happen.
I don't know. Like, he's got the rally. He's got ways.
That's true. That is true. The rally next turn could actually be huge. Huh.
I think that's what Seth is looking for, though. Like, he's like, how do I level these champions? Like, how in the world am I gonna level these champions?
Yeah, I don't know. It's all, I mean, what's going to happen next turn is if the Vi is alive, it's going to pull one of the champions, right? And then it's probably going to either Twin Disciplines or Spirit's Refuge to save it. And that's not going to be good for Seth.
Okay, Claw's just getting played. I feel like Seth attacks with something here, though. Like he goes with something to get the proc for his champions, because the level up is definitely the win con.
Yeah, at the very least, the 3-2 needs to come in. I think, yeah, Seth's just saying, you know what?
I like this swing. I think I like this swing.
Yeah, I think it makes sense because he's basically saying all of my units are more valuable than your Vi because I have the Concerted Strike. Also, Hype could theoretically just have another Vi, in which case, like, you might as well have an X2 Vi or an X1 Vi in this case in play and leave the Vi in hand. That's definitely something reasonable to think about, is like keeping the Vi in play actually just gonna kill
that's really rough because Quinn dies and Vi levels off of this. So she actually is gonna gain an HP back. So it actually doesn't even lose anything here, and now has the flip effect of Vi. Quinn was 1 away from the level up, doesn't get there. Rally only will get the MF level up if there is potentially another scout unit, which that is not.
Heimer, absolutely devastating for Cephalopod here. It was almost looking like if the Vi could die, if the Vi traded, Cephalopod all of a sudden was at least ahead on board. But with Heimer there and at least one bot being generated, that's not the case anymore.
At least turrets can't really block against the
True.
the MF. I think Seth has to Concerted because he just has to remove this. I'm deciding, like, could you have to kill the Vi. Like, you just have to kill the Vi.
Absolutely. There's no...
You stop the healing. Concerted's huge here, actually. This is massive.
Oh, right, because of the
2
way...
hits.
It's 2 hits.
Yeah, it's 2 hits.
Okay. All of a sudden, this looks like a game.
I think Seth can win. He's got the rally. He needs 2 attacks. This is a scout. It's a scout. He can get so many attacks in. But there's like 1 million draws for Hyped.
Okay.
Oh,
and the T-Hex.
Scout is so good.
And let's not forget the T-Hex as well.
You're right. The T-Hex as well.
But I guess depending on what this Island Navigator... Well, here's the thing about Island Navigator. Well, I guess you can just...
You can throw away the 1-drop. Yeah, you just throw them away. Get the level up. Start firing away.
Yeah, I mean, he has to play one of them, right?
But a challenger! No way! He actually gets the Poro! Affectionate
Wow!
Poro. So good! He can pull away the T-Hex if Hype makes it. Wait, Seth probably wins. Like, he's in such a good spot.
Wow.
The only thing that can really beat Seth right now is drawing into a Mystic Shot with this pull. He doesn't get it. It doesn't find Mystic Shot. So it's a T-Hex. I think Seth wins. I think he does plenty of damage here with the Challenger.
Oh man. This is...
Okay. Sepkin goes with just the Island Navigator first, I believe. Oh, this is fine too.
Yeah, just kills the 4-1.
Yeah, this works. And then you go wide later.
Mm-hmm. Wait.
Oh, this works too. Remember, you can rally and then do your scout attacks after. This.
Oh, you're right. It doesn't matter. Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can do this.
Yeah, this is just better because it doesn't represent. It masks the rally potentially, or more so masks it. And with hyped on 1 mana, I mean, is it just over?
I think it is. I'm like trying to do the calcs, but I'm pretty sure that Seth wins because he definitely wins. He does 6 damage with just MF's ability this turn. And this is pushing hype down to 7, so 6 more will come out from the ability. He just needs to get 1 damage in, and he definitely does. Seth pulled it back. The Challenger Poro on top of a scout unit.
The little fist bump too. I love it. Just the smallest amount of pop off. I love it. Yeah, I mean, there's no 1-drop. There's no, if I recall, and by recall, I mean, if I look at there's no 1-cost spell. There's literally nothing that hyped can play right now, except for a Mystic Shot
to kill the MF. That would have been the only out. And you know, he doesn't have it. So now we're going to see Cephalopod. He's just got to declare these attacks. He's just like, he's probably a bit nervous. He's like, I have to win on this. Like, I have to make sure that I win here.
Yeah.
Because we just saw the progress day come down. If he doesn't win this turn, he definitely loses.
And chat is popping off, seeing the comeback against Weimer. They love it.
Yeah, chat hates Weimer. All my homies hate Weimer. Friendship ended with Weimer.
Yes. Friendship ended with Weimer. Now I'm a Quinn main. Holy.
Now Fortune is my best friend.
Yeah.
There it is. But Cephalopod gonna take that game, going up against Hyped, and that should take us to a tied up series in this semifinal. We're gonna swap perspectives over to Hype for this final game between the two of them. Cephalopod versus Hype, fighting for that chance to make it into the losers bracket final. The difference in pricing from this match is $20. There's $35 for third and $15 for fourth. So there is money on the line on this match.
Hey, money match. I'm playing my hardest for a money match. I don't care how much it is. And even more notably is you're playing for $20, but also for a chance at redemption, because another win after that will get you the invite next week, and also will put you up in the finals, the grand finals versus Winding God. Yeah, Winding God patiently waiting for these losers bracket matches to finish up to see who he will be taking on to become the very first Fight Night Legends champion. But once again, Hyped queuing up Weimer, going up against, this is the Braum Swain, that Freljord Nox. It's very different, very unique. We wanted to see the kind of proof of concept from this deck, and here's the chance. I mean, this is a great start for Cephalopod. He's going to get this stun with the spider. He's got the Ravenous Flock in hand, going to be able to deal with the Solitary Monk. Yeah. So we talked about Braunivia being a terrible name. You want to know what a great name for this deck is? Brain. Big Brain. Braum, Swain, Brain. I'm in. No one's going to call it that, but we'll take it for now. I don't know. Come on, that's better than Braunivia. Come on. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to argue that point, Blevins. You know, we can agree with that one. Chat, put a 1 in chat if you think Brain is a great name and that Casa has no idea what he's talking about. And put a 2 if you think that I should never name a deck again. We'll just let chat decide. It's that easy. But it's also that easy for Cephalopod to kill this monk, the Solitary Monk, or is it? With the Twin Disciplines here. Yeah, Hype does have the Twin Disciplines. It's probably a good response here. I think keeping Solitary Monk as a threat alive is quite powerful. The consideration just comes down to, is the banked mana more worth it once you establish your Vi on board? Do you want to have more protection? And it looks like Hyped is going to go with the line in order to protect his Vi or his Heimer in the future instead.
So it's respectable, but he does lose any board pressure that he would have had, and that's going to be a Babbling Deer coming down, pulling a Leviathan. So Cephalopod has his late game secured if he can get there. He's got Leviathan, he's got Swain, so he'll have 2 copies of Swain to play. He'll have the first one, and then the Leviathan will draw him an additional copy.
Yep. It's, I mean, the pressure is starting to get put on.
Right on time.
Just as scheduled, but I'm debating, does you just want to play the Vi instead, or maybe even save a Thermo Beam? There's a lot of options here for Hyped on this turn.
Yeah, I think it's very likely Hyped goes for Heimer. The same reasons we've discussed earlier about why Heimer is generally a better play than Fi all apply here. There's not really, it's an attacking turn. It's not like he needs a blocker to be established. He does have protection for the Heimerdinger, so it's not like Vi is just a safer unit in this scenario.
Right.
So for Hyped, it makes perfect sense to go Heimerdinger now, start generating bots to pump up his Vi into that 10 attack range. And he's got this Twin Disciplines available, so Culling Strike, not an answer. He can use Twin Disciplines to buff up attack. Any kind of spot removal, not an answer. He has the Twin Disciplines to buff up health. It's such an amazing, versatile, protecting card for Hyped with this Heimerdinger on board. And the pass is going to be offered by Cephalopod, and Hype's like, okay, now I've got 9 mana to play with.
Yeah, crazy. I mean, all of a sudden, with a single card known as Heimerdinger, Hyped, I think, has maybe shifted the advantage bar slightly, or maybe even drastically, who knows. But Cephalopod, that being said, has some bangers to play. Can play Swain, has the Leviathan as well for a later turn. But it's
use the Swain.
gonna be an uphill battle.
I guess the kind of rough thing for Ceph as well is his Swain isn't actually very close to leveling up. If he can get it leveled for that turn 8, then I'd be much more comfortable in his position. But at least he's baiting out a Will of Ionia now before he's on the Leviathan turns. That's something you do have to consider heavily in this matchup, is how many Wills are available. Am I going to keep playing this Leviathan into 4 mana stopping on my tempo? Right now, you played 5 mana and your tempo was stopped. That sucks, but you've dropped your opponent down to 8 HP. A Will of Ionia is out of the way. Your Leviathan's ready for turn 8, and this is still looking winnable for Cephalopod. I'll be quite a good spot for Hyped in general.
Yeah, definitely a strong spot for Hyped, and I think I might be done saying that the game is not looking good for Ceph, because I said that probably 30 times last game, and he pulled it, or he turned it around in the end, so... it ain't over till it's over. That's the name of the game, but Hyped certainly is advantaged at this point as we sit now. Oh, he finally plays the Vi with the visual bug.
Yeah, getting the fisticuffs off our screen for just a moment here, but getting it out onto the board, developing yet another one of these powerful champions. Heimer, both of them very, very strong. And doing what they do best, dominating boards and generating value.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Cephalopod, I mean, he does have the Calling Strike, which is going to get countered here. He's got a Harsh Winds to prevent a Vi level up, but that's really all it's going to do. Not going to get any additional value. Okay, I say that, and of course, Cephalopod, being the top tier player, sees that he can actually just use the Harsh Winds to kill the Heimerdinger. So very good play there.
Yeah, I mean, it's still reasonable because he stopped the value train that is a Heimerdinger for a little bit longer. It's going into turn 8. Leviathan can come down, but it is a risky play because you could be playing it into another Will. That's quite terrifying, but I do think it's a pretty reasonable Leviathan turn. It's going to generate a couple more damage. And Ceph's got another Leviathan on deck. Leviathan's also scary into Beam. We know Hyped has Beam in hand, so if Ceph walks into this, it's pretty scary.
Yeah, I feel like you really want to develop 2 cards here because there's just too many 1-for-1 answers in the deck in general. Will or Thermo Beam, it doesn't really matter which one it is. You're getting because of Hype's board, any tempo swing is going to be huge for him. So I really think if you're Ceph, you're priced into playing 2 plus cards, or at least 2 cards. And I don't think you can rely on the Leviathan making it through, because it's just so much of a blowout if it gets answered.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Leviathan would lose the game to 2 different cards, so I guess it's just impossible for Ceph to go for that kind of line. Thermo Beam going to come out, and Ceph's going to feel really justified in his play to not play Leviathan, knowing that he would have lost the game on the spot.
Yep.
So likely just a kindly Tavern Keeper, I presume, will be the play instead here from Cephalopod.
Yeah, just needs to play something to keep himself alive, contest the board a little bit. I mean, he does have answers for the elusive, not really an answer for Vi, which is unfortunate right now. If it's not an open attack, he can at least freeze the Vi, but it's not. Oh, I was going to say those fateful words. It's not looking good for Ceph, but I'm going to try to keep myself from saying that.
Look, maybe you saying that is the power that Ceph needs, seeing as how he was able to come back, and that's
the reverse.
A very random ad appearing there for
There we go.
Hyped, but we're going to go ahead and jump over to
brought to you by the Hyundai Elantra. No,
Okay.
It's not really, and that's also, I don't think a Hyundai Elantra was the first car that came to mind. But Ceph getting beaten down here has an answer for the elusive, but the Vi is likely. Yeah, the Vi is just going to flip here, not even die. Yep.
Yeah. Vi flips. Ceph's got to look to start establishing the board once again. I think he's safer to establish Leviathan on this turn, however. It is something that he can do due to the fact that if he does get stopped by a Will of Ionia or a Thermogenic Beam, it isn't just a guaranteed loss.
Right. You're now going into your attack or your turn. So certainly it's not an automatic loss. It's also at the point where it's at the point where he can't really play around much more, right? Like Ceph needs to present a win condition somewhere. He can't just continue to play around cards because of the board of Hyped and the fact that it's just going to end the game very soon. Does Ceph just have enough to win the game?
Wait a minute.
Did he just have it before? He might have just had it before, but now he's got more answers.
No. So he didn't have the second Death's Hand, so if there was removal for the Leviathan, he didn't have it, right? But now he does, because the removal has to come out first for the Leviathan.
Right.
And then he can respond with the Fervor.
Okay, get excited coming out.
Ceph might just have it. I think he's got it. Like, as long as Ceph is patient, if he plays with the patience here, he just has the game.
I don't know if he necessarily does, because we do see the Will of Ionia, and that, well, actually, no, you're right.
Yeah,
he doesn't actually need Fervor.
He can even just go second Leviathan, but it does lose to double Will right now. But second Leviathan is like basically just GG, like that's it. But he can pass. He's fine to pass.
Ceph doesn't need to do anything.
Oh my god. I told you, Blevins, your good luck charm is just saying, well, it's looking pretty tough for Cephalopod, and then here he goes.
The fact that I am just so wrong so much of the time means that me calling a loss for Ceph could not secure the win more deftly.
Look, the fist pump, the pop off. I think Ceph, like, he knows. Like, he knows, like, I can beat every card right now. And like the pop off from Ceph there is like, I have full confidence he has this. He knows what he needs to do. Cephalopod, the people's champ, trying to take down Weimer right now for the chat. Chat, everyone wanting Weimer to go down. And Cephalopod, the people's champ, is here, ready to do it for you guys. Big shout outs to Ceph.
And he just play
Leviathan now, right?
But he doesn't have to, right? Like, playing the second Leviathan doesn't
Yeah, it forces it forces will, and then you can fervor in response to will. You win. If you play second Leviathan, it's guaranteed. In response to will, he plays fervor, it's over. Game is done. Wow. Seth wins. Seth moves on to the losers bracket final. He's got it. Cephalopod, the people's champ.
With the GG to the pop off. Wow. There it is, the pop off. Just pass turn. And not even a chance to respond. The Leviathan ends it at beginning of turn. And the elation.
He's so happy. I love it, dude. I love it. I can't. His smile right now is so infectious. Like, I'm just smiling now. I'm cheesing Blevins. I can't believe it.
That damn smile. Someone please make that meme for Cephalopod. Someone clip it and make the meme. We need that.
I cannot believe it. It seemed so rough both games against the Weimer, but Seth, the people's champ, brings it back, and the proof of concept of the Braum was irrelevant because we didn't see it. But
didn't see the Braum even one time.
The deck worked out exactly how he intended. He got the Swain, he got the Leviathans out, and he was able to force the early will, which allowed him to keep up pressure. Double Leviathan doing plenty, and Cephalopod is moving on to the losers bracket final to take on Presto for a spot against Winding God in the grand finals and a invite back to next week's Fight Night Legends. But before we get into that, Blevins, we're going to go for a quick 5-minute break, but don't go anywhere. You do not want to miss these final games. All right, guys, welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends, brought to you by juked.gg. If you want to check out all the esports action in one place, go over to juked.gg. You can actually find our entire tournament, all the players' streams listed together, ! Legends in the chat, and that'll take you over to the site. But we've had an amazing first week of Fight Night Legends to start this off. I mean, Cephalopod is having a meteoric rise through the losers bracket. But we've seen in chat some people have been asking about the format, and it is a new format for tournaments. So we might as well kind of go over this once again, especially for the people who are just joining us. So, Blevins, why don't you break down the basics of our format here?
Yes. So, as you could see from the bracket, double elimination, we had 8 players invited. We've talked about them ad nauseum, and of course, we've watched a lot of them play. Every match is a best of 3. This is all very standard. Now, here's where the difference comes in. Players are bringing 2 decks, no region overlap. We know in previous events, it was 3 decks with 1 ban. We said that's 2. Let's take that complicated part out. 2 decks, no region overlap, best of 3. You must win with both decks to win the match. Of course, players are playing for a $200 prize pool, and the prize pool is broken down, as you can see there. Now, this might come up, Casa. If a bracket reset occurs, then we go into one where the players have brought 2.
We might have to go over this again, Blevins. We lost our, we lost. Okay, we're good.
Okay, sorry.
Continue, Blevins.
We had some technical difficulties. I'm gonna bring it back a little bit. Okay, from the top. Double elimination, 8 players, best of 3. All the players are bringing 2 decks, no region overlap, and you have to win with both decks to win the match. Now, if there's a bracket reset, which we may see, a Cephalopod is on an absolute tear right now. If we see a bracket reset, then there will be one final game where the players will play with a 3rd deck that was submitted prior to the tournament. No restrictions whatsoever in a final game to determine our champion tonight. And no matter what, our 2 finalists will be coming back next week to play again in week 2 of Fight Night Legends. Casa, did I forget anything?
No, I think you did good. We have our decider decks that everyone submitted. These are closed. All the rest of the decks were open to the players. These decider lists are closed decks. It is essentially simulating a very high stakes ladder match between the 2. You bring the best deck you feel for the format, and you take on each other in a final matchup. A bracket reset occurs because the upper bracket winner has not lost a game. This is double elimination. Everyone else has had a second chance This is that second chance for the player in the upper bracket if they were to lose the first set to the player coming from the loser's bracket.
Yep. If Winding God plays beats whoever wins this Sudrakon, or sorry, this Presto versus Cephalopod matchup, then if there is no bracket reset. That would mean Winding God is our champion. But if the winner of that match beats Winding God, because Winding God has not lost a game or has not lost a set yet, that would be the bracket reset, and that's where we're getting our third deck final game. That's where that comes in. So hopefully that's not too confusing. I think it's a really cool thing. It's definitely a unique thing to this tournament, and we wanted to try it out. We thought it was really cool, and it really amps up the stakes for that final game. But yeah, I mean, Casa, Cephalopod, what in the world is going on here? This is absolutely insane.
Okay, so Cephalopod is our youngest competitor here at Fight Night at 19 years old. Cephalopod from the US, of course. He's someone in past tournaments. You've very likely seen him if you followed my stream casting any of the other tournaments that Blevins and I have covered, but we've seen him play a lot of Fiora Voltron. Of course, that deck was nerfed extremely heavily with the Unyielding Spirit change, so likely, you know, that's probably why we don't see Cephalopod bringing that, but he has had an insane ride through the losers bracket, grinding his way to the top. He lost to Winding God in round 1 and then 2-0'd both members of IQ with Sudrakon and Ian Nogueira before finally beating Hyped here in the semifinals that we just saw on stream. He will be going up against Presto next, but Cephalopod has struggled for a long time to find a tournament victory. He has constantly been top 8. One of the most consistent players in North America. He's top 8 week in and week out. He finally found a win in BR Fest, taking that over the Black Boss. I believe that was 2 weeks ago. And now he's here on Fight Night Legends, the very first one, going up against Presto in the losers bracket final for a shot at redemption against Winding God. He lost in the first round, but can he take him down in the grand finals? Only Presto stands in his way, and that is quite the barrier to get through.
Well, I mean, we talked about it before. Presto, the only player who has beaten me in tournament play, is also the only one that's played against me. But that's not the point. Presto, jokes aside, Presto, one of the other most accomplished players in terms of consistency, top 8 performances, top cut performances. But Casa, we're jumping into it right now. Presto versus Cephalopod. Let's start it off.
Here it goes. Ceph's got his Swain available. He's considering keeping it against War Mothers. He knows how impactful this card can be. This is an interesting matchup. War Mothers fell out of favor so long ago that Sedge Swain wasn't really a deck when War Mothers started being played. Right, so now this is, I can't even think of it as the Sedge Swain matchup versus War Mothers, because even then, this is Braum Swain, which is going to be similar in the matchup tables with probably a few slight differences.
Yeah, also noteworthy, it's not quite War Mothers. This is the Anivia Braum deck. So there's no, not War Mothers, but the Ruination, the Braum, Anivia, the bringing back the Anivia deck. So
did you see some friendly banter between the two players already? Presto sent a message saying, "Hey, I got turn 1 Omen Hawk. You didn't. Please concede the game." I mean, just the power of that one drop, of course.
May technically be against the rules of the tournament, but to do that, but certainly not against the rules of the tournament to ask your opponent to concede.
Oh man. Okay, so Cephalopod does have a couple reasonable plays. His turn 4 is a lot better than his turn 3 from what I'm, looking at here. Like his turn 3 is develop Arachnoid Sentry. It's kind of bad. Doesn't really feel great.
Yeah, I don't even know if we.
I like the pass personally. I'm a big fan of this. Just go for the Braum instead. And now you got Braum challenge onto Omen Hawk, develop an additional Poro. It's a little bit slow, but he's developing a little bit of a wide board, setting up for the turn 5 Swain. He has Leviathan on turn 8. He kind of has the cards that he needs. He has the cards that are going to help him try and find the win in this game, but he's going against War Mothers, and they have a lot of removal for his threats.
Absolutely. It's really going to answer the question, which late game is better? Is it a bunch of Anivias, or is it Swain Leviathan? Is it do a bunch of is it direct damage? Is it the longevity and the rebirth? I don't know. This is certainly a match that I have never seen.
You know what? You know what I'm realizing? I'm thinking of the Nolagold War Mothers deck. This isn't the War Mothers. This is your favorite deck. Bramivia.
This is Anivia Braum. Yep.
Yeah, Branivia. So this is okay. So this deck from Presto is actually anti-aggro. And I wouldn't call Ceph's deck necessarily aggro. I actually think, if anything, Cephalopod's deck has a little bit more game against Braminivia than it does against War Mother's control. But I do think that there still are going to be trials against Presto's list. We do see in hand Ruination and Vengeance, 2 Ruinations even. So there's plenty of ways for Presto to deal with the Leviathan and with the Swains in the early game. I right now, looking at Presto's hand, I do like his odds to stall this out. But then it comes down to what's the win condition for Presto, which is, of course, going to be that Anivia.
I was wondering why he healed the Braum, which has regeneration, but he's at full health, so it was a moot point. 100%. It's going to be, can Cephalopod navigate around these Ruinations? Can he not get 4 for 1 by a Ruination? Can he not even get 2 for 1? Can he set up a board state where Presto has to Ruination a similarly strong board as Cephalopod? I think that's really going to be the answer, because the Leviathan itself is probably worth the 9 mana spell anyway. So it's going to be tough. And again, we've never really seen this matchup before because it hasn't existed before literally today. This is the first event these decks could be run. So, this is going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy one way or the other. And I'm wondering which player finds that incremental advantage and is able to capitalize off of it.
Yeah, the more I consider it, the more I feel that Presto has a very heavy edge in this matchup due to Ruination, being able to deal with Leviathan and Swain when they come down on board. And generally speaking, Presto is able to protect his HP value very heavily early on. So it will require Cephalopod to commit Leviathan plus Swain to the board to find the win. And then that becomes a very easy Ruination for Presto. So I do like Presto's odds, and I'm trying to think, and I'm sure that Cephalopod is also having this in the back of his mind. How do I crack through that? How do I break through losing to Ruination? Because there's too many copies of it of the list for it to be like, oh, it's a one of, let me just not care about it. He has to care about it. There's 2 copies. Chances that Presto finds one are very high. Maybe Cephalopod doesn't play around 2, and Presto does have 2. So looking at hand states, I think this is very heavily favored towards Presto, even though Cephalopod kind of has everything he wants. He's got a Swain on board and 2 Leviathans. Like, that's great draw.
Yeah, I'm wondering what the thought process was to not Death's Hand Death's Hand right there to at least threaten the Braum. We can see the Fury of the North there to save it, but I feel like you got to be okay with that, right? Do you just not care about the Braum?
I guess it's a consideration of like Fury and also Take Heart. There's just too many answers for Cephalopod to feel like it's a good use of the card. I think that's the consideration there for Ceph, when potentially the Death's Hand could get better.
Yeah, I can see it.
Especially because you have to figure that Death's Hand actually deals with the Nivea egg if Cephalopod can ever egg a Nivea. It's his only way, in fact, to deal with the Nivea egg other than Culling Strike. So it does seem like a card that is reasonable for him to try and keep when it feels appropriate.
I like it. No, that makes a lot of sense. I'm wondering if we're going to see the Take Heart played here to save the Swain potentially. It's like that's what it's the Braum's Take Heart, of course. So Swain is saved, Braum down, and Mighty Poro is not down though. And essentially, well, the 3 damage is going to go through, though, because the life gain is going to happen before the damage. So that there will be actually 3 damage dealt.
Yeah, and then Seth probably looking to go Leviathan. We see him hovering that, but it does make sense. Presto on 6 mana does seem like a very good turn to play the Leviathan.
I think it's going to... I guess the question is, can he get Swain will Swain level?
I think he flips with the Leviathan pings. Oh, I just missed it. I just missed it. He might not get there. Oh, no, it's 9 to 12. Gets there with the Leviathan pings.
Okay, gets there exactly. So, and then, again, this is a turn where, like, yes, Cephalopod is definitely ahead on board here.
It wasn't 9. What was it? Oh, it was 6. I had them flipped. My eyes. Okay, so he gets there on a Death's Hand.
Okay. I'm wondering if this is the Ruination turn. Can get some damage on Braum towards the level up. And then can Ruination. I mean, this is a board where Seth is certainly ahead, but not by a ton. Well, he's very far ahead on board right now. So I feel like this has to be a Ruination from Presto, especially if anything comes out from Seth. I think it's just a windmill slam Ruination. Yeah. But even so, just a passback might be a Ruination.
I will say one thing that's quite good for Seth here is he can just kind of AFK, right? Like he has Leviathan Swain on the board. Like now it's up to Presto to deal with it.
Yep. Yeah, looks like we're, well.
Is that Vengeance? The Vengeance. Okay. Okay, so we see another Leviathan likely then, I believe.
I don't see why not. And that's going to be still not a Flip Swain, but it will be 3 more damage.
Yeah, so this is interesting because Seth has the ability to actually flip his Swain right now. By utilizing one of these Swain's Ravenous Flocks, he can flip Swain to guarantee the stuns and then go for the open attack. Wait, doesn't that just win? Isn't that winning?
Well, it would certainly be winning if I said it looked bad for Seth, because that would just guarantee the win. But I have not said that unironically yet. So, but it would certainly threaten lethal. Okay, not gonna go for it.
So instead, the level comes after the swings, or after the pings. And what now? I mean, now the Ruination will be more online.
I mean, the Ruination has to come here if anything gets played, right? An open attack doesn't even look that good. Like, oh man, playing a unit here is going to be absolutely devastating, right? Presto was like, please let me.
I think that was potentially a misplay from Seth to not flock. I'm trying to think why he didn't.
I think so.
Is it Grasp? Is that what he was playing around? Like he was just worried that his Swain was going to get... No, that wouldn't do it either, because Swain would have gone up to... Oh, no, Grasp would have come before, so Grasp would have cleared it. I just don't know if that's like... It's probably a position where Seth needed to go for the win. Like he had the opportunity to try.
You've got 2.
Yeah, if you went for it and lost to Grasp, you'd only have 1 Swain left in hand, which I guess was the concern for Seth.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it is certainly a concern, but I mean, there hasn't really been a time where Presto like purposely didn't play a Ruination when it would have been really good.
Okay, but now Presto has played Anivia, and now Ruination can't come down. So Cephalopod gets to have free reign, pretty much.
He can play.
Wait, he can get his Swain in this turn.
Yeah,
he can guarantee it. He's got these sentries. He's got Ice Veil Archer. Swain has Fearsome. Remember, he can't be blocked. I mean, at least from his perspective, he can. We know that there is this Fury of the North that can be used to stop the block.
Right.
But Cephalopod's going to go for this.
Right. Well, hold on. He can stun. Does he have enough? Oh, I don't think he has an. Oh, I guess it depends. Is he going to use? Oh, this is brilliant because this will force out the Fury of the North now if he wants to save. Otherwise, he can actually stun both units. Because he could play. Okay. So now he can go Death's Hand into Sentry or double Death's Hand.
Yeah, he can just go double Death's Hand as 2 stuns, or he can go flock double Death Hand. He's got it. Seth has it. There's no more cards that Presto can play, and Seth has enough. Seth's gonna find game 1.
How many times is this going to happen?
He's gonna find game 1.
Wow. Yeah.
Cephalopod.
I mean, okay.
I think
I don't think it matters which one he does, but
yeah. And now he just goes in. There's no response.
you can block 3. You take 12, 15, 18, 21, 24 damage. Cephalopod up 1 game and is now 1 game closer to making it into the grand finals here at Fight Night Legends. Just brilliantly orchestrated.
Cephalopod. I cannot believe it. I talked to him. You know, I love this kid. He's a great kid. I've practiced with him in the past when I was playing more competitively and working towards masters races and these different things. Mm-hmm. And Cephalopod is a great player, really fun guy to talk to. And he sent me these deck lists, and I was like, man, you have brought some heat. You have brought some spice today, and I am so ready to see it in action. And I'm so glad that Cephalopod has really shown up, and he's made it all the way back to this losers bracket final. And he's just got scouts. He's just got scouts to try and run this down, but the box coming out from Presto going to be able to answer a lot of different scout units that Cephalopod is trying to play.
Now, the age-old question, do you save your 2-1 with a Radiant Strike from Vile Feast? I think probably not, right? Or from with Ranger's Resolve. I guess Ranger's Resolve actually would have been a clean answer. But I think you can get more value out of Ranger's Resolve later. Honoring a Withering Whale or the like.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is why the box is so good here. Look at this. It just deals with the Petty Officer. It is technically like a 1-for-1, right? But
is it that good?
I think it is, considering, right? Because it generally would take 2 cards to deal with the 2 units that come out. It can be very annoying to deal with this card.
Sure.
But the box is a clean, clear 1-for-1. And when you're playing the control deck versus the aggro deck, you 1-for-1ing cards is totally fine. Like, that is generally okay for you.
Yep. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree entirely. It is a clean way. It's not a mana efficient way, or
no,
even
not
a card. I mean, it is card efficient. It's 1-for-1. You'll take those for sure. Seth, again, we see him in a little bit of a clunker right now. Doesn't really want to play Island Navigator or Petty Officer, as the Braum is just going to get a free attack in.
Oh, okay.
Not going to kill anything though.
Yeah, this Braum walls Cephalopod actually pretty hard right now.
Oh yeah,
this is definitely pretty tough for him to deal with.
This is why you run Braum. Okay, I was wondering if the Pool Shark actually
it does.
It does.
Okay. It's actually a very good pull from Island Navigator for like scout stacks and kind of like Sejuani MF, where you're just running a lot of units and you just want to keep up the steam. Now, maybe War Chefs isn't exactly the card that Seth wanted this turn, but it fits his curve. He can play War Chef's Petty Officer, he can develop, and he just got an extra free card. It is very, very good pickup.
I'd argue that maybe War Chefs was the perfect card.
It might have been, actually. It was very good. Ooh, okay.
Rear guard and the box. That's right. That's a card. Now the box is getting some additional value. Could save the War Chefs with the Rangers Resolve, but I think you just gotta wait. Not saving enough.
Yeah, the box definitely hurts. You know, we talk up all these things, but the 2 of the box, Presto had both. And like I was saying at the start, it does line up well into this scout deck.
Yeah, and actually is going to use a Radiant Strike to keep the War Chefs alive. Okay.
Okay, so he's gone 6 mana, so there is potential for Genevieve. You know what's very rough about this is actually Concerted Strike doesn't deal with Braum, and that's certainly problematic for Cephalopod.
Yep.
That feels very, very tough.
Well, could deal with Braum after the fact if
Right.
Presto has nothing. So there's a lot of qualifiers there, but certainly not where you want to be if you're Ceph with Concerted Strike. Cephalopod debating if he wants to use the Ranger's Resolve, maybe Concerted Strike. Opts for nothing there. Instead, just going to develop a barrier, play a 3-2, pass a turn, see is there anything that they can do with Genevieve. Genevieve, of course, recently getting buffed up to a 5-5 from a 4-4.
I think that was a massive buff, by the way. I think Genevieve is actually a really great card now. There's a lot of turns like this one where Genevieve is going to get a ton of value having this challenge and scout tags. Being able to potentially clear Braum and then clear an additional unit is incredibly strong. I think Genevieve is a great addition in scout decks now, where before it was just guaranteed that you just wanted big Cithria. But I actually honestly believe that Genevieve is debatably better than Big Sith in the Scouts decks, which was something that we were questioning originally. We were curious whether it would be. And I do think that my answer as of now is yes, I actually think she does contest Big Sith in Scout decks.
I mean, I'm biased because I was running Genevieve in this deck before the buff, so you certainly know my answer to that question, but I don't know if I was correct on that one.
Yeah, I think pre-buff it was harder to say, but post-buff I certainly think that the 5-5 stat line is a great break point. It allows her to contest a lot of other units, including 5-drops, being able to actually clear 5-drops out of the way. So using the first challenge to hit a small unit and then the second one to clear away another 5-drop, I think is incredibly powerful.
Yeah, it's certainly very strong, or she's very strong now, and yeah, I mean we're seeing that now. I mean, has essentially killed 2 units or forced 2 units to be killed and is still alive, still there, and still can attack 2 more times. So unfortunately for Ceph, has not hit any of his champions. Not that they'd survive anyway, but I think now maybe we've seen how this has lasted, or how this is panned out before, but I think this is looking pretty bad for Ceph. Because unlike a lot of the other matchups, this the Ruination is not just a theoretical good play. It's a death knell for this deck, because there is no recovery mechanic. There is no, be able to play a bunch of spells afterwards. It is just your board is wiped and you have 2 Concerted Strikes in your hand now. Congratulations, you've got nothing.
Yeah, and one of the lines you've liked to use in the past is this is kind of how they drew it up, and this is kind of how Presto drew it up, right? With this lineup, with this specific Braum deck, it's very good against aggressive lists, and Scouts being an aggro deck, it just kind of falls flat into this Braum Anivia deck. I think it's quite powerful here. So I think that Cephalopod is going to be okay losing this game if it happens. There's still maybe a little bit of room for this game to continue on right now, but like you mentioned, that Ruination is just the nail in the coffin. And I think Ceph, when that happens, is okay, but the next game is where I'm more comfortable with the Scouts deck anyway. Right. I expected to drop a game versus this Braum Anivia deck. It's very anti-aggro, and now I have to be able to deal with the next deck. It's a best of 3, it's Conquest. Sometimes in a no-ban format, my opponent is going to have a deck that I can't beat, but as long as I can beat the other one, we're in good shape.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's I mean, scouts can beat anything, right? I mean,
They can.
It has those draws. It has those draws for sure.
They
This, of course, was
absolutely
not
can.
one of those draws, but I mean, it's really not looking good. I'm not even saying this as a meme. It's really not looking good for Sev right now. But there is still another game, even if he does lose this one.
I mean, we can say it it is a meme at this point. It is.
I mean,
it's
it is a meme, but I
meme
wasn't
status.
saying it as a meme there.
Yeah, because it certainly is not looking good for Seth right now. As he's got a Quinn and double concerted strike, it's definitely not enough for him to find a win, especially through a Ruination. Even in this deck, there actually aren't really the top decks for you to stabilize. It's not like mid-range Bannerman where you can go something like, Big Sith into Rally or something like that. And
Right.
completely turning around. You cap out at Genevieve, and Jenny only works well when you have a full board initially. So it is a very kind of slow bleed out here for Cephalopod because Presto's playing this very anti-aggro, slow deck, not really attacking your opponent as much as their board. And he's even, considering we actually see a hover of a Ruination here just to deal with the Quinn. And just going to go ahead and remove that.
I mean, now... No, the problem is that there's still 2 Tavern Keepers. It just doesn't matter. Yeah, it's just like...
Oh, yeah. I
think that's... And, and although, probably doesn't want to play the Rekindler. Although, you know what? You might as well, right?
Yeah, I think you're happy to in this state. The Braum is still a powerful unit against the Scout list. So... even though you would love to have an Anivia with it, at the end of the day, you're now the aggressor. You're now going to start putting pressure onto Cephalopod. And a Rekindler is a great way to put a lot of power on the board. Essentially, this is a 5/5 for 7, but you're also getting 4/8 worth of stats so long as this Braum isn't removed without the Poro being spawned.
Right. Yeah, Presto's at the point where he really doesn't need to be greedy and, in fact, wants to do the opposite because this game is very much in hand.
Yeah, and there's the Enlightened Anivia going to be picked up. So once Presto starts getting to his attacking turns and can start kind of just blowing this away for Cephalopod, clearing away the board.
Of course, as I say that, Quinn MF out on the board can't actually deal with. Okay, I think even through my anti-jinxing, there's just only so much that my reverse caster curse, my caster blessing can do.
Yeah, it is quite tough here. If Cephalopod could manage to level both of these champions, then suddenly, there's a world where he can win, but it's a leveled up Anivia. This is very, very difficult to deal with.
Would need to attack, even with attack, we need to attack twice into have Presto play a spell, have Presto play the Glimpse for no reason, in response, use Relentless Pursuit, then attack again. Something that's just absolutely not going to happen.
Oh, I see what Cephalopod's going for here. He actually is. He has a way to remove Anivia, and he realizes that if Anivia sticks, he loses the game. So what Cephalopod's trying to do here, it looks like, is just a concerted strike and then use the challenge in order to get the egg. But unfortunately for him, Presto does have this Withering Wail, which will be able to respond to Valor and not let this actually happen.
It also has Grasp if he wants to just kill the MF, which would prevent the Anivia from dying.
Right.
So has his pick of the litter here. We're jumping over as Cephalopod's stream is having some technical difficulties, but actually Presto's just letting it happen. Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
actually going to use the Grasp on the Valor, actually.
Instead of the Withering Wail. I'm very interested by this play. Do you have any insight into why he would go for this instead of the Whale?
My honest answer is because he wants to make sure that he kills it if there's another Ranger's Resolve or a Radiant Strike. That's the only thing I can think
of.
No,
that makes perfect sense. I think that's great. And now, wow, he even gets to Chronicler off the top to bring back its second Anivia. Yeah, on an attacking turn. Okay. Steph's like, okay, but I'll see you in game 3. We're good with that one.
Yeah. There was for what it's worth, Cephalopod was actually kind of in that game, but also not really. But Casa, would we have had it any other way for Cephalopod to make the big comeback that he has made in his run through the losers bracket if it wasn't a 2-1? We go into game 3. We absolutely needed this to happen.
These series have been spectacular for our first fight night. I am so happy that we're getting more games. We're getting so many best of 3s in this format, and it's been great to watch. And, you know, when we pitched this format originally, Blevins, we were a little concerned that, hey, maybe the players will all bring like the 2 same decks that they think are the strongest. There has been plenty of variety in our tournament. The only places where there weren't really variety were with practice groups bringing the same lineups. And that's more reasonable than just the whole field bringing everything in general. So I've been super excited for this, and the fact that we're getting yet another game 3, this time between Presto and Cephalopod. I'm so excited for it. Cephalopod, man, his journey through the losers bracket has been something else, and he does not want to quit until he gets another crack at Winding God. Yeah,
but that being said, Karma Ezreal versus Scouts. I mean, it's certainly maybe favored towards Scouts if they can get an early aggressive hand, but Karma Ezreal's Karma Ezreal, Casa. There's a reason that back when the bans in tournaments where bans are a thing, it almost always lands on Karma Ezreal. People don't want to have to play against this deck.
Yeah, it is a very, very powerful list. It looks like we are just waiting just a few more minutes before this starts. But I again, you know, let's go ahead and pull up Karma Ezreal if we can and talk about this deck a little bit and why it's so strong. But it's a very powerful list. Presto, of course, we saw on his player card much earlier. We showed that a couple times that he is going to be playing. It is his favorite deck, but it looks like, no, we don't need to bring up the deck list because we're going to see it now. It looks like they are ready to go. We're going to jump into that game, and Presto going to be running the Karma Ez going up against Cephalopod here. Scouts does have game against against the Karma Ezreal. They can go very, very fast, and Karma Ez, if they don't have enough answers, they can get steamrolled. But right now, looking at Presto's hand, he's got a lot of juice.
He sure does. A lot of juice here, but a little bit of damage coming through. But, you know, we see removal spell, 3/3/2, which is effectively a removal spell, and 2 Will of Ionia. So even if Cephalopod can set up an opportunity to flip a champion, Presto's going to be able to reset that real quick.
Yeah, one great thing for Cephalopod is all of the units he's playing are spawning 2 units. And Presto only has this single target removal available to him. So slowly Cephalopod will actually start to develop a board. It will actually start to appear, but so far Presto has had plenty of answers, and he has dealt with a lot of the threats very quickly. But Presto's used a lot of cards. A lot of cards have already been played.
Yeah, we talked about in most matchups, if the control deck can just 1-for-1 against an aggro deck, it's usually pretty good. But when that aggro deck is playing a bunch of cards that spawn additional units, 1-for-1ing all of a sudden looks a lot worse. But Presto, he hasn't run out of gas yet. And we can see again 2 concerted strikes in Cephalopod's hand. Those are just not the cards that he wants to see at this point in the game.
Yeah, concerted strike. You know, we talked about this kind of at the top of the first match. We saw Cephalopod playing Scouts and how it wasn't something we normally saw in Scouts, but we were kind of liking it as a removal option. The alternative being not to run removal, and the more we keep seeing Cephalopod draw double concerted strike, the more I'm liking the idea of just not playing removal in the Scouts deck and just having more units to play onto the board.
Yeah, I mean that was the build that I played to Masters last season, and it tended to work. But I do understand and appreciate the want for concerted strike, because it is a bit of a hedge, like we talked about before, against, you know, the unknown in a lot of ways. So I don't hate it at all. And just the raw Ezreal coming out for Presto, knowing there's really for the most part, not a lot of answers for this Ezreal in the Scouts deck, but Concerted Strike may come out.
Yeah, and this is going to be a 4/4 Sparring Student on this turn, unless it's a Concerted Strike play. But if we're looking at Bright Steel Protector, yeah, there it is. 4/4 with a barrier and Scout.
Okay.
That's pretty terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, you take that. Get some good attacks in. I mean, attacks look pretty strong. Presto's going to have to do something. Of course, like we mentioned before, good old Sir William can come out and negate the buffs as well as the Scout, as well as the barrier on that student. So,
yeah, I actually think this is a pretty high value Will of Ionia. I think it's reasonable to go for it. He might wait for the attack to be declared, but looking at this, like, he's got 2 wills. His will target is what, Genevieve or Quinn, but even then both of them give buffs when they come onto the board, so they're not like your favorite will targets.
right,
You're getting rid of a lot of buffs. You're putting a 1-drop back in the hand, which is very negligible, but I don't know. I kind of like the will here. I think it's pretty reasonable to go for it as just an Ezreal ping.
yeah, it's an Ezreal tick. I think, the way that Cephalopod attacked, I think sort of makes you think that there is a rally in hand, which of course we know there is. But so I think Presto is figuring out what is the best way for me to block so that I don't get blown out by rally. This is what he comes up with. Doesn't need to use the Will of Ionia. And I mean, rally is going to be pretty good here. It's going to get a good chunk of damage in. Will of Ionia could come out, or it could be, yeah, Will is going to be pretty good. Let's get to replay the student at least.
Yep, can play the student if he wants. His attacks on this rally are pretty abysmal, but he can still push 3 damage with the Sparring Student coming down if he wants to play it. Looks like he is going to bank that mana instead, however. Oh no, he still had the Scout attack. Okay,
yeah. He opened with the regular attack, then
you're right.
And Scout attack.
Yeah. I sometimes we forget about those ones, but yeah, of course.
Yep. All right, Concerted Strike coming out, and as we saw, well, actually, Will of Ionia. He's gonna have to Will of Ionia and get excited to save the Ezreal here.
Yeah, I mean, wow, that feels really bad because now whatever units Cephalopod has to start to refill are pretty tough to deal with. You're not going to have any cards on the side of Presto.
Good?
I think he has to. Because if you look at his hand, like, without this Ezreal on board, his hand is not good anyway, right? Like, he has to keep the Ezreal alive. And you see Cephalopod laughing at his Sparring Student eating 2 Will of Ionia.
Right. I mean, what is this? I feel like if you're Ceph, you got to be happy about that. What does Presto even do now?
Well, Presto is in a very rough spot, and now for Cephalopod, he even has Hired Gun.
Oh, yeah,
he can get the Hired Gun vulnerable onto the Ezreal.
I was wondering why he played that out, but he didn't have Presto didn't actually have mana for the Mystic Shot, so that makes sense. Yeah, Hired Gun can come out. I feel like you have to open with Hired Gun, right? Because if anything
Presto has a
played,
unit. Yeah, you don't want to be leaving this Ezreal on board. I think I prefer the Hired Gun open here, but Cephalopod goes for the Grizzled Ranger instead, which, it dies to this Static Shock, so the Scout goes away, but it buffs up the Sparring Student yet again. The Sparring Student's insane!
Yeah.
Look at it go!
Ezreal's getting leveled here.
What a pull from an Island Navigator. This Sparring Student has dealt 4 damage to face, has eaten 2 Will of Ionias, and is now a 4/3 on board, threatening Presto.
But the gotcha is going to save the Ezreal. Oh, wait, no. He has to use the gotcha beforehand so he doesn't die. He has to use This sparring student has eaten 12 mana worth of spells, and it was a free unit generated off of the island. Wait, is this just game?
Does he have it with the chef?
No, he only has 6. He has 6 here.
But he kills Ezreal.
Oh, Ezreal's dead, but he only has 6 damage. So Presto is at 1 with no board, 2 cards in hand, one of which is a puff cap.
And Cephalopod has Concerted Strike. He can answer the Ezreal if Presto went for an all-in. If Presto saved Ezreal and went for an all-in, Cephalopod still has this Concerted Strike on the back foot. Cephalopod, I think he's going to do it. I think he's made the run all the way back through, losing in the first round, and he's going to get his rematch.
Insane. One thing I want to, although deep meditation.
Unless
another rebuy. More rebuys.
Unless
another deep meditation.
Oh my god!
Wait,
that draw! No way! Double concussive bomb that saves him!
Wow.
Oh my god!
Uh-oh. Cephalopod fans are screaming right now.
No way!
But
the miracle draws from Presto, that saves him even after Petty Officer, I think.
Well, I think so too, because of the Eye of the Dragon. I think. Because he can kill one of the palm units. Okay, now it's gonna be moot because both palms come out.
I'm thinking, like, if there's merit to play the Petty here, but I think Seth pretty much only loses to double palm. I think that's like the only set of cards that beats him.
Right.
And so this makes sense from Cephalopod to go for the open attack.
Is there a 1-cost unit that deals 2 damage somehow, like automatically? Oh, that certainly is not it.
There is Saboteur would do 1, but that's not 2. 1 is not 2.
Another deep meditation drawn from Presto.
Oh my, he's finding all the card draw, but Cephalopod is wide now. He has a big board, he's got some scouts. He has the Concerted though, can come out, but can the deep med find Deny?
Can it find Deny? Can it find Twin Disciplines?
It's a 1 of Deny. He's drawn a lot of spells though.
He's gonna draw 4 cards here. Twin Disciplines. Well, the thing is that it's gonna depend. Holy crap.
I mean, like you said, it's 4 cards. Like, he should find Deny. He's already drawn so many spells.
Another.
It is a 1 of, but there it is. He finds it.
And a Will of Ion. Oh my god. Is that just
And he's got damage.
3, 6,
it's 10.
7,
it's
8,
10.
9, 10. The question is, well, man, it's so crazy. What is this game, Casa?
I can't believe it. I think Presto might have stabilized. I think he might have stabilized. He has the Deny available for the Concerted. He can save his Karma, and then he can double up these Mystic Shots to help clear. He can clear Quinn with doubled up Mystic Shot. He can clear more units with this.
Well, if he goes for double Mystic Shot on Quinn, it doesn't actually kill the Quinn because Radiant Strike can save it. Looks like he's going to just Mystic Shot.
Wait! Seth can save this! Seth can Radiant Strike, not going for the Deny. Might have lost Presto the game.
Wow.
Presto might have lost the Radiant Strike, the 1 mana trick.
Wow.
No way.
We were talking about small advantages making the biggest difference, and this might be it. It's gonna. Oh man, hired gun doesn't do anything here.
It's still good because you can play the Valor attack and then hired gun to refill the board spot. It's actually quite a good draw.
Yeah,
it's not the best. I mean, obviously we want Jenny here, but you know, we'll take this. This might be okay.
Wow.
Cephalopod going through every single card played this game, trying to figure out how he can win this. Can he go for the all-in? Pulling lifesteal to one side.
That does 11. Can block 9. So this is certainly, I would say, a little bit greedy, potentially. This loses to, I think, it not loses, but it doesn't win any. Yeah, I think Seth just wanted to visualize, hey, if I do this attack, how many removal spells does he need to survive here?
Okay, so this is the line with hired gun then. This is the scout attack. Oh no. I don't know if he wanted that.
Yeah, I don't know either. I don't know that it makes a ton of difference, but it certainly might have. So Valor.
This is such a tight spot. This is so. I can see the stress on his face. He's trying to make every right decision.
Is there ever a world where you pull the Eye of the Dragon with a buff,
with the war chefs?
With a buffed, a buffed Valor.
It could be reasonable, but I think that Seth is still like trying to go for the lethal here. I think is his idea.
Mm-hmm.
But Seth, I think he realizes that he made a mistake, and he knows that he doesn't win this turn. And I think you can see the worry on his face of by not winning this turn, is that going to result in an overall loss?
Well, the good news for Seth is that as the dust settles, opponent is at 3. You're ahead on board. You've got more stuff to play. Granted, one of those units is a 0/3.
Presto going to be on 0 cards if he plays this. Okay, he goes for the pass. I mean, you can feel the tension. Karma off the top. But Big Sith picked up by Cephalopod.
Yeah, but guess what kills Big Sith? A Karma'd Get Excited.
It does. And that will spawn an Eye of the Dragon. A Dragonling.
Which is huge.
But Cephalopod knows that this is no cards for Presto. This is 0 cards for Presto. Losing Big Sith is definitely unfortunate.
Glasses off Cephalopod is a version we rarely see, and I think it's only for crunch time.
Can he even go wide enough here? He can. No, not with the Dragonling. He can't go wide enough.
Unless he can spawn a random 1-drop. Okay.
Wait, that might find it. That can find it, but that is, it's going to be some RNG fiesta here for Presto. He picks up the second Karma.
Oh boy. So we can see the riposte on the 0/3 could do it.
It's going to come down to what the draws are. Get excited. Doesn't answer riposte though. Riposte will do it.
Double get excited.
Oh,
it's double get excited.
It's double. No, you're so right. Double get excited. We'll get through it.
It's double get excited because of Karma Omega lol. Wow.
Oh my god.
The Jinx emote is exactly how we feel as well, as I think And I don't think that the meme is going to help him here. It is not looking good for Cephalopod here.
Because now there's the unlicensed innovation from Presto.
Yeah, open attack.
Gonna spawn 2 5/5s, threatening lethal on the open.
Wow.
And I think Presto has found the win. Oh my god, we thought that Cephalopod had done it, making the run all the way back from the loser's bracket. I am so impressed with Cephalopod's play today and how amazing he did on that run. But Presto, the terror from the UK,
Wow.
the brutal Brit, taking down Cephalopod in the loser's bracket final. And now Presto has a shot to take on Winding God to try and claim the title of the first champion of Fight Night Legends.
I'm just like that. I need like a moment to take that game in because that was
Okay. Sorry about that. Let's it looks like we're having some technical difficulties here. Let's go ahead and take a short break while we get those sorted. But sorry, we lost Blev. We'll be right back with the grand finals between Presto and Winding God in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Giant Slayer Fight Night Legends. We are moving on to the grand finals between Presto and Winding God. Winding God sitting in there from the winner's bracket. So, in the event that Presto takes him down in the first set, we will, in fact, have a bracket reset. So we will be looking at that different type of rule. We do have here, Blevins, in a bracket reset. If it occurs, finalists will play a final best of one using a third unrestricted deck submitted prior to the start of the tournament. This will not fit in any of the region locks compared to their other decks, and it will be blind. The players will not have seen their opponent's versions. These are closed to other players. So this is only in the event that Presto is able to take the first set off of Winding God.
Yes, so we're going to play a best of three like we normally would. Of course, for the format for this event is 2 decks, no region overlap, no bans, must win with both decks. We're going to play one of those straight up. If Winding God wins, we have our Fight Night Legends champion for Fight Night Legends #1. If Presto wins that first 2 of 3, we go into a final game with the decks that you just talked about, and it's the ultimate in high tension final game for a bracket reset. At least we think so. We're going to be potentially having that on the table, but you can take a look here at the bracket so far. Presto, of course, won the first round and then has been going through the losers bracket so far. We just saw, and Casa, I think, we've casted a lot of games that certainly was a top 5, if not like a top 2, top 3 game period that we've seen.
Yeah, that series between Cephalopod and Presto will be one I will remember for a very long time. Yeah. Presto, of course, dropping to the loser bracket as well from Winding God, as well as Cephalopod. They both lost to Winding God. Winding God moved himself very swiftly through the upper bracket and has been waiting patiently to have his chance at the win here. Of course, both of these players, Presto and Winding God, will be invited back for next week's fight night. On top of that, the winner here, though, will be walking home with $100. So that is something to be looking forward to for these players, and they're going to be fighting tooth and nail to get there.
Yeah, absolutely a high stakes match. We will be seeing next week, same time, same place. We'll be back here. Both Presto and Winding God will be invited back with 6 more other players, which we'll be revealing throughout the week. But Casanova, we have gone a long way to get here. And this is actually a rematch from a previous round where we saw Winding God versus Presto. And we saw Winding God take that one down, actually.
Yeah, we actually saw a very swift 2-0 from Winding God against Presto last time. It felt like his lineup kind of lined well into Presto's lineup. And so I do feel that this finals is heavily Winding God favored. While I do feel like Presto's lineup was great and he had a ton of success against pretty much the rest of the field, Winding God had his number. And so we'll see if that continues in this grand final. But Presto bringing that what were we calling it? Bald bird. The bald bird, able to have that one be very, very powerful. The Anivia Braum, the Bromnivia, if you will, as Blevins will not.
Bald eagle.
The bald eagle. There we go. That's a good one. I like that one. The bald eagle.
There we go. I think that see, it just took a little bit of a punch up. It took some iteration, but we got there. Bromnivia, dead name. Bald eagle, moving forward. We coined it.
Yeah, and here is the list. You know, you can see it up on your screen right now. It's very strong against aggro, and unfortunately for Presto, there's no aggro really to be found on the side of Winding God. You can make the argument about Vimer having those aggressive burn, elusive burn tendencies, and this deck will have some game against that with the Withering Whales. Last time we saw a Withering Whale that would have been devastating get denied, so maybe if the deny isn't there this time around, there is potential for Presto to find the win in that matchup. But other than that, I do feel like this this Bald Eagle deck is going to be the kind of crux in this matchup. It is going to be, if Presto can find that win, I do think that his Karma Ez does have a good chance of finding a victory as well.
Yeah, I think if the Bald Eagle deck, I'm loving the name, by the way. If the Bald Eagle deck can actually take home the victory, which it theoretically can, the box, like we talked about before, lines up actually quite nicely, depending on the point in the game, against the Ash Noxus deck. It actually kills a lot of the units in the Ash Noxus deck, and also it can essentially thwart an entire Heimerdinger turn if Winding God goes a little too aggressive with the number of bots that he spawns. The box can actually kill all of the bots in one turn, as well as the Heimer. But we've seen Winding God play a number of times, and he's got the box on top of mind, as well as many of the other removal spells that can be in the suite for that deck. So I don't think we're going to see Winding God playing into a huge blowout a lot of the time.
Yeah, I think it'll be pretty rare for that. The only time we'll see Winding God kind of play into something like that is when he's forced to. We see a lot of patience from him. He doesn't generally make too many mistakes, which is why he is such a consistently incredible player. Winding God, of course, bringing Vimer, which was a deck that a lot of people expected to be the best deck of the tournament. And we do see one representative of Vimer in the final here with Winding God. And here's his iteration, of course, having the static shocks, which I think we did see Hyped, who had also the only other player that ran Vimer did not have the static shocks. And there were a few iterations or times where maybe that would have been a good card for Hyped to have. So like to see these here.
It's always nice to just have it's nice to have a redraw at the end of the day, right? Like, even if it's not getting the most amount of value, it can do one to face. It can maybe kill off some X1s, which I think in the grand scheme of the meta is actually quite good. But in these matchups, it might not be the best. But at the end of the day, it's replacing itself. It's drawing you a card.
Right, exactly, which is always going to be quite. I'm a big fan of card advantage in general, so any card that is going to do something for me and draw a card, I'm generally a fan of those cards. I'm a big fan of Static Shock. I do love that card quite a bit. But in general, yeah, I do think that the Vimer list, the Ash Nox, these are just things that we've seen Winding God have success with in the past. I know we've lauded Winding God for being so good at bringing a variation of decks and having wins on different lineups. But this time around, you know, Winding God bringing stuff that's familiar that we've seen him play in the past. And here we go. We're jumping into game. Winding God already has the Trapper down, and he's found a Yeti once again. So this is we've seen this before for Presto.
Oh, no. Presto's getting triggered by the Yetis, and we see more in hand and the Assessor. Oh, no.
All right, what do you call a grouping of Yetis? Because, you know, we have the scrum of Badger Bears. We have the I can't remember what the Shadow Assassins were, but what are Yetis?
Oh, the Shadow Yetis. That's going to be a So it's gonna be like a rhino, because a Yeti is kind of like a big bulking thing like a rhino. So I'm gonna go with a crash of Yetis.
A crash of Yetis. Okay. Yeah. Chat came up with a yeet of Yetis, but I think a crash is more in line with the kind of naming conventions we've been doing.
That's a Zoomer name.
True. Yeah. Blevins did become a boomer recently, so yeet, he doesn't really identify with the word yeet. Yeah. We'll have to be good. I like a crash of Yetis. I'm a fan of that one. I think that's a good way to go for it. And we'll see if Winding God can pull out the full crash here, as he does have another trapper. Not the full suite of them, not all three as he did last time, but still, if he can get a couple of Yetis down on board, they're going to be quite difficult for Presto to remove.
It's a band of trappers, in case you were wondering.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
I knew that was your next question, so I figured I'd just answer it before you even asked it. Yeah, the band of trappers, which we did see last time. The thing is will we get the Winding God happening, which is just the Yeti immediately goes on top. The trapper doesn't say put it in the top 3. No. It's just put the 5/5 for 1 on top of library.
Yeah, we did see Winding God pick them up off the top one after another last time around. So we'll see if he has such luck yet again. And, there's the slow play from Winding God. I'm curious if he's playing around the box right now. I don't even know what to say. He goes for the Reckoning, and the box doesn't actually do it. I mean, it does. It's a 1-for-1 with the 2-drop though. It's very mana inefficient, but the Reckoning on this turn actually does play around the box. And if that was the intention, I don't know what to say. I don't even know what to say.
Level. He was playing around the box. It's an absolutely insane play. It's a type of play. I don't think I'm ever making that play. And that's how I know it was good. Is that there's never a world where I'm making the play that Winding God just made, which just assures me undoubtingly that it was the correct play and that it was just 5-head beyond all belief.
Yeah, and Presto now has to deal with this massive board. He has a grasp, but he's still taking 9 to the dome as he's got this Reckless Trefarian alongside the Avarosan Trapper.
I just noticed a bug too. The Yeti wasn't on top, so it must be a bug. We probably have to restart the game.
I hate you. I for a second there I was like, wait, I'm like scanning the entire board, like, where is this bug? It's Winding God didn't draw.
I knew you would be freaking out, so that's why I slow rolled it.
Winding God didn't draw his Yeti off the top. Thanks, Blevins. He finds it now.
I see why, because it didn't matter. He drew it on his attacking turn, so he can play it in attack right away. Yep, that makes sense.
Of course, that's it. That's the one. Checks out. And now we get Trefarian Assessor picking up 3 cards. Yep. Another Reckoning picked up by Winding God. Yeah, Presto's like, man, I'm trying here. How do I beat Yugi? I'm only Kaiba. How can I win?
I'm merely Kaiba. There's plot armor again that I'm going against. It's just... wow. Yeah, I mean, there are no bad cards in Winding God's grandpa's deck. So, I mean, and he even gets to put even more cards. Of course, those cards are one mana 5/5. So, wow. Just, I mean, it's classic. It is the classic Winding God play with this deck. I mean, this is his deck, right? This is, if there's one person who we can say this is their deck, it is Winding God.
Yeah, as Bannerman and Demacia are to BBG, Ash Nox is to Winding God. He was the biggest player of this list on ladder when it was originally a very powerful deck, hitting rank 1 on North America with it multiple times. I remember queuing into him while he was queuing from rank 1 playing this deck. He didn't stop when he hit there.
Madman.
He was
absolute madman.
He was so terrifying to play on this list, and he's continued to bring it for tournament after tournament, and it is impressive to see how he continues to adapt it and play it at such a high level.
Yeah, with that being said, a couple of all right blocks lined up for Presto, and the Ruination actually able to maybe bring him back a little bit.
What are you going to do with my Ruination, Yugi boy? Presto picks. It is a great answer here for him to try and stabilize on this board. However, he doesn't feel like he can play it because there's 5 cards in hand for Winding God, and if they're all units, you play Ruination and there's a refill.
Right. The issue.
Oh, does he pass? Yeah, he does. Yeah. Oh, it's such a good pass.
Lethal's already being presented on the open deck.
That pass is so good. I love it.
Yeah, the lobster pass, as we have coined it, could very easily be called the Winding God pass as well.
Yeah, it's, now at this point, like, every player's doing it, but this is like the aggressive version of it. This is like Winding God's like, just give me my attack token back, man. Yeah. Like, I'm just going to keep sending these towards your face.
Yep. It's, and I mean, I don't know if Presto can channel some Cephalopod, but it's not looking good for Presto here. So we're, I mean, the issue is that there's just no pressure whatsoever being generated by Presto. It's all reactive spells, and Winding God can just sit here and just attack. Honestly, I mean, Presto's going to be able to survive for a while, but Winding God really doesn't need to develop much more onto the board.
Yeah, I feel like Winding God almost just plays his cheapest unit, or wow, he just goes for the attack. He's like you said, he's just going to keep passing back to get his attack token, and then he'll develop and make the least attractive ruinations that he can.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be in a good spot if you are forcing your opponent to cast their 7 mana removal spell to kill a 1 mana card that was generated from another card, right? Like. Or, using a grasp on your 4 mana 3/3 that drew you a card with 5+ power. Like, all of these things, again, just little things. Like, you look at that turn in a vacuum, and it's like, okay, that wasn't a terrible turn. But when you think about the implications throughout the whole game, that's where this advantage is coming from Winding God. But Presto able to generate a little bit of his own advantage. It's a free Braum, but
bam, Reckoning.
Yeah. The second Reckoning played, and it is certainly Reckoning Presto there, but a leveled up Anivia comes down and can get a little bit of value.
Yeah, this is a big draw for Presto. He does need to get this Enlightened Anivia on board, start to try and create some counter pressure. But it's still a very terrifying situation in general. Winding God still drawing into big threats. He hasn't played a Sejuani yet. He could develop one now and go for a large open attack. Yep. And I think that's it's quite likely as a line here.
I think so. As we know, of course, the Yeti's going down here. Sejuani can come out, or Ash or Sejuani. I kind of like the Sejuani more, not only because you have 2 Sejuanis, but also playing a Sejuani generates a Fury of the North, and also is just a bigger threat in general. Doesn't die to a card like Grasp of the Undying. So I'm kind of interested as to why went for the Sedge instead, or went for the Ash instead of the Sedge.
Yeah, I think this may have been kind of the first small misstep from Winding God in general. I do think that the Sejuani was a much safer line. I know that playing Sejuani on an attacking turns is generally going to feel a lot better because of the fact that it grants Frostbite invulnerable for this turn only. So that's clearly the consideration, is that I want to use my Sejuani on an attacking turn, but it does end up causing him to get quite punished. And yeah, the Ruination, wow, Winding God knows that, hey, I'm not coming back from that. He's just going to drop the Surrender.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's not one that you see very often, but Winding God knows what Winding God knows. That we're there, no coming back from that. That was I think he realized his, like you said, misstep potentially, and was like, yep, if you have it, I just lose. Yeah, no, it came down to that. He just decided that he does lose in the event that he cannot get or that he gets Ruination, and like we mentioned before with Presto coming in, if he wins with the Bald Eagle, he's got a chance. He's got a shot in this. This is Karma Ezreal. This is a great deck. This can beat a lot of different things. Yeah, it certainly can, and I think it has at least a relatively even matchup against Vimer, right? I think it's pretty close. can deal with a lot of the bots. You can.
Yeah,
your end game is just as good.
I don't know how well it's gonna do against Winding God's Heimer Flash Vi hand, but in general, it can win versus the Heimerless.
Right. Oh, we'll see it play out. It's going.
Oh,
card
jeez.
for card here.
He really is Yugi, isn't he?
Yes, but sometimes Yugi misplays Karibo and has to concede.
Yeah, it does happen. I'm not sure if it does happen, but we're gonna say it does.
Why would you play your Karibo there? I'm not doing. I'm opening up. I'm opening up a wormhole if I start doing Yu-Gi-Oh impressions. So I'm just gonna close that one there. It's just gonna be Kaiba for now.
Oh man. All right, but here's the response. A quick response to the Vi with just the thermogenic beam because there was not 4 mana on the side of Winding God to respond. But I think Winding God goes for that without the protection because of the fact that he's on 2 Heimer, 2 Vi. He feels that getting some of the removal out of Presto, and in the event that Presto doesn't have the removal, just generating that much threat was too good to pass up. And now, if we see Presto go for a Thermo Beam, he gets punished extremely heavily.
Yep. We do see double Mystic Shot, so a couple of responses could come out. First is going to be Flash. Second, going to be a deny for one of the Mystic Shots. So this does generate another bot and a Claw of the Dragon.
Yeah, and it looks like this is an eye Thermo onto the Heimer. But the thing is, for Winding God, is he has another Heimer. He has another Vi. Like, he generated a lot of value here.
Oh, yeah. I mean...
And he's still going to be able to refill.
And in the blink of an eye, the attacks are already out. But yeah, I think absolutely... yes, the Heimer, the first Heimer was dealt with, but it cost how many cards? It cost 3 cards from Presto and also generated 7 power worth of units before it died. So I've been talking about small advantages. That was more than a small advantage. That was a huge advantage there for Winding God.
Yeah, now he just develops this Vi, which is already cranked up to a 9/4. He's got the attacking turn with quite a powerful board. He's got the Heimer available. These players are playing very quick.
Yeah, I love it because these are matches. These are matchups that aren't uncommon. I'm sure both of these players have played this matchup a lot. So they know what they need. They know what the cards to play around are, and they're both very, very good. One thing I want to note here, Casanova, is there's a Dragon's Rage in hand for Winding God, and boy oh boy does Dragon's Rage hit like a truck with a 10 power Vi.
It very much does. I believe it's 14 damage with Vi when she's leveled, because it will have the strike alongside the actual 10 damage to the face. So it does 14.
I don't know if it does, because I think it has.
I think Dragon's Rage reads strike an enemy.
Well, it reads strike, but I think Vi says you need to strike while attacking.
Ooh, does it? Okay.
I think the leveled up Vi says strike when you strike when attacking. I think. Interesting. Regardless, it's a lot of damage.
It's an active interaction that we might see it from Winding God. Theoretically, it does represent lethal. So if this Will of Ionia comes down, which there it goes, and we see this Vi cranked back up.
Yeah. So Vi going back up to hand. Looks like
and back down to 2 attack.
Yep. But there is another Vi, I think, in hand. No, there's another Vi, which is theoretically going to be bigger. All right. Thermo number 2 for Heimer number 2. Does Winding God want to make some more bots before Heimer leaves?
He can make a 5 mana bot, which I believe is quick attack. It's not incredibly powerful in this spot, but it is still some value. It's probably worth doing, and yeah, he just has to go for it.
I think for the most part, Winding God is fine just drawing the cards anyway. And the 5-2 quick attack is, or 5-1 quick attack is normally not going to be great against Karma Ezreal. But when your opponent is on so few cards, I mean, there's not like there's static shock, sure, but there's also other units that need to be static shocked first potentially.
Yeah, and here we go. I mean, we get the Vi down once again. The Karma going to hit the board for Presto. He has Karma as Rummage. Like, he's got kind of all he needs.
Yeah.
But Winding God is going to throw that Karma back to hand with this Will of Ionia. And that's interesting. We see the shuffle go in immediately for Presto. I think trying to defend himself on the next turn.
Yeah, he kind of has to, right? Because the open attack is going to represent quite a bit. And man, Casa, are we going to see the Dragon's Rage be relevant?
Now,
we're going to see the Dragon's Rage on Vi actually kill someone.
The funny thing is because Presto is very likely to play Karma plus Deep Med on this turn, there's a world that Winding God doesn't tap his mana below 7, and when both those cards come out, we actually see this Dragon's Rage go on to the Karma for lethal. Like, there's a non-zero chance that we do see it happen.
Yeah. I think that would be hilarious, if nothing else. Especially, theoretically could also cast Twin Disciplines to do even more damage, but holy crap. So this attack will put Presto to 8. So technically the Dragon's Rage doesn't represent lethal yet.
But if he plays Vi's Vault Breaker,
yeah,
it would. Or Twin Disciplines.
True.
Either one of these cards would then put him within that range.
Vi's Vault Breaker is only +2, correct? Or is it +3?
I believe it's +2.
Yeah. So the Twin Disciplines makes more sense because it will actually put Vi to 10 attack here. Or just
it's gonna go on elusive.
Yeah, or just push 6 to face. That works too.
Yeah, this is hedging against Will of Ionia. This would be, pretty brutal if the Vi got willed once again. And there's pretty good draws with this Deep Med. Concussive Palm's going to be very good.
Yeah, Presto with Deep Meds into Concussive Palms is the new Winding God, just drawing 58 Yetis.
Yeah, true. Exactly 58 Yetis, actually.
Yeah. They're all on top of deck, of course. The Deny coming out is going to force out the... Get excited here. I think that's going to be the end of the chain. Or
yeah,
we say that it's not.
We actually see the HP buff here, so this is very, very good. This is going to push that 6 damage, and the Deny is going to stop a unit from being generated. So Presto now is just on an empty hand with Karma, and Karma with no cards really isn't that great of a champion. It's a 6 mana 5/4.
Yeah, 6 mana 5/4. Leveled up though, and the Dragon's Rage can kill here. You go for it, right? It's the same thing as Thermo Beam. Like if you want to kill if you're looking to kill,
yeah,
the Karma. Like if he has an answer for it, like okay, he's got no cards. It's happening.
There, Dragon's Rage. No, Presto, no. Presto didn't want the hit.
He didn't let it happen.
Oh no! Winding God ties it up.
Wow.
We're going to game number 3 of the first set of the grand finals. If Winding God wins, that's it. It's over. If Presto wins, we get the bracket reset.
Wow. So we are going to see Karma Ezreal versus the Crash of Yetis, Ash Noxus. I mean, we've said the Ash Noxus deck is Winding God's deck, and I think maybe it's a stretch to call Karma Ezreal Presto's deck, but it is certainly a deck that he has an affinity for and has played a ton. So certainly 2 signature decks battling off against each other here.
Well, absolutely. We saw the player cards of both of these players a couple times earlier. On Presto's, his favorite archetype was Combo, as Karma specifically. Look what he's playing, as Karma. Winding God, favorite archetype, mid-range. Look what he's playing.
Yep.
Mid-range, Ash Noxus. They're playing their specialties, and I wouldn't want to have it any other way going into this game. Number 3, Winding God versus Presto. Grand finals of Giant Slayers. Fight Night Legends. Very first one of the weekly series, and it has been a banger so far. I cannot wait to do this every week with you, Blevins.
Yeah, this has been absolutely... I mean, we've casted a lot of Legends of Runeterra, Casanova, and I feel like we've had some like we've had multiple like monumental sets just in this event, so absolutely insane. This is going to be a 1-to-1 game here. Presto, Winding God. If Winding God wins, we end it here. We have our champion. If Presto wins, we go in to the final game. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, as boards are being developed here in the mid game.
All right, couple trades here. Winding God going to lose most of his board. Actually, will lose the whole board to the Thermo Beam unless he plays a freeze. I think that was a brittle on the side there, so that's going to be quite good in this scenario, stopping the Chump Wump. You know, that nerf to Chump Wump for what seems like ages ago, which actually probably was ages ago at this point, allowing it to be in Brittle Steel range. Definitely hurting Presto here.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably a little late to be salty about that change, but it certainly is relevant here.
And that's the Culling Strike. Culling Strike available to deal with the Ezreal, and now Presto has to decide, is there anything you can do about it? I actually think that, like, you can't Will of Ionia your own Ezreal here. You actually just have to take this.
That hurts. It really hurts, because there's really not a lot of answers to Ezreal in the deck. Culling Strike is one of them. Culling Strike, with the exception of Reckoning, is actually the only way at that point, at that speed, to deal with the Ezreal. So
yeah,
I certainly liked it, and especially given Presto's hand kind of needed to do it, but it does not feel good to get hit with that Culling Strike.
And this is a very buff Ice Veil from the double Omen Hawk, and Sejuani now going to come down on turn 7, sorry, excuse me, on an attacking turn, but Thermo to answer, still going to be a big hit to Presto's face, but he does have this double Will, and he's got all these karmas.
Yeah.
And Winding God is running out of steam a little bit. He's only on 2 cards left. He has a strong board, but, you know, this is still looking doable for Presto.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is... Winding God obviously has a very nice board here, but Presto's got a full grip. Karma is relative, as we can see, is safe, but in general, just relatively safe. He's got the concussive palm. A rummage generated from Karma is also huge. And of course, as
wasn't
is
the first
tradition,
card? It actually was.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to have to report 2 bugs in one set. But
Can't believe it.
It's only the one.
I can't believe it. He just rips it off the top every time.
Are you really surprised? Are you really that?
I shouldn't
surprised?
be. I shouldn't be surprised, right? I should just accept that this is the way the world works.
It's just the way it is. Some things will never... I can't finish that sentence, or else we'll get DMCA.
Yeah, we'll get DMCA'd,
yeah. But the Will of Ionia on the Trapper can't feel great. Of course, it is essentially a necessity for Presto to do that, but it doesn't feel great because, as we know, if not this turn, then on the next attacking turn, the Yeti is going to be on top, of course. It's just the way it is. All right. Karma leveled up. We do see the rummage in hand, so
I mean,
potentially
he's got everything, right? He's got 2 rummages. He's got Karma.
Have Ezreal yet. That's what he doesn't have.
I mean, you're right. He does have the two more Karmas in hand, and there's the Ezreal. Okay.
Okay.
It's not leveled though, I don't believe. Okay, wow.
Oh.
Winding God says Winding God says we're going to the decider.
Okay. So
Winding God says, you know what? You've got it. GG. Go next. Go decider match. We're taking it to a best of 1, buddy. Presto, bring it on.
So I don't know. So I personally don't know what these decks are. Like, I don't know what they are. I don't know if have you seen the
I've seen
decks?
them.
Okay.
I've seen them. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
we'll all see them very soon.
So we can start talking about them a little bit. We can start, going on with this. These are two players that decided to bring decks that they already had in their lineup as their deciders.
Okay.
A lot of people thought that would be common when I've pitched this idea to people. It actually wasn't. It was very uncommon for people to be bringing the same deck that they had in their lineup as the decider. Okay. But Presto brought Bald Eagle.
Oh, okay.
And Winding God brought Vimer. So we're seeing the run back. We're seeing it once again.
Wow. Okay. So this is now the third time that we've seen this matchup, and it's 1-1. And wow, Casa.
So the decider is the best of 3 of this matchup. This matchup gets to be best of 3'd. It's gonna be incredible to see this, and I know it may be disappointing not to see a new deck, and it's funny because Presto and Winding God they do not know. They're gonna queue this up and they don't know that it's the exact same list,
right?
But they'll probably figure that out pretty quick and they'll have a good idea. But it was actually not the common thing to have the same deck being used, which was surprising to me as well. I actually thought more people would do it, but I believe only 3 players. I think only 3 players brought a deck that was in their lineup as their decider. And Presto and Winding God were 2 of those 3 players.
Okay, answer me this. Did Nolagold bring Kickaxe as his decider?
He did. Nolagold brought Kickaxe. Yes.
I love it. I feel like, it doesn't make sense, and it would certainly would throw away the tournament integrity, but your third deck should be like your spirit deck. Like, you have a deck that you have, at birth, you are put in a room and you have to search through the cards, and you look at one and you find a deck, and the deck chooses you, and you are forever branded with that deck, and that is your decider deck. That's what I think it should be. It obviously, once the Fight Night Legends anime comes out, we'll have that be the opener.
Well, it's 1-1 so far with these decks, right? Let's get it back. Let's get it back to reality.
Okay.
There goes gravity. Can't talk anymore. Then we'll get the MCA.
Don't finish that.
Who wins? Winding God or Presto? This matchup one more time. The run back, the final run back of these matchups. Best of 1. Winding God and Presto all on the line. Winner takes home $100. Loser takes home $50. They both will be back next week. But who will win this, Blevins? I can never bet against Winding God. I can't. I have to give it to Winding God. But do we see the brutal Brit? Do we see the boy Presto bring it back and find the upset?
I think that on the one hand, Winding God played into the ruination and what led to a snap concede in the previous match. I don't think that's going to happen again because that happened. But if Presto, knowing that can happen, Presto can play with that knowledge that if I can get this ruination off, even if there's a value ruination, if I can get the big one off, I'll just win the game. So there's mind games going on here. The players also don't know what these lists are. They don't know that they're the same exact list. They're probably going to figure it out, but they don't know. So, man, I would tend to agree with you, Casa, that it is a bad idea it is just statistically a bad bet to place against Winding God in the finals of a Legends of Runeterra event. But I think I'm going to. I think Presto has it. I think he's a man on a mission right now. He's got the salty run back. It's not actually salty, but it is the run back in the finals, the bracket reset. Oh boy, this is what we've been waiting for, Casa.
Can he do it? Can he bring it back and take down Winding God? arguably the best player in North America, who happens to also be from China. But you know, that's another story. But Winding God, the best performer in North American tournaments.
Yes.
Taking on Presto. You think Presto's got it? I'm going to stick with Winding God. But we will see very soon what is going to happen between these two. But this tournament, I couldn't have asked for a better start to Fight Night Legends. This has been incredible. We had Cephalopod grinding through the losers bracket, the most intense best of 3 against Presto. We get to the grand finals. Presto was swiftly 2-0'd in the winners bracket by Winding God, but he gets another chance, takes it to game 3, gets the bracket reset. And now it all comes down to this one final match between Presto and Winding God, China versus the UK. Who's going to take this game? We are going to find out just moments from now as we jump in to the game. Presto looking at the champions. Remember, these decks are blind. He's like, okay, here we go again.
Yeah.
It's Vimer. I think the Winding God's going to have the same thought. He's like, okay, it looks like I decided to bring the same deck as one I was bringing. It looks like Presto has the same thing in mind. Going to keep playing as though it's that same list.
Yeah, I mean, this hand for Presto is kind of a stinker, but also, like, you'll take this 1-for-1 with the box. You'll take the 1-for-1 and you'll live with that. And again, Presto needs to get to the later game. He's going to have some bigger threats. He's going to be able to rebuy Anivias. There's the ruination that caused Winding God to just snap concede before.
Yeah, Presto not having a lot of plays actually opts to go for the resummon and draw more cards, knowing that he just needs to refill it. I think I like this line here, just because he needs to try and develop some tempo. The other option would have been, of course, the box, but I think he's holding that for the Heimer turn.
Yep. Yeah, I think you can. So here's the thing about having the second box is that Winding God we've seen, has demonstrated ready, willing, and able to play around the box. Now, it's not that he's not good enough to play around the second one. It's just not a good idea to always buy into I'm going to play around the second one, because you can't play around everything, right? So the fact that he had the first box actually makes the second one even better, because Winding God is more likely to play into it. So the dynamic of this matchup in general are it's insane. This game, oh man, you put it best, Cass. So we couldn't have drawn it up better.
Winding God with the patience goes for the deep med instead of the Heimer, trying to draw into more protection so that he can keep this Heimer on board. He only has the one this time around, not drawing into multi-Heimers, multi-Vi hands like we've seen him do in the past.
I still think if we're looking statistically, he's likely to draw 1 mana 5/5 Yeti this next turn. I kid. But yeah, no, we're seeing what most would consider a reasonable hand, but in regards to Winding God, would probably be on the lower spectrum of hands for him.
Yeah, for sure. But there's no flash of brilliance. The Heimer's there, but no flash. This does slow down the tempo from Winding God, which is exactly what Presto needs. He needs this to slow down. He needs to get his Anivia online, and then he can start to deal with whatever Winding God throws at him. And wow, Fury of the North looks like maybe this is just some aggression from Presto.
I love it. Yeah, just, hey, you know what? I'm not letting you get value here. I'm just gonna hit you for four additional.
Yeah, Presto pushing the tempo, gonna heal himself back up with the Kindly Timekeeper.
And again, didn't play the box. Could have happened. Would have been a perfectly fine play there. We saw him make that play before, but again, luring Winding God into the trap potentially of the box like he did with the Ruination before, which he also has here. So The Heimer comes out. Is Winding God going to put anything else out?
Starts with the attack. He's got 4 mana to try and protect his Heimerdinger. Try and set up, potentially create some bots. Presto can try and box the Stinger.
That's the line of the tournament if I've ever heard it.
Spirit's Refuge gonna be able to protect against it.
Yep, and Presto could not quite box the Dinger there, and instead just gets countered. And I almost, obviously you want to save your Vengeance. I think I almost like the Vengeance better there because it plays around all of the health buffs. It plays around exactly that Spirit's Refuge. It's worse against deny, but I think in general it plays better into the rest of the spells. Now the other consideration is that the box isn't really going to get much better than that, but I almost would have liked Vengeance there, but Presto opted for the box and it was just a 1-for-1 trade.
Oh man, this game is so tight. Actually, it's very close. Presto has a great advantage in the HP department. Of course, he's pushed Winding God down to 5. Winding God doesn't have healing. If Presto can start getting some Anivias down, they push damage. And now Presto has to consider, does he rip the Vengeance and hope that there is not a response of the deny? And he goes for it, and he will be rewarded. There is no deny available. But now, Winding God looks like he's going to turn it around and just go face. He's going to go for lethal on the next turn. Get Excited is going to get him a bot.
Wow.
Can he top deck? If he can top deck deny for the Withering Wail, Winding God might just win this game.
Wow. I mean, 4, 7, 9. Yeah. I mean, with the Mystic shots, oh boy. Okay, not there though. And now 2 Withering Wails. That is huge for Presto. Just going to go for both of them. So, board. Oh, deep med, though. He gets a deny for 1.
All right. So the 1 deny, he pushes 6.
Okay.
Presto down to 8 HP. Effectively down to 4. Double Mystic in hand.
Right.
Tavern Keeper. It's healing.
Huge. That is healing. And it's a 5/5 to boot.
The victor of this match is still unclear. But it looks like if Winding God can stabilize with more elusives on board, he can find it, but he's going to have to block. He has to block. If Winding God lets one of these slip through, oh, he does have the Will of Ionia.
Yep. Will of Ionia is there for protection. He's notably letting the unit through. That is the worst to have Will of Ionia.
And there's the Will.
Yep. Had the sad Darius lined up. All right. Well, Presto not out of the water yet, and in fact, may very much be well under the water here. As an open attack here is going to do 8. And we see there's no response from Presto. If Winding God goes for it, it is over.
I think Winding God does go for it. I think he goes for the double Mystic.
Gonna play Heimer first. Yeah, the Ruination's gonna come out, and that's
double
gonna
Mystic.
Open it up for double Mystic shot, and that's gonna be it. Okay, Flash of Brilliance first. Okay.
He's slow playing it, but it's there. He's gonna do it.
Yeah.
He's just slow rolling it.
Yep.
And Winding God is going to be your very first Giant Slayer Fight Night Legends champion, taking down Presto after a bracket reset.
Wow.
And a very long day of games, but amazing games to be sure. That was incredibly close. After they won with these deck lists, it ends up being just the difference of a couple HP and a single Will of Ionia to answer the Fury of the North. Congratulations to Winding God taking down Presto.
Just, I mean, that match itself with the bracket reset, insane. The matches leading up in the losers bracket to that, insane. The mini match, or I guess maybe the macro match that we saw of Presto versus Winding God 3 separate times in the event, insane. Just, I mean, Casa, if we would have scripted this, it would have been worse than how it turned out. I'm not that confident in my ability to write a script for how a tournament should go. This was better than we could have ever imagined.
Yeah, I mean, we had the underdog run from Cephalopod through the losers bracket, but getting stonewalled by the bad boy from London so that he can face his own revenge against the powerhouse that is Winding God. But at the end of the day, in this anime, the villain wins. Winding God is too damn good at this game. He is too good. We'll see if anyone can take him down, because Winding God alongside Presto will be invited back next week to face off against 6 new competitors in Fight Night Legends, and we'll see if we can top it week in and week out. We unfortunately could not get the winner's interview with Winding God this week, but potentially we'll have it ready for the next time in case we see Winding God start getting some back-to-backs on Fight Night. But thank you all so much for being here. Shout out to Juked GG. Once again, you can find all the action in one place over on Juked. Make sure to type !legends in the chat so you can find out more information. You can see the perspectives of all the players. If you have a favorite, you can follow them throughout the tournament. But please go ahead and support them, support us. Go follow us on Twitter. I know we've got a Twitter command. Alex will hit it up in the chat. But thank you all so much for being here. We'll see you next week, and have a great night.